to make it happen. So hot, we burn it up. We just can't get enough. Get down now, have some fun, 'cause we about to make it. We about to make it happen. We about to make it happen. Make it. We about to make it happen. Better listen up. So hot, we burn it up. We just can't get enough. Get down now, have some fun, 'cause we about to make it. We about to make it happen.
From Toronto, it's race day. We have 30,000 people taking part across all three events.
Welcome to Toronto, from all across the country, all around the world, wherever you're from, thank you for coming.
Listen to the noise. This is absolutely deafening. These are the best crowds we've ever had in Toronto. Now winner is Mulugeta Umar of Ethiopia. It is totally tropical in Toronto. Good morning to you wherever you're watching. We are into the final countdown for the 2025 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. 4 hours of coverage. I'm Jeff Whiteman. I'm joined by Canadian marathon running legend Krista Duchesne and the founder of CITIUS Mag, Chris Chavez. And I'm just having another look at the stats of this race. All of the events, we had a 5K yesterday, a half marathon and the full marathon today. They're all way up on last year. We've increased by almost a third on the marathon field in 1 year. So we're in a bit of a growth spurt for running in Canada at the moment.
This is an event that sells out quite quickly, so athletes that want to do this event need to register right away, which opens up shortly after today. So I'm sure people are already thinking about that for next year.
And one of the big moves that's been made in the last couple of years was the 5K, the opening event of the weekend, moving to Saturday. You ran in it, Chris. What's your feedback report?
Yeah, no, the energy was alive in this city. I think the whole Toronto running community is amped up for another exciting marathon weekend, and so the mass participation was out there, and I'm excited to see some big marathon performances today.
And we should doff our caps to a few people who've made this happen. It hasn't happened by accident. We're in the 25th edition of the marathon. Alan Brooks, of course, the godfather of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. But there's a big team at Canada Running Series that's helped deliver this.
Yeah, right. We've got Ian Cater kind of behind the scenes that it works on this, and then Charlotte Brooks, who's on the ground doing more of the logistics of the race, and then Reed Coolsat, who's taken over organizing the elites. So it was quite evident yesterday at the technical meeting how this team has worked together so well in their individual roles.
There's a slogan that's even been used by the Kenyan visitors during their press conference: download the app. The TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app is absolutely fantastic. We're all logged up and loaded and ready to track people on that. It's what TCS do at marathons around the world. The TCS London Marathon, TCS Amsterdam Marathon that was earlier today, and coming up soon the TCS New York City Marathon. So download the app if you're tracking anybody at all in the race. You're Mr. High Tech. You can't beat a bit of app technology.
Yeah, and I don't really think that there's a limit to the number of people you can track on the app as well. So you can throw as many friends and family members in there as possible. We've got a couple Guinness World Record attempts, so we'll be keeping tabs on some of the people participating in that. And then in addition, there's ways to send messages to cheer on some of your friends. And so it's a super interactive one, and definitely makes the viewership experience a little bit more elevated.
Well, we have a number of stories. You've alluded to the Guinness World Record attempts. We have the biggest field ever in the full marathon. But we also have 2 outstanding men's and women's international fields and 2 outstanding men's and women's Canadian fields, which we'll have a quick look at. So let's look at the first of those elite lineups, starting with the Canadian women.
We have Dana Pidorowski. Of course, we know how she, in 2019, got her Olympic standard and was named to Team Canada shortly after that. Rachel Hanna, 2015 Pan Am bronze medalist. And these 2 are quite experienced. We will add Salome Nirarukondo is actually on this list as well, just new to us that she will be running as a Canadian. And so with Liza Howard, they're quite experienced, those runners. And then I think they're going to be chased by that next up-and-coming group of Aaliyah Brody and Kylie Raftis. So we might be seeing, the younger, less experienced ones catching up with those with more experience in the marathon.
Yeah, when we come to the elite women's international field, Salome Nirarukondo will appear on that. As of yesterday, she was still an international athlete. There's been a ruling made on it overnight to determine that she is eligible for Canadian prize money. Not yet eligible to compete for Canada. I'm not sure if they're quite the same thing, but we'll let the bureaucrats work that one out. But she could be in the mix for sure. Right.
We'll definitely look for her. She's been living in Ottawa area for quite some time and has wanted to be Canadian and run for Canada. So this is news to us, but it definitely makes it that much more exciting.
So that's one of the races in the race. That will be probably the last podium that will conclude today, the 3rd place Canadian female finisher. Now, we can look back a year ago, and this was Natasha Wodak of Canada, her big moment in winning the Canadian national title. Let's go back to 2024 and see how that happened. It's 11 years since she came to Toronto. It's been on her wish list for a while. I suspect Reid Coulsat will continue to persuade Canadians that this is a good idea, because it is, financially, time-wise, support-wise, travel-wise. So Natasha Wodak's here. I think the grimace is turning to a smile. She knows where she is on the course, and she can come around the corner. We'll await to see her on the final camera as she runs into the finish. Here she comes around the turn for her first Canadian national marathon title. Oh yeah, big up the applause. She's milking it, she's enjoying it, and she is our final champion of the day, winning here in the Canadian Championships at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Natasha Wodak gets gold. So Natasha Wodak had her winning moment. She's not defending the full marathon title here today, but we look back to 2019, which remember was the Olympic trials for the Canadian team for Tokyo, and we had an absolutely magical moment for Dana Pidereski. She is back to challenge for another title. Let's see how she won in 2019. Olympics, 2:29:30 is the Olympic qualifying mark. She's going to win the trial. She's going to make the time. What a day. What a day for Canada. Wow. Pidereski is the champion.
Wow, I'm almost tearing up.
You're tearing up. You're tearing up.
I mean, I've run with Dana for years, and there's been times where she's wanted to throw the towel and she's wanted to quit completely.
She said she thought about retiring.
Exactly.
I'm not one to tell tales out of school, but we have a commentator sweepstake going on here where we're predicting the winners in each of the 4 categories. And I'm looking at Chris and I saying, Dana Pidereski, you're not so sure on that, are you?
Well, I'm a huge Dana fan, but I threw Lisa Howard in there as a wild card. I know she's planning to go with that pace group, and she's an impressive athlete, some of the training that she's done. We'll talk about that later, but, you know, you have to mix things up with these.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could win. You could win. There's beer at stake at the end of the program for the commentator sweepstake winner. The second field we're going to have a look at is the international women's elite field. Let's see that lineup. Now, although that's a loaded field of 12 athletes, predominantly East African, the big name and probably the hottest favourite of the day is Shura Demise. Bizarrely, she is looking for a three-peat. The difference is that her previous 2 wins here in Toronto were in 2015 and 2016. She's still only 29 years of age, so she was a wonderkind teenager to win those 2 titles. Hot favourite. She's gone on to compete for Ethiopia at 2 World Championships in 2017 and 2019. She's had podium places in Tokyo and Chicago. She has gone quicker, and her target here is the women's course record of 2:20:44. But first of all, she's got to defeat that field, and it is a very decent field as always.
It certainly is. It's quite deep, and a few of them, just like I said, with the Canadian field, are maybe less experienced, a bit younger. So it will be interesting to see how this race unfolds.
We'll have a look at the winning run for home in the international women's race in 2024.
Yeah, I think she's having flashbacks of last year, and you can see it in her face. She just wanted to prove her point.
Can she do this in 30 seconds? Can she get to the finish in under 2:20 here? It's a very foreshortened angle. It's going to be close, though. Well, her personal best was in need of renewal. It goes back to 2019. She just gestured to her marshal. Is it this way? She should know from last year. Deja vu, but this time she is away and clear. Last year's silver medalist at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon is about to become this year's champion. Here she comes around the turn. The glory that was denied her by 1 second last year is all hers this year. Our champion in the women's event is Waganesh Makasha of Ethiopia, and it is a course record by over a minute. So that's the time that everybody's gunning for, the women's course record that's only been a year in the establishment at 2:20.44. We should say something there about what Makesha did, because she went from second the previous year to avenging that. We've got exactly that scenario in the men's race that we'll look at in a bit more detail, where the top three from last year are coming back. What are the odds on that being in a different order?
Yeah, I mean, it's super wide open, I think, at this point. You have, the podium coming back from last year, but then in addition to that, like, there's just a slew of guys who have all run under 2:06, including, I think the defending champion, Mulugeta Uma, went on to run even faster this past spring, and so everyone's elevating their game, and I think, like, when you have a field like that showing up, especially when, we were at the technical meeting yesterday, heard what the pace assignments are. They're going to be shooting for around 2:06, so we could be looking at a fast second half in the way that these guys want to probably run it and challenge a potential course record, which we'll also touch on. Yeah.
Well, the revenge element of the previous podium winners coming back is one element, but just have a look at this. This was 4 together 2 years ago in the women's race, and we look at the possibility of there being a sprint finish, but it will probably not top this. Have a look. So we've dropped one. We've lost Foyza Jamal in that dust-up. Deriba now starting to push.
The suspense is difficult for us as well. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to go right to the wire. It's a 50-meter dash in the end, at the end of 42.2 kilometers, but Deriba takes the title, Makesha second, and there is only 5 seconds separating the three, with the #1 seed, Godfrey, in third, and the unlucky 4th place went to Jamal Ahmed Foyza. Well, was there ever a marathon like that one? That's why Makesha was so determined to win last year, because how heartbreaking is it to be involved in the mix with 200 meters to go and end up in 4th and 2nd place. It's very, very unlucky. Let's turn our attention to the next unfolding story, and that has perhaps grabbed most of the headlines this week. It is the Canadian men. Let's have a look at the lineup.
So we are excited to see Ben Flanagan at the top of this list, his highly anticipated marathon debut. He participated in the Olympics in Paris in the 5,000, and it's something that he's waited to do. He's hoping to make the 2028 Olympic team, so this is a perfect start for him today. And we're going to see him running with Phil Pero-Migas, and he's a bit more of an experienced marathon runner, and I think we're going to see great things from him. His debut was 2:18, moving down to about 2:13 just this year. And then Andrew Alexander, the young and local athlete, I think, knowing the streets of Toronto, and he's fairly new to the marathon. So I think we have a good mix of the three of them working together to make this Canadian men's field exciting today.
We've been talking off camera quite a lot about Ben Flanagan and the fact that he's going straight from the track to this distance. What do you think the risks associated with that are?
Yeah, I think the big thing with Ben is, like, not to get too caught up in just what other people around the world have been doing. You have the likes of someone like Rory Linkletter lighting it up and running 2:06 in Chicago not that long ago. But this is your first one. You just want to have a really good experience and get one on the board, because it is the beginning of a new cycle towards LA. And for Ben, like, he's conjuring up a lot of the same feelings that he had in 2020 ahead of his half marathon debut, when he was making that transition from the track to the roads. And so he had a very solid half debut, and then refound a lot of that track speed working with Coach Ron Warhurst in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And then now came the time, once Paris wrapped up and he checked that box of becoming an Olympian, this is the next chapter. And so today, Ben's going to be venturing off into the unknown, I think, once he hits 14 miles into the race. And it's exciting, because I think there's a lot to learn in your first one, and this is a stepping stone for him.
We're going to show you little clips of 3 of the previous Canadian men's champions, and an explanation visually of why it is so important. And we begin with a man who really made his name in the race and made a name for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Prior to this clip, the Canadian national record had stood since the 1970s to the great Jerome Drayton. And then along came Cam Levins on his first ever appearance at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. And that Canadian record that had been on the back of a generation of national runners was finally put to bed. Let's see how it happened. Well, this was it. I think he was late realising he left it until the last few hundred metres before he began celebration. But that was not just for him. That was for all those Canadians who'd subsequently and previously tried to attack that record and had always had it referenced against them. And Cam Levins finally did it. He has gone quicker, but that was a magical moment, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was. I mean, great for Toronto for him to come here, and this was the place that he set the record. And you know, everyone gets so excited when they see high-profile athletes choose to race in Canada. So that was just wonderful for us to be tracking him and speaking to him that day. And yes, he's run faster, 2:05 in Tokyo in 2023.
Well, if you thought that joy was unbounded for the national record finally going down in 2018, take a look at what happened a year later, because Trevor Hoffbauer not only grabbed a dramatic victory, but he secured himself selection for the Tokyo Olympic Games. Let's see how the Hoff celebrated.
A fairy story for Trevor Hoffbauer.
Wow.
Look at that,
Wow.
the emotion. Hoffbauer may be going to the Olympic Games.
Wow.
Trevor Hoffbauer, I'm going to say it right now, man. You're going to Tokyo, and that was one of the greatest runs in Canadian history right there, if not the greatest. Besides
I'm in
Cam
awe.
Levins. That was incredible.
Sometimes our sport is like theatre, isn't it? That was one of those moments.
Yeah, in addition to that, becoming an Olympian, it was a really great story because Trevor was unsponsored at the time, and you know, when you have a performance like that, it really puts you on the radar, and so he was able to garner some support, secure a sponsorship ahead of the Tokyo Olympics, and that changes things. You know, you're able to approach a whole year as a true professional. You have more support, and so you know, I think what we saw with Cam really just opened, you know, everyone's minds as to what could be possible. And now there have been other athletes like Trevor, like Rory, and potentially someone like Ben today who step up to the marathon and find that success, and that you can do it here in Toronto.
Well, on that subject, debutants have had some success, especially in the Canadians men's. This was a man originally on the start list. He's had to withdraw, but on his debut in 2023, it was a great day for Thomas Broach.
You know, young, 25, but there's always that mystery when it's a debut. But clearly, like we've talked about this whole race, calm, calculated, confident.
And here he comes. He can enjoy it now, because on his debut, the Canadian national title is going to go to Thomas Broach. How sweet that is.
I think it's safe to say that he'll do that again, because I think I read somewhere that he said if it goes well, he might keep at the marathon.
We saw Alan Brooks in shot at the end there, and one of his ambitions in creating the Canada Running Series was that Canadian runners didn't have to travel to get good opposition, that the world would come to them. And that's worked really well for people like Broach and others. On their debuts, they've had their families, their friends there. It's very special for Canadians, isn't it?
Right. I'm sure Thomas is disappointed because he ran earlier this year in Houston 2:10. So this would have been another great opportunity for him to stay home and run with the people that he knows, not have to travel. You know, there's all those things that you have to think about, your food and eating and jet lag and whatnot. So we wish him well from his recovery.
Well, the final category that we're going to have a look at, and we hope there will be crossover between the leading Canadian men and the podium for the international men, but let's have a look at the lineup for the international elite field men.
Yeah, so this one, we've got the entire podium back from last year, headlined by Mulugeta Uma from Ethiopia, who was in a tight race with Dominic Ngeno last year, and then Noah Kipkemboi rounds out, you know, the top three coming back. But in addition to that, you have a slew of guys who have run under 2:06, including someone like Workenish Tadesse, who ran 2:05 back in Hamburg in 2022. This one's a deep field. It's pretty wide open, and I think the pace that they're looking at is to try and target 2:06, which would lead to, if they want to try and sniff that course record and, you know, snag a little bit of a bonus, a strong close in the second half. And that's typically, I think, how a lot of these top marathoners are looking to run these races nowadays.
Well, probably the champion will come from that lineup there. that course record, we're going to have a quick look at. The guy's name, I always struggle to think what his real name is. He'll always be Baby Police to us. You only have to look at the size of him to realise where the baby bit comes from when he gets a hug from Alan Brooks at the finish line. But note also that he is a serving policeman in Kenya. So this, for the real man, Philemon Rono, is the course record they're all gunning for.
It really is. Baby Police does it again. Rono is the champion, and it is the fastest time ever in Canada, and it is sub 2:05.
By a long shot, the fastest time ever. A 2:05 race in Canada, in Toronto. Extraordinary.
We can argue it's a 2:04, right? We can always say, don't round up.
Sorry, don't round up. That is a 2:04 high race.
Well, what a
Certainly
last couple
is.
of...
There he is, Baby Police. He's not back, but we have, as we've mentioned several times, got the top 3 back from last year. And we're going to have a quick look at how close that finish was. The whole revenge issue and the going away and training for a year to overturn what was a very narrow defeat. Let's have a look at it between the top 2 out of the 3 that are returning in 2024.
There is barely 30 seconds left to run in the 2024 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. It was a bold move in these closing stages by Uma, but it needed to be. Here he comes now. There's the sash. He can enjoy these moments. The Paris champion becomes the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Our winner is Mulugeta Uma of Ethiopia.
Not to be indiscreet, Chris, but you haven't gone for Uma successfully defending. Is that the whole revenge piece, do you think?
Yeah, so I picked Silik Kiptu in our little predictions here because he's very intriguing. He trains with the likes of Sebastian Sawe, and so when you see someone have tremendous success at the Berlin Marathon, at the London Marathon, you hope that it might be rubbing off on him, and so that just goes to show this is an opportunity for someone to really make a name for themselves at a stage like this.
This program today is a joint venture between the live stream of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon and CITIUS Mag. Eric Jenkins, your colleague, has been out and about recording various pieces. I have had the benefit of seeing this piece. He hasn't joined in with our sweepstake. He sits very much on the fence. But let's hear from Eric with his quick spin through of the elite fields.
Okay, I'm in front of the CN Tower. An absolutely stunning Vince Carter mural next to me. Let's talk about the elite fields. On the men's side, we have the entire podium back this year. Defending champ Mulugeta Uma looking to retain his title. A handful of men coming in under 2:06. And this also doubles as the Canadian Championships. We have the very eagerly anticipated debut of Ben Flanagan. He's bringing 61 half marathon speed, looking to find that magic on the roads. On the women's side, we have a whole handful of women under 225. It's wide open. In 2019, the Canadian Dana Pitoreski won the Canadian Championships here, became an Olympian in that race, and is looking to find some of that magic here this year. It's going to be incredibly fun to watch.
Well, he's right. It is wide open in all categories. So we've got a sweepstake where we've kind of gone with the favourites as you would at a horse racing meeting, but it could be anybody in a way, couldn't it?
It certainly could, and that's what makes it exciting. We'll talk about the weather in a bit, how that can be a factor, but we certainly have a full field of various experienced runners, and it sures to make an exciting race.
Let's talk about the weather. We walked in today at 5 a.m. It was still dark. And it was humid. It was, there it is. Look, we've got a humidity factor of 83%. You're the local. We were talking about rain on Thursday and Friday, and it's just turned around, hasn't it?
Right. We want it to be about 7 degrees Celsius with no wind, no rain. That's ideal conditions. But, I'm not sure if one would rather have the rain that was in the forecast for so long. But humidity, I think, can be a factor. And 18 degrees is 10 more degrees than what we would want. And we even were discussing on the way in how we were warm just walking to this site here.
And when it's like that, the whole hydration strategy does become a factor, that not just for the elites, but for those that are going to be out there for 3, 4, 5 hours.
Yeah, you definitely want to be taking in your fluids early before you are going to need it in the second half of the race, and getting to not missing any of the bottles, and making sure that you're dialed in, at those moments when you're coming up on the tables, every 5K.
That wind direction, I can't quite get my head around it. We'll speak to Chris out on the course once he gets underway, but I think that is almost like a side wind coming off the lakeshore. So hopefully that wind speed of 13 will only be effectively gusts of wind. It won't be too bad. It felt very still when we came in, didn't it?
It did. I think anything that's 30 and above is something to be concerned about. You might want to tuck in behind other people and take your turn in the lead, but 13 isn't quite as bad.
We'll mention a couple of other factors in the race. It generates, hopefully this year, something like $60 million for the local economy based on inbound traffic. There are 72 nations represented in the start line. This broadcast last year went to more than 70 countries around the world. Welcome along if you're a long way from Canada just tuning in. But it does put Toronto on the map in a way that people that are bibbing their horns on a Saturday because Chris is running the 5K don't really get. It's a bigger picture, isn't it?
Right. I was reading some comments about the road closures, and some people were complaining, but most of the comments were positive. This is good for the city. The number of people that come in, and people come in on the GO train, and it's going to be an exciting night with the Blue Jays playing here, and the city comes alive with this marathon, and it brings in an international field, which makes it that much more exciting for the competition.
And in a crowded fixture list, we've already had Amsterdam, Cape Town cancelled today for high winds. Peak period for the autumn-fall marathon season. This has found a place, and it is distinctive, and word gets around, but it's flat and fast and quick.
Definitely. And, you have some of these athletes who are competing here today who have training partners who just raced earlier in the day. Word gets around, you check the results when you wake up, and you see how well your training partners or teammates did, and you want to try and match that here on the day. And so it's great. We're experiencing this huge running boom, and so there are not enough races out there that I think to meet the demand of just how much people have gotten into running. And so with the elites, there's just so much talent spread across globally that you need to find these races for people to go. And so a place like Toronto, Amsterdam is just, that next step before you end up, at the big World Marathon Majors.
Well, a couple of other things that we should mention. There is a wheelchair race. That will be the first race of the day that gets underway. It's always a limited field on this. Josh Cassidy, a Canadian who's had an outstanding career in wheelchair racing, is taking part. He's doing the half marathon this year. The dilemma in an event which is very inclusive and very supportive of runners of all types and very supportive of adaptive running, which is what wheelchair racing is the tram tracks. I come here once a year. The trams are taking over, great, very environmentally friendly, but those tram tracks aren't very helpful for thin carbon fiber wheels on the wheelchair racing machines.
Right, that can be dangerous for the athletes who are competing, and we know we've talked before about bottle stations and the congestion when a wheelchair athlete is coming up and how they can run into the others, but it has to be safe. So I know that can be tricky for the runners to not get their feet caught on the tracks, so hopefully it's not an issue today.
There is, we'll be hearing a slight change to the start because Toronto is a city on the move. There is construction taking place that means that the start line moves across one block. It doesn't mean they run less or further. It's still 42.2 kilometres. Very shortly, we'll be going down to the start live for our first interaction, meeting some of the people that have made it happen from TCS, from the city, and from Alan Brooks himself. On my bingo card, I have Alan speaking Spanish at an early stage. He is very proud of the fact that there are 70 nations represented here, and he's twinned the event with Mexico, and I think done a fantastic job, hasn't he? I mean, we can big him up here because he works year-round for this as his baby, doesn't he?
Right, and he just brings so much excitement, and he's like a dad to some of us. We've known him for years, and he's seen up-and-coming Canadians and provided opportunities for him, and you get the big hug from him, and when we see him speak, we'll just, we all smile when Alan gets the mic.
So we are getting ready to go down to the start line, and this will be our first chance to catch up with our pitchside reporter, Laura Da Silva.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We're here at the start line. You can feel the energy and the buzz definitely rising and rising. We're at Yonge Street this year, so it's right in the heart of the city. I'm here with race director Alan Brooks. Alan, what can we look forward to today?
We can look forward to a celebration of one of the most exciting cities on the planet. This weekend, 30,000 runners, 22,000 this morning from 70 countries, raising $2 million for our charities in the TCS Charity Challenge. As you said, we can feel the energy. We're almost ready to run, and we want to say welcome to one of the greatest cities in the world for a Toronto experience.
And Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow has come out to support the runners. This event brings together thousands of people from all walks of life. So what does that say about the spirit of the city?
The spirit of the city is the energy, the enthusiasm, the togetherness, the sense of community with the fundraising. And people want to be fit. They want to feel they belong, which is why they run together. And this generates at least $56 million economic benefits because we welcome the world for this run. If you have 30,000 people here, a lot of them are traveling into Toronto. So I have something personal because my wonderful stepson, Mike Layton, this is his first half marathon. I think he's going to finish.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's amazing. Well, good luck to Mike. And we've got Chelman here. You're with TCS. Why did TCS want to be a part of this event?
I think in the community, the fitness comes first before a community becomes a flourishing community. Towards that, this is our tribute to sponsor many marathons across the world, and I love the TCS Toronto Marathon. 30,000 people, 70 countries represented, 100,000 spectators. It cannot get better.
It's so true. And MP Chris Glover is here as well. What does this event mean to you?
Oh, you know what? It's just so fantastic. The sun hasn't even risen yet. When I was riding my bike here, I was passing thousands of people. There's 22,000 running today, 8,000 yesterday. They've raised $2 million for charities, for 160 charities. It's just remarkable. This is such a fantastic event, and it is such a feat of human endurance to run 42K. So congratulations to everybody who's running today.
Definitely. I'm not one of those people running the race. We're going to be going around to all the amazing cheering sites that are pumping up the crowd and keeping the runners motivated. It's shaping up to be a great day. We'll see you soon, but for now, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Laura, for that, and congratulations to those people who make it happen. The Mayor Chow, is a real supporter. She gets running, and she was instrumental in enabling the 5K to move to Saturday, which has been a big growth booster for the event. And TCS, Shuman Roy there, another big supporter of the event. Long may that continue. We have boots on the ground. We have Krista Koning, our colleague, who is going to be running around. No pressure at all on Chris, but the aim is that we close the show with him crossing the finish line in exactly 4 hours. He is a 3-hour marathon runner. It's our first chance to check in with a nervous Chris down on the start line and see how things are shaping up right in the heart of things. How are you?
How is it going? It's good. It's really crazy down here. It's pretty loud. As you can see, Dundas Square is getting pretty packed. Everyone's warming up. I'm just going to, I don't know, it's about to get wild. How are you guys doing?
Good. We're enjoying watching you. We haven't got to run the marathon. We've just got to watch you do it. What are you looking forward to, particularly on the course?
I'm actually excited to just run up Yonge Street. You never get this. Like, there's always, like, low street cars. You'll never get to, like, run through the city. Totally open. All my homies. Everyone out here. It's so good. This is on TV. Yeah, what are you guys excited for?
So, Chris, I'm excited to see you taking a selfie with Harry Styles if you see him out on the course. So please have a look for that guy.
You know, I'm on watch for every celebrity that's out there. I know exactly what they look like. I'm going to hunt them down. I'm going to get them on air, and then I'm going to beat them at the finish.
Chris, we wish you all the best for your day. Of course, when I say Krista Koning, people think, oh, I know that name. Where do I know that name from? Mr. Hawaii. Good luck, Mr. Hawaii.
Thanks, guys. Have an amazing race. This is going to be a big one. I mean, look at this. I'll just do a little spin around. and then there's your elite start. So yeah, you guys are gonna have a great day. I'm gonna have a great day. I'll see you guys in about 5K. Take care.
Good luck.
So he's the expert on the course and everything, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he knows each individual fire hydrant and paving slab around the course, so he will know every second. And not only that, he knows everybody. It's like Sam from Cheers Bar in Boston. It's Mr. Hawaii in Toronto. Well, he caught up with Eric Jenkins to have a little chat around what lies ahead for all 30,000 runners in the half and the full marathon. That's coming up. First of all, let's hear from our supporters and sponsors.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
When pain stops you in your tracks, try new Voltacare Cooling Cream with 4 pain-fighting ingredients. And get fast cooling pain relief. New Voltacare Cooling Cream.
These are live pictures at the start. You can see it is really getting very busy. That is Yonge Street now that they're cruising up and down, just 1 block away from the traditional start area. This is where the nerves are really jangling, isn't it? This is where it seemed like such a good idea at the time, and now the roller coaster doors have slammed shut, and you're nearly to the top of the ramp.
You got to do it at this point. You're already, in the start corrals. Yeah, you're starting to. You're holding on to those layers up until the last second, and then ultimately getting ready to go. Maybe taking down a gel or two, at this point. But yeah, it's getting real.
Do you miss it?
No, not really. I mean, I enjoy running, but, I have an athlete that's racing today, and, the last 2 days just seem to take forever when you're out of routine, you're tapering, you're not running like you were, and you are just waiting for the race to start. So, we'll see some people kind of shaking out their shoulders and doing a few neck rolls to kind of just get the nerves out so they can just get this thing started.
We're almost there. These are fantastic shots from the drone directly overhead. Brilliant. But we're going to have a look at the course. As you look at it, tell me if it's just me and that it looks like a sombrero hat. But Eric Jenkins and our boy Chris have had a talk through the course. Let's see what they came up with.
Okay, so for the spectators like me who aren't as familiar with the course, you've run this twice before. You're running it on Sunday. Talk us through the course.
Okay, so we are starting on Yonge Street. It's a change of scenery, but we are going up Yonge Street. It's going to be a little skinnier than University last year, but then we take a left on Bloor, past U of T, left on Bathurst. That's going to be about 4K, almost at 4K, passing by Central Tech, the whole West End neighborhood area, Alexander Park. We approach Fort York, and that is our artery into Lakeshore. And as we go west on Lakeshore, we pass Ontario Place, Exhibition. We enter High Park area, and we're passing through Parkdale on the way back, back into the downtown core, and we are heading under the Gardiner, which is our little highway in the middle of the city. And we go across Front Street, up Bayview, and that's just the little extension of about a mile out and a mile back. And then we do a little loop around Corktown Commons, go back out east, straight along Front, take Eastern, and that takes us just all the way across the beaches through Woodbine, and that connects us with Queen Street East. That takes us to about 33 kilometers, hairpin turn back, almost the same loop. We head back down Eastern and Lakeshore, past Woodbine. We see the CN Tower. We're gonna head back up to Front Street, and this is where the buildings start getting taller. We cross that DVP overpass, buildings get big, about to take a right turn up Bay Street, And that is your finish. You're a marathoner.
70% sombrero hat, do you think? Well, we're into the final countdown now. You can see everybody's stripped off. The elite athletes are coming from a hotel nearby, the Chelsea Hotel, if you know Toronto, where they will be able to leave their stuff till the last minute. But this is the no turning back moment. At different points now, we're going to be going down live to the start for the speeches, the national anthem, the wheelchair start. That's all coming up in the next few minutes. But it's races can't be won from this point, but they can be lost with excess nerves, can't they?
Right. We've seen some interesting starts. We were talking about the World Marathon, World Championships this year in Tokyo, how it was a false start at the beginning. And I hope we don't see that today, because 42 kilometers is a long ways to go, and there's no need to get off too quickly. Yeah, you can just see all the people in there, and you can feel the excitement even as we can just hear the sounds.
It's by some way the largest marathon in Canada. We've gone up from, what was it, last year it was 6,500 finishers. This year there's 9,000 registered in the full marathon, 30,000 as we've heard across the 3 races. It's just grown and grown, and we are in like a 4th running boom now.
Absolutely, and I think like one of the nicest things I think for someone like me is to get texts. You know, we were here last year with CITIUS Mag. We had like a presence on the course, and you know, we got to experience what the Toronto running community was like firsthand. And then, you know, once this race puts on a show. This year, I had friends of mine telling me that they were signed up to run, the race and registered, and so I've got a couple friends out there running, and it's making Toronto, I think, a bit more attractive to people in North America to expand, their horizons beyond just, going out and racing in the States. So really happy to be here.
There's lots of races within a race. We will catch up, we hope, towards the end of the broadcast with some of the Guinness World Record attempts that will be taking place. We're aware of all of them, and we'll try and catch up with them. There are cheer sites all the way around, just in the places where people's energy might be dipping, and those are manned by people that reflect the diversity, the cultural energy, the running groups around Toronto. It really is a world in one city, isn't it? So these shots from the boom are showing the last warm-ups that are happening. We went to the technical meeting yesterday, and Reid Coulsat chaired that and was saying to the runners, I don't know if it's from bitter experience, but he said, only run up and down in a straight line. Do not take a side turn. Do not deviate from the start area in case you don't manage to get back in time.
Well, the funniest thing for me is always just sort of like, how much do you warm up before a marathon when you've got so much racing to do? And I was actually speaking with John Green, Ben Flanagan's coach, about that. And he was like, I think his staple is just 10 minutes does the trick to really get yourself activated. And so you've got these athletes out there right now just running up and down and up and down. But it's just the work is done at this point, and we're about to get to the racing very soon. So those minutes are just ticking by.
The humidity thing, Krista, you've almost got to treat this, even though the temperature's not above 20, with that level of humidity, you've got to treat it with respect, like a hot weather marathon, and fuel up and hydrate well.
Right. It can be tricky when it's a bit cooler and the humidity is there, because you don't feel it as much, but it certainly is a factor, and everyone's different in terms of how they've done their training. For those of us in Ontario who've run in the summer, we had quite a warm summer, so that helps people prepare for today. But humidity is a beast. It's kind of like a silent killer, I've said, and sometimes if the humidity drops and the sun comes out, you're replacing that humidity heat with radiant heat. So that's where the sunglasses and hat is good to be prepared for the day. But humidity was not my favorite.
No. You're right. It's difficult to deal with because you don't necessarily feel it, and by the time you do, it's too late to address it. What a wonderful sight that is. Look at that. I know it's a different start compound than previous years, but those long boulevards with the high-rise leaning in, it's fantastic. Even if you were the coolest guy in the world, you'd be feeling jittery now, wouldn't you? Excited.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. You're looking at that countdown clock right now, thinking, all right, it's almost go time. You're making sure your GPS watch is synced, to the satellites, and shoes are tied, like all the little tiny final, things you want to check the boxes for.
I know lots of people who've made their debuts here. It is a friendly race in that respect. There's no bear traps like, you know, outrageous heat or hills or anything like that. So it is a very sort of, not beginner friendly, but debutant friendly course.
Yeah, in addition to that too, I think like sometimes you want to strip down just sort of a lot of the chaos that comes with, you know, being at the major stages where there's so many pop-ups and shakeouts and sponsorship obligations in the lead up to it, whereas here you have the pre-race press conference, maybe you have one sponsor obligation or one little, you know, shakeout run to go to, but it's, you're not being, you know, your whole day before isn't totally shot. And so it's a little bit less pressure for the athletes, and if it's your first go at the full distance, then you know you want something like that for sure.
I think also if he is the story of the race either way, Ben Flanagan has chosen a good year to do this. There's no selection based on it. The Commonwealth Games is next year, but it doesn't have road events, so there's no Canadian selection conundrum associated with this race. So for Flanagan, especially with those withdrawals of Gay and Broach, he can have a reasonably clear run at this, can't he?
Right. I think this is an excellent opportunity. Really, there's no pressure. I mean, it's his debut, so I guess there is in some sense, but there's no standards. There's no times or places that he has to get. And, you know, we've heard him speak. He just wants a good experience. He wants to be patient so that he still feels good at 30K, because, you know, everyone remembers their first marathon, and he doesn't want it to get ugly. So there's no pressure for that. And an exciting thing too about this race is that, you know, you've got just recreational runners that are running the same race as these professionals that are the best in the world. So we saw on the course map the out and back. So some of these athletes that are just, you know, they're going to go back to work tomorrow morning, they can see these Canadians like Ben Flanagan and cheer him on and see each other on those out and backs.
Let's go down to the start line and join the podium.
For being a huge part of the success of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, not just this year, but for many years. Ladies and gentlemen, just to say a few quick words to you, Mayor Olivia Chow.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Toronto. Those of you that are from other parts of the world, you are running on Yonge Street. This is the Toronto Street. You are 22,000 strong. That's how many of you are here running and coming together. Toronto is about fitness, it's about togetherness, it's about supporting each other. And let me tell you, not only are you raising funds for the charities, you are also bringing economic benefits to the city. So thank you so very, very much. Have a great run, and the weather is perfect. So go for it. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Mayor Olivia Chow. Now, just to say a few quick words as well, let's bring up MVP Chris Glover.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Chris Glover. It's my incredible honor to serve the waterfront area as the MPP. There are 22,000 of you out here lined up, ready to start this marathon. The sun is rising. It's a beautiful day. And for all of those of you who are running, this is one of the incredible feats of human endurance, the marathon, 42 kilometers. Know whether you are one of the Olympians in the front or somebody running for the first time, that those of us on the sideline are watching in admiration. Have a wonderful run, everybody.
Thank you so much. Now we got to hear from the man who started all of this out, I don't even know how many years ago. 36, well, but he started running, organizing running events here in Toronto a long time ago. We certainly have to thank him for the huge success of this event and running here in this city. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Brooks.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and welcome everybody. It's great to see you here. Thank you to the mayor for the support personally and from the city and all its agencies, Chris, and all of our provincial support. But most of all, it's great to see 22,000 of my friends here with me this morning. Toronto is a city for people, and today you are going to showcase the city at its very best. 36 cheer points out there, and enjoy every kilometer, every moment of your journey, your Toronto experience. A special shout out to the Sikhs in the city who are running in memory of Fauja Singh this morning, some of them from London, England, as well as our great Sikh community in the GTA. And a shout out to our American visitors. You're very, very welcome always in Toronto, a welcoming, caring city. And finally, a mis amigos mexicanos y mexicanas, bienvenidos a Toronto, mucho éxito esta mañana. Vamos a verte a la meta.
I love it. Thank you so much, Alan Brooks. Now, I talked about we can't do this event without the incredible volunteers, the incredible Toronto Waterfront Marathon Canada Running Series staff, but we also can't do it without our amazing partners. And here to speak with us now is a gentleman from TCS, our title sponsor, and we certainly want to say a monstrous thanks to him. Ladies and gentlemen, Shuman Roy.
Thank you. Good morning, Toronto. Bonjour, Toronto. I think this is an epitome and melting point of fitness, community, and unity. And all the 14 marathons that we sponsor across the world, I personally believe this is the best. Good morning, Toronto! Good luck to all the runners. Enjoy, celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shuman Roy. Hey, I'm not going to complain about that being the best of all of the TCS marathons. The challenge is out there. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, if you are able, for the national anthem sung today by Sean Brady.
O Canada, our home, our native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see the rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Are you kidding me? Unreal. John Brady does it again. How are we doing out there, folks? Are you ready to go? I guess they're not really ready to go. Let's try that one more time. How are we doing, folks? Are you ready for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon?
We are just under 2 minutes away from our first racing start. You can see them directly beneath us there. There are 3 elite wheelchair racers. I can see a couple of hand bikes there. We should have Josh Cassidy, the leading Canadian wheelchair racer for so many years. He's doing the half marathon this time around and going the full distance. Herman Garich from Utica, New York, and Valera Jacob Allen from Texas, the winner of the Grandma's half marathon. So they will go underway at 7:57, giving them in 60 seconds time a 3-minute gap over the mass fields that will then be following them. And it is important for Toronto to support adaptive racing and be inclusive. The half marathon doesn't have that many wheelchair tracks. The full marathon course does, and that's the challenge.
And Josh Cassidy has just been such an important part for this group of athletes. He's got like 31 national titles to him. Previous winner in the Boston Marathon and had the fastest time at that point in 2012. Former world record holder. The list goes on and on how amazing he is, and you can often tell by his chair and his helmet. It's decorated and painted. He's an artist and a dad, and just has done wonderful things for the community.
Well, I make it 10 seconds. 10 seconds to race start for the wheelchairs. Good luck to all of them. Look at the crowds on either side. Fantastic. The local time is before 8 a.m. So thanks for getting up, everybody. Straight into lead goes Josh Cassidy. Remember, he is doing the half marathon distance on this occasion. I don't know if that's because he has commitments in New York. I know he's a regular racer there coming up in a couple of weeks, but he's pretty much been an ever-present in wheelchair racing here for the last few years. So the edge forward, it is a 3-minute head start. So we are now just about 2¼ minutes away from the mass start. The elites are spread across the front row there. The way it works, and I'm sure lots of you tuning in will know, that everybody gets a net time from when they cross the start line to when they cross the finish line. Also when they cross those 5K intermediate pads around the course, because that is how chip timing works. So that red line that you can see is actually rubber casing around a cable that activates from the transponders that are on the back of their racing bibs. So we have just under 1.5 minutes to go to the full start. And just look how far back it stretches, 22,000. I think they may be around some of the side streets as well. Fantastic sight. Mia Chow is going to be joining in, by the way, so she's activating the start horn with Schumann Roy of TCS, and along with Chris Glover, the MVP for the waterfront area, and then Mia Chow will be joining in.
For the half or full?
Half, I think. So good luck to her. Good luck to, is it her nephew, she said, that's running? We're 1 minute away. This is the most nervous time of all, and you just want to get going.
But you made it.
Yeah.
It's time.
Yeah, you got through all the training, or if you didn't, it's too late anyway.
Yeah, all you can do is jump in place, shake off the nerves a little bit, double check, make sure your shoes are tied.
Now, I hope we don't get a countdown for these guys, because I know from past experience in this role that when you get to 3, somebody goes. So it's best that they just keep them still and then fire the klaxons on exactly 8 o'clock, and that, by my reckoning, is 25 seconds from now. Mia Chow, Schumann Roy, Chris Glover, the MVP for Toronto Waterfront, very powerful supporters of this event. It's a record field for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, and it has encountered great racing conditions. Let's see how it all plays out. We are about to go. It's go time. We're underway with the 2025 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Good luck, everybody.
What a sight.
Great pictures, these as well. The drone shot tracking them at the lead. It will take a while to settle down and for us to pick up the elite leaders. Let's just enjoy part street party, part birthday party, part race. It's just incredible, isn't it?
Looks like we got at least a clean start with no falls at the very beginning, which, you know, thankfully was the case.
I've mentioned this before. Dylan Wykes, who ran at the 2012 Olympics, we were in Rotterdam, and he tripped at the start. And I remember kind of jumping over him and thinking, "Oh, that's Dylan Wykes." And
What's he doing there?
He went on to get his Olympic standard that day and just had a little scrape on his knee. But that's definitely not the way you want to start a marathon.
No. Well, you can see the new addition here is the clock that is in the top right-hand corner of the screen. This is our pacing group. Remember that there are half marathon racers in here who may fancy mixing it with the very best of the elite marathon runners. Those bike outriders will be doing us a good turn. That's Dave Reed, and just edging a couple of those that are showboating out of the way. They'll be giving us the gaps and the accurate splits all the way around the course. There's the first of those push bikes. One's a push-rim bike and one's a hand bike. They had a 3-minute head start that's already been reeled in.
And then for the people who are curious who these pacers are up in the front, we've got 2 pacers, Dennis Kipruto and Peter Mburu, who've been assigned to lead the 2:06 pace group up in the front. So that's 2:59 per kilometer.
Well, what could happen, because that's set for a 2:06 projected finish time, is that if there's several athletes in contention, that could give them the extra 60 seconds that they may need in the closing stages. So if the pacemakers are out of it, but they've dragged a good group clear at the front of the men's field, then that will be the opportunity for the racing to make it quicker.
Yeah, it's so fascinating, Jeff, just how, you know, people are approaching running their fastest ever performances. You know, when the world record was set in Chicago in 2023 by Kelvin Kiptum, he went out the first half and he played it a little bit more conservative and negative split the second half and ran the second half in 59:48, which was incredible. And then this year, when there's a lot of talk about the world record in the lead up to a race like Chicago, you had the likes of the highly, you know, credentialed Jacob Kiplimo and then defending champion John Career talking about scaring, you know, sub 2:01, and they went out so hard in that first half that it ultimately did catch up to them, you know, around 22 miles into the race. And so what we learned from that is that there's many different ways to try and attack a race. You can be going for a really fast time, or you could be going just for the win, and at some point you try and break your competitors. And so, you know, today, you know, we're probably going to see a little bit more of a conservative approach if they are trying to go out in 2:06, but then at the same time keeping that course record of 2:05 as a carrot in the back of their head.
Well, as Kiptu, the pacemaking is a little bit, it needs to just settle down, because you can't really pacemake from 15 meters ahead. They either need to drop back, or the chasing group needs to get closer in touch. There we are, that gap's perhaps closing a little bit. Look behind you, chaps. Make sure there are takers for that pace. Kiptu, your tip, certainly going well. Just on that subject, there was a paper which you probably saw that was, what's the best way to break the world record in the marathon? Is it negative splits where you get quicker in the second half, or is it go out full on in the first half and then just try and hold on in the second half? And it's about 50-50 for previous world records. Some run getting quicker and quicker in the second half, faster than the first half. Others where you go out lavishly and then just hold on.
I mean, I guess it depends on who we're speaking about. I think an athlete who's just not at an elite level, it's always wise to start out at more of a conservative pace and then see how you feel about 35 kilometers and give what you've got. But this course is typically faster in the first half. So if you negative split in the second half, that's even that much more impressive.
Okay, let's go to camera 3, which is already picking up on the elite women. You can see there they've got a male pacer, and that is, I think, Sostan Kipchirchir, who's aiming to take them through at 3:22 per kilometre. Look at the size of that group. They all got the memo. They're all in there. Nobody got left behind. What's that, 10?
Yeah. And I asked them point blank at the press conference, Jeff, you were just sort of like, the course record is 2:20. Do you think you have the wheels for it? And, you know, a lot of them said yes. You know, I think everyone brings, you know, their most confidence to a pre-race press conference. And then ultimately when they settle in on just sort of what the pace assignments are, you know, they're slated for a 2:22 race, but you never know how much under they can go if they pace it right.
So we've got speciality shots that absorb the whole of the group. Look at this lens working hard to get everybody into shot in that elite women's group. Very, very smooth. It's got that Steadicam technology. Let's just go back to 7 because they're still pouring across the start line. We're already 6 minutes into the race. Everybody crossing the start line running. So this isn't the first rodeo for the organisers of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. It is a science. They've done it many times before. Just because the course start has changed, it's moved across a block, doesn't mean that it's any less efficient.
And the start corrals reflect the time that you ran to before this race for safety, right? So at the beginning we could see the little black signs for the pace bunnies that are going out at certain paces for the group. So you kind of go to the corral that you are to be in and then try to find that pace bunny if you plan to be in that group. So here's one coming up right now that we can see. And of course there could be half marathon pace bunnies as well as the full marathon.
We will have 4 different cameras on different groups as the race settles down, and we're just coming up to 7 minutes. So we've seen the lead men. There's not loads happening there. The lead women are all together. We've now got a camera 4 on the leading Canadian women. Let's go across to that, Krista. Just do roll call.
Okay, so that is Rachel Hanna with the orange shorts that you can see there in the middle. And we just have to look for a few more women in that because...
well, I can see 3. I can see 3. One in all black there and one... It could be a half marathon runner, of course.
Or it could be a few of the American elites that are in the race today.
Yeah.
And we'll be looking for Dana Pitereski, which is she's expected to be in this group as well as Salome.
It's very difficult for the cameramen because we are essentially talking about a huge mass of runners. So to pick out individual clusters this early on, let's go back to the lead men, the international men at the head of the field. And it looks like they're now forming up wagon train style behind the pacers, which is how it should look.
Yeah, they're packing up right now, and you know, you see, I think I'm assuming that the orange bibs might be half marathon runners that are up there as well. But it looks like your usual suspects are, you know, still in contention here. It's very early on. You just kind of want to find a rhythm, settle in, get in good position, and so you notice Silas Kiptoo is kind of the first, you know, competitor up at the front of that, but then not too far behind him, you can already see, you know, the tall stalking you know, frame of Mulugeta Uma, the defending champion.
Yeah. So everybody's there in those 3 that we have checked. We're now going to go to camera 2 and the Canadian men, and there they are. We're just checking. There's some orange bibs in there, which is going to be deceptive in these early stages. That's actually, I think, the second group of international men. But are the Canadians in there?
No, I don't think we have that figured out yet. And the white bib is the marathon, and the orange is the half marathon. So
yeah, this is Group 2 international men, isn't it? This is the peloton, as it were, behind that international group of A men out front. So we've still to pick up on the Canadians, but let's go with the lead international women because that's just starting to string out ever so slightly on camera 3.
It's Shure Demise up in the front of that one. You know, Jeff, as you pointed out in the pre-race show, just a little bit of her background of having won this race twice.
Yeah.
The course has undergone a couple different changes in that time, and she's taken a break from racing the marathon. And I think, like, you know, what's so fascinating with just where we are right now at this elite level is that you can have an athlete run really fast 10 years ago and still, you know, with the addition of super shoes and these advances in fueling technology, you can have a second wave to your career. And so I think Shure Demise is looking for something like that because her personal best is from way back in 2015 in Dubai when she ran, you know, 2:20:59, which at the time, you know, you looked at 2:20 and you were like, that is one of the best marathoners in the world. And so she has tons of potential. She's still young, and so looking for, you know, kind of to use this race as a springboard to get back up into contention with the other top Ethiopians.
Well, there's almost a deference there, isn't there, that she's allowed to be right on the heels of the pacemaker and everybody else has slotted in behind her. What do we call that Pantone reference for her kit there? Is it crushed lavender there, do you reckon? would we call that?
Sure, light purple is probably okay. We want to do that.
So her career has spanned one baby and 40 millimetres of stack height in the super shoe era. This is the Canadian women. So this is Dana Pidereski closest to us in the black singlet.
Right, that's Dana. So with her, we've got Kylie Raftis that I mentioned before is one of the younger up-and-coming athletes. She has a personal best of 2:34 from Boston earlier this year. And she actually did Berlin a few weeks ago, but it was a really hot day. So she planned this race kind of to make up for that time that was a bit slower than she hoped to run.
Perfect, right there.
Yeah, Kylie actually is someone who I'm fairly familiar with just from that Boston Marathon coverage where, you know, in the lead up to it, Puma had a big activation where they were equipping sub-elite runners with, you know, their latest advances in the super shoes, and then they gave them, you know, extra cash bonuses for taking chunks off of their time. And in addition to that, there was one for who was the fastest, I guess, of that Puma sub-elite group, and it was actually Kylie Raftis who won that title. It was a race within the race, and so you know, she's really using 2025 to really come into her own as a marathoner.
Krista is now going to tell you about the character who's just come into vision there, who I believe identifies as an elf.
Jesse the Elf, yes. He runs with the Hamilton Bayfront Endurance Group led by Reed Coulsat, and he's actually a competitive triathlete, so he knows what he's doing. He's not just up there. But yeah, this is kind of his claim to fame, the Jesse the Elf outfit, which is going to be pretty warm today given its long sleeves. But yeah, he's a competitive athlete to be with this group.
When Dana Pidereski came through to win the Canadian title and secure that Olympic selection, she did so on quite a late charge. So I haven't seen that much of her. I think she was there or thereabouts, but had a really strong closing quarter. My question is, has she gone off a little bit too eagerly here? She seems to be just pushing it a little bit. I'm basing that on the women that have now dropped back about 50 or so meters from her.
It's so hard to tell. You know, we've talked about this before, how people look when they're running, and I always mention every time that Paula Radcliffe, who had the world record for so many years, is kind of an ugly runner, right? She's got the head that bobs back and forth, but it worked. So it's early to tell. I mean, some people start out and they don't feel well, and it never gets better, but we know that we have rough patches during the race, and sometimes we can start with that rough patch. But hopefully, you know, after the first 5K, these runners can get into a rhythm and start to just feel things kind of clicking 1 kilometer at a time that feels comfortable.
It feels like Ben Flanagan is the athlete we should be looking for in the Canadian men. Let's go to camera 2 and just check again if he or any of the other leading Canadian men are in that group. There's a lot of orange bibs, which is very confusing because they're going the half marathon distance. There's a lot of Group B international men. I don't see any Canadians in that group.
No, I think the camera might have to drop back a little bit from this lead pack because I think Ben is wearing, I think, a little bit more of a clear, whiter, it's white and yellow or white and green on kit, and so keeping an eye out for him. And I think Andrew Alexander is also in an on top that is, I think, white and orange. So if the camera drops back, they'll be able to probably spot them.
We think about 150 meters back will be the leading Canadian currently. In the meantime, well, that's we've cut to the leading men's group with our 2 pacers, and again, 1 or 2 of the half marathon runners just chancing their arm, trying not to get in the way, but that's what happens when you have 2 races together, and it is fragmenting that group a little bit on the tram tracks.
Right, you can see they have to be careful because, like you said, the half marathoners are in there, and one little bump or nudge, you don't want to get your foot caught in that track.
They're weaving around a bit because that's the 5K intermediate split, so we've reached it unofficially in 14:54, which is good running, and it's the first of the drink stations. And let me tell you, runners are very, very superstitious. They haven't got much to do the day before a marathon unless they're doing press, so they lavish a lot of attention on their personal drinks bottles, and woe betide anybody that misses it. We see runners go back, make goalkeeper dives for their drinks. The half marathon runners don't have personal drinks. That's why they're going to the other side to take the generic water in cups. But it has had an impact on the rhythm of that group. And it's 2:05 pace. That's good news. High 2:05 at the moment.
Yeah, so the 5K split was 14:51, right behind the Pacers. That's Mulugeta Uma, who you could see in the bright red Asics shoes with the white and blue Asics kit.
Let's go to camera 2 and have ID parade for the lead the lead Canadian men. And we're looking over at the far left. Is that Ben Flanagan? I think it is, with the shades on his head.
Yeah, I spot Ben. There he is, taking his first swig of his fueling mix for the race. And actually, 2 days ago, I caught up with him, and we did a live podcast at the expo at the Enercare Center. And that's one thing that we talked about. I was like, how'd you do with your fueling? Because I'm sure that is a big learning curve for first-time marathoners. And he said it started early. Like, you got to start taking bring a gel or something for an hour-long run at the very beginning. Get your body used to taking in fuel for those runs, and then it gets easier once you start to incorporate it into your long runs and marathons. But that's always a big first thing for a first-time marathoner of how are they going to be able to get down their fluids. And so you see him there, like he's probably dialed in the amount that he needs to get down from each one of these bottles, and knows what's right for him. So best of luck on handling it for the first time.
Well, great work by the bike camera on 3. His name is it Bad Boy? Does it say Bad Boy? I can't see who our cameraman is. But the assumption is that he is the lead Canadian, and he might not be.
Phil Perot-Migas is right beside him with the dark green top with the orange shoes. You could see them chatting a bit. So he's the one that's a bit more experienced. So I'm sure Ben will really appreciate having him there today. And we might see the two of them, running a fair amount of this race together. And Andrew Alexander is likely in that group somewhere. It's just a bit hard to see.
We've got the 5K splits for 3 of the 4 camera groups. So the elite men went through in 14:51. The Canadian men have just gone through in 15:43. And even more recently, the international women went through 5K in 17 minutes exactly. This is in vision. The men who are projected to 2:05:20 at the moment. That's within 20 seconds of Baby Police's fabled course record.
Yeah, and the Canadian men with that 15:43 first 5K split are on pace for a 2:12:37 right now. So a little bit more conservative of an opening 5K than maybe they thought.
And the last group has just gone through. I think that's Dana Pidereski and the others in the leading Canadian women's group, 17:34 at 5K. Let's just check in with them. That is on camera 4. And then here's the story of the day, or at least the overnight story as we go to 4. Yesterday she was from Rwanda. Today she's Canadian, or at least eligible for Canadian prize money and medals.
Right, Salome Nyirarukando, originally from Rwanda, and now she is competing for Canada. So, like we said before, she's lived in Ottawa for a while, and so she's familiar with a lot of these athletes. Rachel Hanna did a run with her earlier this year, I think about 38 kilometers, and so she's got quite a list of success behind her. I think she was injured and out from about 2019 to 2023, but she actually competed in the Rio Olympic Games in 2016 in the 10,000 meter. I think her time was 32:07, and so she's raced in Toronto a lot, in Ottawa, given that's where she lives, and she's a personal care worker. She works in a couple of hospitals, so some days she's working 2 different shifts, and she's running twice a day, so she's got a full day, and I'm sure she's tired at the end of every day, but gets up to do it again.
Are we assuming that she's ahead of Pidereski, that the cameras have picked up on her because she's ahead of that group that we originally saw? We'll find out soon enough. Let's go back to the lead international men on camera 1, where I think the half marathoners may be just muddying the waters a little bit, because those 2 pacers can hear people on their shoulder, so we're assuming they're doing a spot-on job, but 3 of the 4 are half marathon runners. There's only 1 with the white back bib in there. The others are a little bit further back.
Yeah, sometimes I think one of the interesting things to note is that you can think that it's a big move that's being made, but coming off of the water tables and then approaching the next fueling station, sometimes you have athletes who are a little bit more knowledgeable or want to run a certain tangent, and so it might look like it's a big move, but then it isn't. Yeah, yet. There's still a lot of racing left to go.
Well, for the women, there is 2 hours of racing still to go. For the men, there's hopefully an hour and 45. But as you say, Chris, it is still early days as they make their way down towards the waterfront. I think a little bit later on tonight, the Blue Jays will be contesting their baseball, what is it, match 5?
Yeah, so they're in the ALCS right now against the Seattle Mariners, and they came up with a win a couple days ago. And you know, the city's alive right now when it comes to its major sports teams.
Here's the dilemma for anybody not in this leading group. Look how big the gap is behind. I mean, we can't even see the chasing group. They must be fully 40, maybe even a minute behind this chasing group. So for anybody that's wanting to bridge the gap between leading Canadian or second international men's group, it's a big gap to bridge. You've just got to hope that things fragment and stay in your own lane. Let's go to our international women's race, where they went through 5 kilometers in 17 minutes exactly. Going well, but as ever, it is the hot favorite, Shura Demise, in the lilac colors, who is leading that almost single file group behind.
Yeah, that looks like a pack of about 10 women, a lot of them Ethiopian stars.
If we look at that projected finish time, all the talk about 2:20.44 isn't holding up at the moment. They will need to go a little bit quicker than this. They may need to speak to the pacemaker, because they're just following him at the moment. He's the one carving out the pace. But right now, given that everybody that came on stage or was spoken to thought they could do 2:20.44, 2:23 at this stage just needs a little bit of a press on the gas.
Yeah, and that was 2 days ago, when there may have been like cooler temperatures and rain in the forecast, and within the last 24 hours, the weather definitely flipped and it's a bit more humid. These athletes may have just kind of made the early decision. It's like, you know what, let's throw away the clock and just get to racing and one another and duking it out for the top prize money.
Let's go over to the well, let's go to camera 4, because this is Dana Pidereski. Does lean back a lot, doesn't she? Now, I'm just trying to key where she is in relation to Salome Nairakundo. I think, is she behind or ahead?
I think Salome is the first Canadian right now, because she was going to be paced by Lucas McEnany, and he was with her in that previous clip. So I think that's what's going on there. Originally, it was to be Liza, Dana, and Salome that were going to go out at about 2:27. But, you know, even when you're lining up the day of the race, you might change it and decide to go at a bit of a different pace.
What would please Dana more? Would it be just to win, or would it be to update that long-standing personal best? What would you regard as a good day's work for her?
I mean, given the conditions, she may have relaxed her time goal a bit. You know, obviously to get another Canadian championship, she would be happy with to go with what she got in 2019. But you know, I think at the end of the day, people just want kind of a good race experience, and to not feel terrible in the end where things maybe fall apart. You want to feel, you know, a little bit stronger in the end. So I think that's maybe something that she might be going for today if she's relaxed her time goals a bit.
Thank you. Let's go to Canadian men on camera 2. Are they all there? Take out the orange bibs who are doing the half marathon. Flanagan right on the pacer.
And Andrew Alexander is the back left. You can just kind of see his head popping up.
Yeah.
He's got an orange top with a bit of black on it at the top.
Okay, so we've been round the different lead cameras. Everything at the moment going to plan. I would just say probably the elite women need to go a little bit quicker if they're serious about attacking the course record. But we've got a big group in contention there. Let's hear from some of the companies that have supported this event. Remember, we should support them.
Life happens fast, and when it does, it's easier when someone has your back. We're local and always close to home. Trusted by Canadians for over 129 years. Helping communities face challenges together. We've got your back. Just say the word. Wawanisa.
We are back with the elite men. in the top right-hand corner, you can see they're 25 minutes into the race. The next important split will be at 10 kilometers in a 42-kilometer race. The two runners on the right and left of that shot with the orange back bibs are doing the half marathon distance. The two pacemakers that are going well and have been throughout, Dennis Kipruto and Peter Mburu. And then who's in there behind?
I think
everybody.
That right behind them, the immediate first guy that is the first competitor is Vincent Keegan, who has run 2:08.05 at the Malaga Marathon last year. He did run another 2:08 earlier this year, back in April at the Hamburg Marathon, finished in 11th place. He's got some good half marathon speed, so he could be one to watch. He's got a 59:48 personal best for the half, and so he's in the mix right now. Especially when the race is targeting something like 2:06, that's within his wheelhouse as well.
Okay, everybody's just cruising along nicely in the elite men's race, the international men's race. Let's go to camera 2 and the lead Canadian men. And that group looks like, is it whittling down slightly, or is it still, there's maybe one gone off the back there, isn't there?
The three that we expected to see are still in that group. So we've got Phil Promigas with the orange shoes and the dark green top. Of course, Ben Flanagan on the left with the yellow. And then Andrew Alexander, he's the one that we can't quite see, but he is back there. There he is now. We can see him with the red top and the white and the red shorts. So we thought that the three of them would be going out together, and it's great that they've got some half marathoners helping with settling in with that pace. So they're just in that nice rhythm and just kind of ticking off those kilometers. Our pacer's looking back to make sure that he's within reach, and looking over at the motorcyclist with the camera, and things are looking smooth.
Well, Ben Flanagan with the slightly optimistic sunglasses on the top of his head. You never know, he may be required for some spot welding around the course, but going well at the moment. And let's hear what he had to say to Eric Jenkins of CITIUS Mag a couple of days ago.
Ben Flanagan, very eagerly anticipated marathon. Talk us a little bit about why now, why Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to be ready for LA 2028. I felt like Toronto was the perfect place to start for debut. Aligns really well with my goals. I think if I kind of tuck in on Sunday, aim for that Canadian title, I'm not so worried about the time. I just want to get out, having a really good first experience, and get this build going.
Yeah. So what does a really successful day on Sunday look like for you?
Mostly I want to hit 30 to 32K, feeling like I can go. Everyone's been telling me, the most famous thing I've ever heard is, hey, I felt great at 20 miles. Oh, I felt great until 30K. I don't want to make mistakes so that when I hit that 30K point, I feel like I'm in trouble. So I'm okay being conservative. I feel like if I'm within a minute with 10K to go and I feel good, I think I can run that down.
Well, we're all super excited for you and can't wait to watch you perform on Sunday.
Thanks a lot, appreciate it.
Well, if Super Mario took human form, it would be Ben Flanagan, wouldn't it? Who wants to tell the meme story?
So Ben became quite famous for his NCAA gold medal victory in the 10,000 meter on the track when he was in Michigan. And as he crossed the line, he won by about a second. His arms are out, and the first thing he said was, "Where's my mom? Where's my mom?" And so, it became a meme, and it was something that just kind of went viral, so to speak. And so we were chatting yesterday, and I said, well, you've got a wife and a daughter now. So if you win and you cross the line, we want to know who it is you're going to be looking for. So he had a little laugh about that. But his family's here. They live in Kitchener, not far away. So they're here, and his wife and daughter are here for the race. And so this is going to be a great day for them. Not too far to drive from Kitchener into Toronto, it's going to be fun for them to see him.
We just saw Andrew there acknowledging the crowd. That's a uniquely special thing, isn't it, to be on home soil and have friends calling out and be able to spot them?
Right. When we talked about Andrew previously when he raced, that this is definitely a forte for him in that he knows this city. He does a lot of training here, and he's coached by Dave Reed and Matt Hughes, the two of them, and so they do a lot of runs along this path, and he loves it. So there's a lot of people that he'll know in the different neighborhoods and cheer stations because he's a familiar face.
We should thank Dave Reed, because it was his idea off the back of last year's coverage to put a team of bike riders out there to enable us to track more closely. And thanks to his good work, we already have the 10K split for the international men. They've gone through in 29:55. Let's perhaps, if we can, go across to camera one and see how that is shaping up in the international men's race. So they're beyond the quarter distance of the race, spread out quite nicely on this downhill section. And I think we'll check in with our Chris a bit later on about the wind direction, but I think this may be with a tailwind potentially.
Yeah, and so that 10K split for the lead men of 29:55, that puts them on pace right now for a 2:06:14. So just, you know, a tad bit over what the pace assignment was, but you know, it's a big pack still very early on.
We need to request a memo to see, Canadian men, let's go with them as we get their split through 10 kilometers. It's coming up very shortly, so they're all looking at their watch because they've seen the indicator coming through. Looks like it could be something around 31:20 if they haven't already gone through. Great cheer zone, this one. Can you hear it in the background, the cowbells? There's the mats, so unofficially 31:27. We'll see how that looks. That group is thinning out a little bit. There's one or two going out the back door.
Yeah, so that puts them on pace for, you know, 2:12:12. That's exactly, they've just been kind of a metronome between the last 5K stretch. You see Ben chatting with his competitors quite a bit early on. I saw him earlier chatting with Andrew Alexander, now with Philip there. So I think one thing for Ben to do is conserve some of that energy. We saw him off to the side a little bit. I'd kind of like to see him tuck in behind some of these half marathon runners, take advantage of having them while you can, and you know, the pacer is just a little bit further up ahead, but this is what the race that we expected was going to take shape, and it's really come into fruition. It's Ben Flanagan versus Andrew Alexander for sure for the Canadian title right now. It's still early though.
Yeah, hotting up nicely. 32 minutes into the race. Let's go to the Canadian women, because the cameras were riding with, this is on camera 4. There she is, so still riding with Salome Nairakundo. And the thing we need to feed back to our director is whether she is the leading Canadian or whether there is a gap up ahead to Dana Pidereski.
I think they were pretty close together, just a few seconds apart. So she's likely in the lead right now, and she's familiar with this route here. She was first place this year in the Under Armour 10K. Rachel Hanna was second. We saw her earlier in the clip. And so I think that we can, there's Lucas. So he is her pacer. So he was to lead the top Canadian, and so he's been assigned to her.
So she's leading. So Pidereski is behind. She had the honor of an interview with our Chris Chavez, I think yesterday or the day before. Let's see what Dana Pidereski had to say.
All right, Dana, we're back in Toronto. How are we feeling ahead of Sunday's race?
I'm excited for once. I feel like sometimes coming into marathons, I'm like, oh, I just want like a couple more weeks. But this time I'm like, okay, it's go time.
Training and everything, how did that come along in this build?
Really well. We had like a Europe trip sort of in the middle, and I almost feel like that was good. I had like downtime off of cross training, and I was just running, and it was flat, which was nice. And then I feel like for me, once the temperature sort of shifts in Vancouver, I just feel like a new person. And that sort of coincided to my last 5 weeks, which it gives me a lot of confidence. I'm like, oh, okay, I can run fast.
What are the feelings that come back to you being here where, you know, 2019 was such a special race for you, winning the national title, becoming an Olympian, now to try and bottle up that magic and return here? I guess, like, do you find yourself thinking about that day this time of year when you're back in the city?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes that can be like a blessing and a curse, because when you have that magical day, if you don't feel like it's going to be magical, you can almost think like, it's not going to go to plan. But in the past few years, I think I've realized that even on a day when you feel like you're firing at like 75%, it doesn't mean you can't, you know, fight and run fast. It just might not feel as good for as long. So yeah, I mean, I have confidence because I know I've run my fastest here. So, you know, no reason I can't do it again.
how are you going to define success for Sunday? What's the big hope?
Yeah, I think for me it's just fighting till the end, because then you can't really regret anything on the day. Like if you fought the whole time to the end, it's a good day.
Awesome. Well, wishing you all the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Chris Chavez, for that interview on behalf of CITIUS Mag, and for Dana for her input. We'll go quickly. We were going to go to 3. Let's go to 4, because that is Dana on camera 4, and we think she's operating just a few seconds behind the leader, Nairundakuru, at Nairikundo.
Yeah, so
out front.
Utilizing the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app, we will know very shortly. I just got the 10K splits for both Dana and Salome. Salome hit 10K at 35:14, and Dana is a little bit behind at 35:29. So, you know, it's a 15-second gap between the two of them right now.
Okay, so we'll leave them there with that gap between 1 and 2 in the Canadian women, and go back to camera 3, because we haven't checked in with the international women. Still very cozy, and I think perhaps a bit too cozy. I think they need to speak to the pacemaker, because look, they're almost clipping each other's heels. 2:21, it is coming down. The time is coming down.
Yeah, so the pack remains the same, but then, you know, they had split 17 minutes flat for the first 5K, and then they come through 10K in 33:31. So they picked it up just a little bit. That was a 16:31 5K stretch, but everyone's still in it, and no big move has been made just quite yet.
That is a big group, and they are known to each other. There's a few training partners in there. There's a few that have got a lot of experience, and there's 1 or 2 first-timers. Let's go to camera 1 and the international men, where the 2 pacers have done a sterling job. They went through 10K in 29:55, and the size of that group means that the course record is still a possibility, but it needs some strong racing in the second half.
Yep, the Mulugeta Uma, the defending champion, still up there. I believe Sila Kiptu is also in the mix there. So you got some guys with some really fast credentials.
2:06:15, you can see it in the top right. Early, still in the first half hour of a 2-hour race. 2:06:15 is within 75 seconds of that very long-standing course record. They've made the turn, so Lake Ontario is now on their left, or on our left as we look at them, on their right, and that will be how it is for the next few kilometres, after which the half marathoners will peel off. I hope the pacemakers will go for a little bit further, because that helps everybody, doesn't it?
I think they talked about going somewhere between 28 to 32 kilometers. So obviously the man in the blue top with the orange bib is in the half marathon. So he'll, you know, at about 20K, he departs for his final kilometer. But that's about the distance that I think was in the plan.
Yeah. Camera 2 has the Canadian men. They went through 10 kilometres in 31:28, and you were saying them losing the half marathon runners, the orange will take it down to what?
3 guys.
Yeah, and that'll be difficult.
And the thing is that I think their pacemaker might just be a little bit further up ahead and off camera right now.
Yeah.
But this is, for Ben, is a very good position to be in. Right now, this must feel like a track race with just like the pack that you've got. He's just sitting out on the outside, but really at this point, the most important thing, stay relaxed. Don't make any big surges, because if, you know, a day like today where they're projected to finish just over 2:12, what he's got on his mind is the national title, and the 2 guys that you're going to have to beat are right next to you right now. So keep them within arm's reach, and be the last one to make a move.
I think that we'll probably continue to see Ben chatting with those around him. I read some story that he was in, I think it was high school, and he was coached by Christina Sullivan, and he was chatting with someone. He almost missed the start, but he still had like his warm-up pants on and ran an entire cross-country race with pants on.
I've actually done that, but I was 13 at the time. Let's go to the finish line camera, because we're just keeping a lookout for Josh Cassidy, who would be our first finisher in the half marathon. It's a head-on shot, so we'll perhaps keep an eye on that one. But Cassidy this year just doing the half marathon, not the full marathon, and it would be around about now based on the way that he was going around the course. So we'll keep an eye on that. We will go back to Dana Pidorewski on camera 4. She has some company, and I'm just looking behind to see if the third Canadian might be in that chasing group. We think it's 15 seconds between Pidorewski and Naira Kundo up in front. So she'll be able to see her, especially on this long
and
stretch.
Dana's quite familiar with this course. This is her 5th time doing it, and she's raced a lot in Ottawa as well. She's from Tecumseh, the Windsor area, moved to Vancouver with her husband and coach Josh. I think about 2013 is when she did that. So, you know, it's great that she's got someone there with her, and she could look around to kind of see where the others are. She competed in the 2017 World Championships in the marathon in London, England. And her fastest time is here, as we saw in that interview. So, you know, she's wise, she's experienced, and I think she's just going to, you know, take her time to feel this out to see who's ahead of her.
The aid stations, the drink stations, are very approximately every 5 kilometres. There's other refreshments available, but that's where their personalised drinks are up for grabs. Let's go to the camera 1 and the lead international men, because the gaps there seem to be opening up a little bit more than perhaps they would like. And are we down to one pacemaker, or are they riding in single file?
Yeah, so they're down to one pacemaker. Maybe one of them drop back a little bit further back, but still, everyone is in it. They haven't really shaken anybody, but you can see maybe a slight bit of acceleration here from the guys toward the front as they catch what looks like to be a little bit of a downhill right now, especially when you have, you know, the people on the side of the road trying to keep up as well. You know that they're taking advantage of that.
Yeah. There's the contraflow with the runners going out to the furthest western point of the course before they turn up. Let's we've got different cheer points around the course, and they really are a tremendous lift. They're staffed by the people that make things happen, some of the diverse community groups and the running groups within Toronto. Let's see what they've got on offer.
All right, we've got music, we've got color, we've got everything here at Young and Bloor. I'm here with MK from the Queer Run Club. Tell us a little bit about what this cheer site is all about.
Wow, I mean, it's such an important event for the Toronto runners. We're at the Queer Cheer Station representing Queer Run Club, Front Runners, Spark, all the queer running clubs in Toronto, and we're really excited to be here to cheer everyone on.
Do you have any special messages for the runners today?
Stay strong, keep it, you know, keep going, and it's gonna be great.
Awesome. And do you think that Toronto has an inclusive running community?
Oh yeah, there's so many. I mean, we just in itself we've got 3 or 4 queer run clubs in the city, and that's really special to have. And you know, the station, we're always having so much fun here, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Awesome. Okay, we're gonna keep dancing. We'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, Laura. We are back now with the international women's group, still single file. Have we lost any? I'm not sure we have.
Now, it looks like this is a pack of about 7 or 8 athletes, and all you've got is the pitter-patter of carbon fiber shoes just hitting the pavement. No one said a thing. No one's asked the pacer to pick it up a little bit.
No.
And Shuri Demise has been up in the front of it the whole entire time.
It feels like she was half a yard clear after a yard, doesn't it? And she's got that downward gaze, so you never see the whites of her eyes. She was a little bit like that in the press conference. She was quite shy and diffident, very sort of reluctant to be in public and in the eye there, but going well. But they've dropped nobody really to speak of yet.
Well, and it's interesting that you mentioned the super shoes, because when she ran before and set the world best at age 19, that was back before super shoes were a thing. So I'm sure she definitely feels the difference in that. Her personal best is 2:20:59 in 2015, which was in January in Dubai.
And right on her heels is Alma's Kebebe, who, you know, there's a little bit of confusion on the app or online. You might see Kebede. I think she's in the process of correcting it on World Athletics, and she's going by Kebebe, which is what you see on her bib. She has a personal best of 2:23:30 from earlier this year's Dubai Marathon. And I think right now what she's thinking as she looks at this pack is like, I want to get anything but an 8th place finish. She has an 8th place finish from Dubai and then an 8th place finish from Rotterdam, and so anything better than 8th today would be good for her.
To the finish line we go, and our first finisher of the day is going to be Josh Cassidy. He's about to come round the final turn to win the half marathon in the wheelchair division. He's done so much work, pioneering work, to make the marathon a feature of this event. This year going for the half, and I made that. Well, remember they went off 3 minutes early. They had a slight head start, but good work, Josh Cassidy. On a day of 22,000 finishers, the Canadian is first. Let's go to the Canadian men on camera 2, because as we've observed often, and they'll be getting lots of cheers on the other side of the contraflow, people will know who Flanagan is, and Andrew Alexander there as well. All 3 of the Canadian medalists are in that group, but pretty soon it will just be the 3 of them, because the half marathon runners, the ones with the orange back bibs, well, it's through 10K, so we've got a little while yet.
Yeah,
another 11K.
I think that might have been an on-cheer zone or something, because there was a big fat head of Ben Flanagan, and he gave a little bit of acknowledgement to the crowd there. But yeah, like we said before, right now what's important is that they have these half marathoners around them to block some wind or to just, you know, kind of take their mind off of the pace. But very soon is when we'll see this whole entire thing string out, and yeah, it's Ben's looking good.
Yesterday we were concerned that the drones wouldn't be able to fly because the wind forecast was so strong, but they're up, and let's have a look at the pictures they're bringing you. Look at that. That's not the sea, that's Lake Ontario. Fantastic. That's Mississauga, the new, what do we call it, an outer suburb? It's a city in its own right, I guess, isn't it, on the skyline in the distance there. Don't forget to download the app. We're tracking people on the app. It's free. It's what TCS do, and you can get it on wherever you normally get your apps. And somewhere over to the right, is it, the baseball game will be taking place this evening?
Yeah, towards a little closer to downtown at the Rogers Center. That's where, you know, the home of the Blue Jays is. It's actually just a couple months ago. That's where I saw Taylor Swift in the Eras tour. And
did you?
Yeah, best concert of my
tickets.
life. Yeah.
So Stephen Anderson, who's an agent for a lot of our Canadian athletes, he's out on the course and has been texting me that it's quite windy. That's a fairly significant factor. And, you know, cross tailwind and headwind, and the last 7 kilometers is going to be pretty tough. So that's something that we can't quite see here through the cameras, but it's definitely felt by the runners that are on the course.
Well, we've got a wind turbine there, but it isn't telling us the direction, so thanks to Stephen for that. By the way, Taylor Swift, I had a flight to the States one time, and I was the only non-Taylor Swift person on there. Everybody else had flown over from America to go and see her at Wembley and fly back, because it was cheaper to do that than buy American tickets.
Oh, definitely.
That's scandalous, isn't it?
Yeah. I was going to ask you what your favorite song off the new album was.
So beautiful shots there of the outbound journey heading west and these elite men heading east. Let's go back briefly to the lead Canadian woman, because Pidereski now has company on camera 4.
Right, so that's Rachel Hanna in there with Dana, and both very experienced marathon runners. Rachel's got the orange shirt, or shorts, sorry. So, you know, I'm sure Dana is appreciating having some company right there. And I think we had a half marathon runner in there with them, but you know, getting a rhythm with the 2 of them together. You know, there were about 4 pace groups, I think, for the Canadian women, and sometimes you just know that, you know, 2 of those groups are going to join together to make just, you know, 2 groups of 2.
Yeah. If we go to camera 1 and the international men, I can tell you that we've got our first 2 15-kilometre splits, and this group is going through 15 kilometres, or has just, in 45:13. So you can see there projecting to 2:07. So that was a slow 5-kilometre segment, and if we go to the Canadian men on camera 2, they've already just gone through and they are through in 47.26, and that is projecting to 2:13. So that was a pretty tough segment. Stephen's right, it has been a headwind along this section. They'll get the benefit of it a bit later on, but it slowed things down slightly.
Yeah, for the men, that was 15:18 for the last 5K stretch, and for some of these guys, like that might be the slowest that they've gone in a race in a while.
Yeah. Plenty of company there. Yeah, the pacemaker looking back. Where are you? Look, I've got a bus to catch. I'm going to see Taylor Swift. He does need to pacemake from closer to, so either they've got to close him down. I think his point is, I'm on schedule.
Yeah.
You need to get with me, but you can only pacemake to be useful to the runners. And if they're hanging back, look, he's getting quite irate about it. Come on, guys.
Been given a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm getting paid to hold this pace, so why is no one coming with me? But, you know, for the top Canadians, again, the reminder is this is a national championship. And so at some point, if you're like, you know what, I'm going to play it a little bit more conservative. The wind is playing a bigger factor than I expected. Let's just make this about coming away with the title.
Well, the next group that will be going through 15K are the international women. Let's go to them on camera 3. And we are starting to lose athletes. I can see one way back down. So we're down to 6. So these tactics by Shura Demise of Ethiopia at the front there are working, because she's not getting away, but that group is fragmenting.
Yeah, and I think when we were highlighting right before the fact that Kabebe is like right on her heels, that's one of the expected contenders in this one. I'm trying to make out who is in 3rd place right now. But if that might be Gilahung Adane, who's another A6 athlete. Oh no, that's I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Well, we've got a projection. They've just gone through 15K in 50:13 officially. So that's projecting to 2:21, and it's Naga, we think, in 3rd.
Okay.
Asamarak Naga, I think. Ethiopian, 26 years old. Her personal best is 2:24.13 from Dublin, when she won it and set a course record last year in 2024.
Yeah, and so she's a former steeplechaser, just 26 years old, like you said, but she's part of the marathon training group that features some high-profile Ethiopian stars. That's Coach Haji's group. Her coach, I think, in a pre-race interview, estimated that she could run somewhere between 2:22 and 2:23, which is a time that could win with this field and the way that this race is taking shape right now.
On the far side of the contraflow, you can see they're going through 9 kilometers, but it is our opportunity to find our man with boots on the ground. It is Mr. Hawaii himself. Let's find out how it's going with the one and only Chris de Koning. How is it?
Hey, so we are at the 9K mark, and I just happened to bump into a bunch of friends from New York and Hamilton. I got my buddy Kevin here, who's actually running for a really cool, a very special reason. What, Kev, why are you here? Yeah.
Oh, we can't hear him because of the headphones.
Chris, you're going to have to tell us what he's saying.
Oh, okay, so they can't hear you, but his brother passed away earlier this year. He's supposed to race the half, and he passed away mountaineering, actually one of the biggest mountains in Alaska. So Kevin, who doesn't run, decided to run, and he flew down here with his family, or drove down here with his family, and he's running the half.
Well,
so,
good luck to him.
Very special.
Yeah, that's great. Wow. Good luck to all of them. Chris, we've been getting feedback on the course about the headwind that I think you're about to turn into. We've had slow 5K segments for the elite men and the Canadian men, but the elite women appear to have speeded up. What's your impression of the conditions and the humidity?
Okay, so I'm sweating, and we were just kind of jogging. So the humidity's kind of constant. The wind's coming from the south, so I think that stretch down Bathurst may have slowed everybody down. I'm feeling some wind from my left, which is from the south. It doesn't, okay, yeah, you know what? The wind turbines are spinning really fast, so yeah, it's windy.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
There's no wind where we are.
No, we're fine. We're loving it.
But we weren't walking in and complaining about our
well, you haven't slowed down at all.
walks.
You've got that all to come. Have you gone through your first cheer zone yet?
Yeah.
And quite a nice braid there.
I think I've gone through like 10.
10.
Yeah, I got that done yesterday during dinner while I ate.
Nice.
And it didn't make me go faster.
Well, with the wind, you don't want that in your way.
All right, Chris, good luck with the rest of it.
Every girl has the same haircut.
Cut.
All right, the wind is still to come for you. Let's go back to the Canadian women's race. And we are with Salome Nyirakundo, who we think is still in the lead. And when last we checked, it was a gap of about 15 seconds over Dana Pidereski.
That's right. Looks like she's settling in nicely and chatting a bit with Lucas, who's paced her. He's got a little boy. He's a runner himself. He works and ran with the running room, so that's where we've known him in the Canadian community. So I'm sure he's quite enjoying this opportunity to be pacing her today.
Well, so we think he is determining that that is the leading Canadian woman and that Pidereski is a little way back down the road. We've got a split, as you can see in the top right, 53.50 at 15K. That's projecting to 2:31.
Yeah, so utilizing the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app, Salome crossed 15K in 53.23, and then Dana was behind in 54.06.
Right.
Now, the interesting to note is that right on her heels is Jordan Maddox, who's from Utah, and he's pushing a stroller. He's going for the Guinness World Record for the fastest marathon with a stroller, which I believe that record is 2:31.
There it is, coming in bottom left.
Yeah.
It was set by Callum Neff in 2013.
And his kid
He's got his phone.
He's got his.
Watching a movie.
The kid can't be bothered.
Yeah.
His dad's pushing him in a marathon and he's on his phone and he's about 2.
Probably has a little container with snacks and a little sippy cup, and he's all set.
He's watching like Bluey or Paw Patrol or one of those shows or something like that right now just to distract himself. He could not be bothered.
That is a tremendous feat by the pusher there. I mean, goodness me, he's going past some very high-quality athletes and at the moment operating at under 2.5 hour pace.
Yeah, Jordan's a great athlete himself. Like he does a lot of training runs with some of the guys out in Utah, including the likes of Connor Manson, Clayton Young, where he's definitely a bit more on the sub-elite level. But when you surround yourself with greatness, like some of that will rub off. And so he also owns the Guinness World Record for the fastest marathon dressed as a banana, and he accomplished that back at the Boston Marathon earlier this year. So Jordan's trying to get his name all over the Guinness Book of World Records.
I don't know enough about the rules, but the age or weight of the baby, and is it supposed to be your own child? Those are all.
Well,
if you borrow a baby for.
Well, then on top of that, it's just like we make a big deal about the advances in super shoes and fueling. I mean, I'm sure there have been advances in strollers.
Right.
Unfortunately, babies that scroll on their phones are the same as they ever were. Well, we are going to come back to some developments in the lead men, but in the meantime, let's hear from our sponsors.
Every marathon has its rhytm, every business its pace. To lead in a world that won't stop moving, you need adaptability, intelligence, endurance, AI that looks ahead, digital twins that plan every turn, and sustainable solutions that go the distance. TCS helps businesses run the right pace through every stride, every turn, every move forward.
This is the international men approaching the 1 hour point, so it's not going to be too long before the half marathoners will be peeling off to the left of the racing carriageway. This is that funny little undercroft section of highway that goes at a high level, but you really get a good echo off those cheerers. It looked a short while ago as if some people were drifting off the back. It looks like they've now re-engaged, so that's still a pretty big pack of white back numbers, those doing the full marathon, and we must have at least 10, possibly 12 in there.
Yeah, and I think that maybe some of that shifting happened as part of the hitting the 15-kilometer mark and the water station there. Everyone trying to get their bottles safely and then getting back into position, and so everyone's back to being lined up.
You see some, the half marathoner providing some assistance. He might submit an invoice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so this is
split.
the split. So that's good that he's pointed them in the right direction, because Reed made that very clear in the meeting yesterday, that
do not
make
follow.
sure that you do not follow the half marathon route. So that guy has said his goodbyes, and we can thank him for that. And he's pointed them in the right direction to go out in the second half.
Well, this is the second half, but somebody's already finished. It's Josh Cassidy, and he's with Kate Van Buskirk.
This is your 4th outing at the Toronto Waterfront Marathon, your first time in doing the half, and I know that the preparation, the training wasn't quite what you were hoping for, but you had a great race today. Can you tell us about it?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I had strained my left shoulder in August, so I managed it for Sydney, and then it got worse, so I pulled out of Berlin and Chicago, and healing's going well thanks to my team at Pursuit in Guelph. They've been amazing, and so opted to do the half today. Shoulder feels good, just not quite marathon ready, building up.
That's great. I'm glad you felt good today. And you're here on behalf of yourself, but also on behalf of a community that has benefited tremendously from your advocacy around adaptive athletes and adaptive racing. Tell us a little bit more about that mission.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I got into the sport from watching Toronto's Jeff Adams compete. So, you know, it's about seeing the other athletes out there, getting the sport into the public so that they can enjoy it, perceive it, and then for other kids, you know, with various disabilities, letting them know what's possible for them and getting to participate in the beautiful challenge of sport.
Congratulations. We're so glad you're here. We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, Kate. Thanks.
Well done, Josh. Thank you, Kate. This is live pictures of the Elite International Women, and we are suddenly down to 4. And I think that's because where others have been decelerating into the wind, this group has been getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, Shira Demise has just kind of stayed up in the front, steady, holding the pace, and basically what this race has become is like, hey, I'm going to try and run, 2:21, and if you want to come with and hang on for as long as you can, try. And so far, we've got Demise +3 still in contention for this victory.
Sostin Kipchirchir is the pacer just to the left of the shot there, and he showed a good bit of racecraft here because they were behind the curve in the early stages, but he stayed with them. He stayed that 1.5 strides ahead, so he was maximum sort of windbreak and benefit to the chasing women. And slowly but surely they're coming back on course record schedule. We'll get another split in due course. Let's go to Canadian women on camera 4.
It's still Salome as she makes her way through some of the cheer zones here from the local run clubs of Toronto. She's holding strong.
She ran in Commonwealth 2018, the half marathon, 1:08:48, which was a national record, and as well as in the 10,000, a national record of 31:45 at the African Championships. This year, she's done a couple shorter races. The 5,000 in Ottawa, she did that in 16:31, and she ran a race in Quebec, 5K on the road, 16:20. She went back to the track in Guelph for the 10,000 in 33:55, and then in her hometown, Ottawa, earlier this year in May, she ran the 10K in 33:22.
What did we say the gap was between her and Pidereski, and who was the third athlete in contention?
Rachel Hanna.
Yeah.
Emily Venters is in there as well.
So yeah, I'll make a quick note on Emily Venters, who I guess could run away with the top North American woman here at this race. Even though she wasn't in the elite field, she I must have signed up for this race on her own, and she hit the 15K mark in 53:05. The interesting thing to note about Emily Venters participating in this race, she's coached by Ed Eyestone, had very big high hopes about a big performance at the Chicago Marathon last weekend, but it was a disastrous race for her. It started off okay. She hit the 5K mark in 16:54, 10K 34:02, hit the halfway point in 73:46, and then David Monti reported this earlier this week. This is where kind of things got wonky because she stopped at the medical tent at 15 miles for 20 minutes because she felt super dizzy and lightheaded. They drew her blood. They saw that sodium was was low. They made her drink Gatorade, and then she asked to keep going. So she got back on the course and resumed running. But because she'd been delayed in medical, it appeared that she had been a DNF and was off the course. But actually, you know, she just kept going. They pulled her bottles from the table, and she just, you know, gritted her way through that marathon and finished in like 3 hours and 20 minutes. So not a debut that you want. And so maybe what she thought was, you know, I'm going to go under the radar here a little bit, sign up for the Toronto Waterfront Marathon, and come out and, you know, recycle a bit of that fitness and see what you've got. And so today, as of right now, you know, she had a 15K split that was faster than the top Canadian woman. So she's in contention in this race among the elites, although not having, you know, been part of the elite field.
But eligible.
And she ran in Vancouver earlier this year, 2:39.49.
So in shape and could upset things. Let's briefly go to the lead men internationally on camera 1, because they've gone through halfway in 63.29. So getting quicker, closing in slightly. They will get the benefit of a tailwind when they reach the furthest east point. So prize money is coming into view, and Eric Jenkins of CITIUS Mag had something to say about prize money.
I'm here in Nathan Phillips Square. Let's talk prize money. Winners get $25,000 each. Second place, 12. Third place, 7. All the way down to 8th place gets paid out. There's an additional $5,000 for the time bonus. The time bonus for the men's is 2:07, and for the women is 2:22.30. And then an additional 10K possible for the course record. Great day to run fast and get paid.
Thank you, Eric. We're with, let's go to camera 2, because that scenario we've been talking about for ages, where the half marathon runners peeled off, has happened, and we're left with the leading 3 Canadian men, plus their pacemaker, plus their drinks. Did he do a switcheroo behind
Wow,
his
that's a new
back?
technique. It looks like he's practiced that. Grabbed it with his right, put it behind his back to his left hand.
Juggle.
Oh, okay, so he wanted to get a splash of water to cool him down. So that the heat may be a factor right now, and it's always something you want to stay ahead of, is keep your body cool instead of getting warm and trying to cool it down. So that's smart that he's grabbing a few cups of water to do that. You know, put it on your wrists, on your neck, on your head, to try to keep that core temperature down.
And then without the, you know, half marathoners, he's done a great job of reconnecting with the pacemaker. Now he's right on his heels.
He's just hitting his watch for a split there, so he can look at his numbers later.
Is Andrew Alexander in trouble there, or has he just had his rhythm disrupted by that drinks break? It looks like he
I
would
think
be
he's in the
closer
groove.
if he could.
Yeah, and you know, like we talked about before, he knows the city, and he's just kind of sitting comfortably. It looks like they're running more like the elite international women are, just kind of in a line like that.
Well, these are the 3 Canadian medalists. That's the podium at the moment. Still half the race to go. The one that is perhaps surpassing expectations, because he was going to go with the 2:11 group and the others were 2:09, is Philippe Paromigas, the athlete there on the left-hand side of the shot, who's just the dark vest edging in front, having a great day.
Yeah, and he's someone who has represented Canada internationally. He's a bit more of a seasoned marathoner than the rest of the other guys who he's running alongside with. He's been running this event since 2022. He debuted at the 2:18 at the Rotterdam Marathon, and then last year ran 2:15 at the Chicago Marathon. Happened to lower it even more at the Houston Marathon this past January. So even he's finding his own as a marathoner, taking chunks off of his personal best, and you know, a national title would be great, because he's already represented Canada at the World Cross Country Championships, the World Road Running Championships, and so now a national title would be a nice touch.
A lot of his running has been in London, Ontario, and he's actually coached by Jim Finlayson, who is the same coach for Cam Levins, our Canadian record holder.
Well, we'll leave them for a moment and we'll go down and join Laura roadside.
Not every day you get a private concert for your run. Pretty cool. I'm here with Mihira from the Royal Conservatory. So this is your first year being involved with the marathon. Tell us a little bit about this cheer site.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the marathon comes right by the Royal Conservatory building, which is a key landmark, we think, in Toronto. And so it's really important for us to be part of the community experience and just to showcase the beautiful musicians that we have here as, you know, the runners go by.
And running and music kind of have some similarities. How do they kind of go together?
Well, there's rhythm, right? There's rhythm, there's pace, and I think there's practice and dedication that comes into play for both running and musicians. And a lot of runners like to run to music. a lot of runners use music as motivation too. So we thought, what better fit than to use our musicians from the Royal Conservatory to cheer these runners on?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I can see they're being very inspired as they run by. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, there are things happening in all three of the races. This is the Canadian men. They've gone through halfway in 66.50. There is this peculiar standoff between the pacemaker, who is insisting they need to run at 2:12 pace, and the runners who are just hanging back off it. You can see the projected finish. It's a dilemma, isn't it? Because he's there to give them a time. They're there to get a gold medal, and it's like never the twain.
And I think, speaking with Andrew and Ben before this race, both of them were just like, they're prioritizing the national title.
Yep. Very quickly to camera 3, because it's all kicking off. Look at this. It was forecast, Shure de Mise, way clear, and she's done it by attrition rather than acceleration.
Wow. I mean, this is great to see that. We thought that might look the same as a couple of years ago with the fourth coming in around the corner fighting for breaking the tape, but she's definitely looking strong and made a significant gap with those that are trailing behind her in that pack.
She's not hanging quite as tight with her pacemaker as she was previously. That is Sostin Kipchirchir. She's been within touching distance of him for most of the race, but look at the damage that's been done to that chasing group. The camera foreshortens a little bit, but they are probably 15 seconds behind, maybe 12.
And sometimes if you are running too close to your pacer, if you just, nick their foot, you don't want anything to happen. So maybe she just kind of feels comfortable with a little bit of that gap behind him, who's doing such a great job.
The good news is that she has just gone through halfway in 70.04, so that women's course record of 2:20.44 is under serious threat. It's been not an acceleration, just a relentlessness, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think like what happens here is that when a move this big is made and you're the athlete who finds himself up in the front, you kind of have to put your poker face on for a little bit to the rest of your competitors. Like, you don't want to show any sign of weakness. You want to clear a bit of space, kind of, get them to think that, oh, I'm toast and that person's not coming back. So for just this moment, I think it's an important time for Shure de Mise to hold strong, to let her competitors really kind of not think that they have a chance of getting her back.
Let's very quickly go to the finish line camera. I don't know if we're going to catch a picture. On the left, a very bemused Reed Coulsat, because this is the women's winner of the half marathon, but we have had two East African women just go through, and I don't know if they were misdirected.
She is wearing a white bib.
Yeah,
I wonder if she did not make the right turn.
Well, it's either that or they've decided they're not going the full distance.
I don't sure, she's dropping out.
Well, there's three of them have done it. Three of them have done it. Three elite Ethiopian women have come through the half marathon finish, and I think they didn't understand what was being said at the technical meeting and have either peeled off early or made a mistake.
It was very, very clear.
I think what happened probably is that this gap formed probably closer to when they were under in that underpass, and without the clarity of seeing where the pacer went, you just kind of follow the signs, and it was very easy to make that switch.
Well, you follow the runner in front, but if the runner in front's got an orange bib, you don't realize that they're doing the half marathon. So I think three of them, and they would have been in positions like 4, 5, and 6, have come through on the wrong channel into the half marathon. It couldn't have been more emphatically made, albeit in English at the technical meeting, but that's, I think, that isn't them bailing out and deciding only to do a half marathon. That's them taking the wrong channel.
And so then what ends up happening here is, with a couple of those elites, having their day cut short and ending up in the half marathon, we're going to end up potentially with, the likes of the top Canadians slotting up a bit higher in the total, placing.
Could move up to the top 4 or 5.
Which there's great prize money, as Eric explained.
Yeah, we'll catch up with that in due course. Let's go back to the Canadian men on camera 2. And we still have standoff time with the pacer doing a great job, but insisting that he's running 2:12. And the three behind just being very cagey. The debutant, Ben Flanagan, the more experienced two alongside him, Andrew Alexander and Philippe Paromillas, are just running for a gold medal, I think, and the top prize money for the Canadian. They're not as concerned about the pace as the poor old pacemaker is.
You know what, and I think like for someone like Ben, this is a good scenario for him to end up in where, you know what, let's not get caught up in the time. Like if I'm focused on trying to have a really good experience, coming away with a national title is as good as it's going to get today when you're not going to have a super flashy PB at the end of the day. Right now, it's a test of your grit, you know, against the, you know, two other really tough competitors who are on your heels, and no one is looking like they're cracking anytime soon.
Pacemaker, look at time obsessed, and behind him they couldn't give a damn, could they really, about the time?
Phil Peromigas, he ran Montreal Marathon a couple weeks ago, so I texted his agent Stephen to ask him about that, and he did it as a workout training for today.
The final group to go through the halfway point, and it's coming up shortly, are the Canadian women on camera 4, and we now have 2 together, so it is...
So that's Rachel Hanna, who's caught up, and I mentioned before that the two of them did a long run earlier this season. I think it was about 38 kilometers. So Salome might be pleased to see to Rachel there, and, you know, a familiar face.
None of us had Salome on the sweepstake for the Canadian women's title, and that's partly because we did it yesterday and she was still from Rwanda yesterday. She's Canadian today. Only one person had Hannah on the sweepstake, and that is that wily old fox, Kate Van Buskirk.
You know, Rachel has run a number of marathons, and her personal best is from 2016, where she ran 2:32 in Houston. And I think more than anything, she'd really love to break that. You know, it's a little bit older, but she's been running very solid. She's coached by her husband, Joe, and they have a really good partnership. They coach a good group of athletes, and she's had a lot of running in the wind off the lake where she lives and in Port Elgin. So maybe this wind is working to her advantage, and she's just, you know, comfortable with that based on how her training has been earlier this season. She ran Boston earlier this year and was beat by a second by Kylie Raptis, who he mentioned before. But it looks like she's making a move there, and Lucas is likely done his pacing duties.
No, he's still there.
Oh, is he still there? Okay.
Well, he was a few seconds ago.
Okay.
So, I mean, here we go. Let's just see. Well, we're not quite going to get him in shot. A little way further up the road, let's go to camera 3, and there's the pacer and the international women. And my question is, has she overcooked it slightly? Because I think Demise is toiling a little bit. It just looks uncomfortable. She's put in a huge buffer, but she's got half the race to run.
Yeah, well, now the important thing is scale it back and hold it together, because if, you know, a couple of those competitors did drop off and ended up running the half marathon course, then you've got a huge gap between you and the next competitor. So that might be what happens in a little bit. We might see the pace shift, you know, when we get our next big split at 30K. But actually, you know, I just got a text from Mac Fleet, who's, you know, up towards the finish line, and he had said that, you know, amid the chaos of people figuring out, you know, where that they ended up running the half marathon route, one of them, I think, turned back.
Went back on the course, yeah.
And is back on the course. So even if you veered off a kilometer, I guess, right, would be from the 20K to the half marathon finish, like, that's a couple minutes, and then you can probably get your way back onto the course and still maybe end up in top 10 contention.
Well, but then it's a bit like being in the penalty box in race walking. Right. You come out of that penalty box so angry, determined to cut down the lead on those in front, and there's a long way to hold it together.
Now, one thing Reed said yesterday at the technical meeting is that there would be volunteers standing there specifically saying, half marathon, turn here, marathon, you know, go this way.
And he showed the visual of the arrows and everything.
But if they turn the wrong way, there's no way they're running these athletes down to catch them, to help them come back.
Yes.
We would never catch them.
And what ended up happening is, if some of those athletes did drop off, so I'm looking at the 20K to the half marathon splits, and I'm seeing a difference in or the 15K to the half marathon splits. I'm seeing a difference in some of the names, like Rachel Hanna is now up to 5th place overall as of the half marathon, when she hit that point in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Before that, if we go to the 15K, it was Shuri Demise, Almaz Kabebe, Adane Anmoa, Baba Bayane, Betty Chep career, and then now, you know, as
they
we
followed
update
each
those
other,
splits, yeah. some of them came out and are now, not in contention for the race.
For the debrief, but it's going to be one of the talking points. Let's go to the Canadian women, where we've got their halfway split on camera 4, and they went through halfway in 75.50. It's a two-woman race, or at least it was. Rachel Hanna maybe just starting to edge away a little bit.
Rachel Hanna is a sport dietitian. I refer all of my athletes to see her to talk all things nutrition, the weeks leading up with your training, things like protein and carbohydrates, as well as carb loading a couple days before, what to eat the morning of, all of those things. She's the expert, and she recently got a part-time job contract with Morton, so she's quite pleased about that. And she knows this course quite well as well, just like Dana. She's done this 4 times. Dana's done it 5, or this will be her 4th. And Rachel had a stress fracture when she went to run at the World Championships. She went the whole way there, was in good shape, and she had a pain in her foot. And I believe it was Dr. Patty McCloskey who said that he suspected what it was and went home, and sure enough, it was confirmed. But she's done a lot of work in the area of REDS, or relative energy deficiency in sport, which is what she experienced herself, where she was not taking in the fueling or the energy, the calories to sustain the amount of training that she's done. So she's healthy, she's fit, she does strength work, and it's just great that she's lived that herself. I myself experienced that, as many. I think it's something like 85% of endurance athletes experience relative energy deficiency in sport. So she's an excellent resource for people to have that discussion with if they're concerned about their fueling, or to prevent that from happening.
She's an experienced racer. If she won this, would it be the biggest win of her career? The Canadian title at the marathon in Toronto?
It might be. I mean, I really think, too, that she's hoping to go on under 2:32, but I don't think that she's got a marathon Canadian title.
No. Good luck to her. We'll keep an eye on that. And just for now, we're going to commercial.
Insurance for life is also insurance for family, moments, and for what matters to you. Business, farm, home, life and group, auto. Just say the word. Wawanisa.
We have 4 very different scenarios here. We've got a runaway leader in the international women. We've got a surging leader in the Canadian Women's Championship. 3 together in the Canadian men. But look at this. In international men, we've hardly lost anybody. That is still a big pack as we approach the 25K split.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of an acceleration, and now we're starting to see them string out a little bit more than they were before, when they were all bunched up. But they're down to 1 pacemaker, and they came through comfortably in 2 hours and 6-minute pace for the full thing at the halfway point. And so right now it hasn't broken anyone. There haven't been any major moves made.
So that's quite different. It will be good news for any potential attack on the course record. Philemon Rono's 2:05 exactly, that has stood the test of time over the last 6 years. They will have the wind behind them on the return run back into the city centre. Let us go to the Canadian men on camera 2, because this could be the moment. Ben Flanagan has put down the hammer into the twilight zone. He's never raced as far as this year. Has a look behind. It's going well, Benny boy.
That's right. I mean, Ben comes into this one with 61-minute half marathon speed. It's a little bit faster than the other guys. He's an Olympian and in the 5,000 meters on the track. So he's got some wheels that right now, I think, like we said before, you make a move, you have to make it, pretty definitive. And this is it, I think, for Ben.
Well, that pacemaker is now coming into his own, isn't he? He's the one that was remonstrating about them not being anywhere near. Now he's under a bit of pressure.
Ben, is quite well known for winning the Falmouth race 3 times, and he often kind of jumps through the finish tape, and it's quite a fun way to see him finish a race. So maybe we'll see that today. 7-time national champion, and we know obviously he's new to the marathon, and he's more comfortable in the past, has his experience on the track with those shorter distances. And you know, I talked before about relative energy deficiency in sport, and I was learning that that's something that he experienced himself, just the underfueling and the training, and had a lot of injuries. So what you often see is, you know, a lot of things in your body get imbalanced, and he had a lot of stress fractures. And he was helped by Kevin Sullivan, who's from Brantford and also from Michigan, a coach, and, you know, 3-time Olympian or 4-time Olympian, but he helped him just kind of reduce his volume and, you know, improve on the quality of his workouts to help get that energy level there and decrease that risk of injury. So, you know, going back to high school, Ben, he's been, you know, got off some medals back then, the provincial championships that he's run before.
That's one of the international men who's dropped out, one of the Ethiopians on the side of the road. He's got a little wait for the sweep bus that will be at 30 kilometres. But Flanagan, using this ascent, the reason that pacemaker, and his name's Felix Koech, has been so impatient is that his target time was 2:11, and for the longest time they've been running at 2:13. But that surge from Flanagan, well, is it being neutralised now by Alexander leading the charge?
Yeah, so Andrew Alexander's not giving up here, and I think like he's trying to cover this move. Ben's taking a couple peeks back over his shoulder, so he hasn't quite shaken Andrew Alexander just quite yet. But you know, Ben wants to try and, you know, clear some daylight here so he can get back into a position to relax and then, you know, kind of close out this race. Still a long ways to go. At this point in the race, this is the farthest Ben Flanagan has ever been racing, and so this is uncharted territory for him.
Well, and you get funny things like cramps and stitch and blisters and things like that that you've never encountered because you've never run this fast on this sort of surface. But he is using the nice downhill. Let's go to camera 3 and Shure Demise, because she is struggling to stay on terms with that pacemaker. When she won in Milan back in April, I was on the call, and there was a male pacemaker that took her almost to the line, and she just drilled a hole in his back with her eyes and stayed on him, and it's not quite working like that now. She's looking ever so slightly laboured.
She is, and I think, like, but, you know, I think at this point she hasn't really looked back because there's no one to really see back behind her. She's got tons of daylight. At this point, even the pacemaker's kind of taking a couple looks back. He's like, I think I'm slowing down, but, you know, what can he do at this point? If he accelerates, he's going with nobody. He's not doing anyone any help, and so he's basically just going to try and usher Demise through this rough patch that she might be in right now.
And it's kind of a chaperoning job, isn't it? You cease being a pacemaker, you're a minder.
She knows what she's doing, I think. She's had 5 top 8 finishes at the major marathons, you know, 3rd in Tokyo in 2019 and Chicago in 2018, 5th in Berlin, 6th in Tokyo, and 8th in Boston. So, you know, maybe she's just making it look a little bit labored for us.
I'm looking at the contraflow behind her, and we're just getting glimpses. There's the leading Canadian male pacer for the leading Canadian women, I think, going through. Just having a look at what goes through in the background there.
So one thing I noted on the lead Canadian women's race that was taking place is that I think we did not get a split past 15K for Dana Pitoreski, so her day may be over potentially, so she may have not had the best day.
So we're with the Canadian women. 4 we can't do. Let's go back to the international men, camera 1.
Everyone's still in it.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, the most fantastic finish we're going to get, because that's inevitable, regardless of the time. Somebody is... The prize money is great, $25,000, and then it slopes away quite sharply, so every footstep counts, really.
It does, and it goes, I think, to 8 deep, and if there's more than that, like, there's one of these guys who's going to be, you know, go home in the red when it comes to
the pacemaker's done. Yeah, so this will get interesting now. He's done his best. He'll wait for the pickup lorry.
A little bit shorter than what we thought he might go through in.
And now there's probably chit-chat among these guys, like who's going to be
what do we do now?
Front, and it looks like they're all hitting the brakes a little bit.
Okay, we can go back to the Canadian women. They're on that narrow cycleway, and let's just check. It is still Rachel Hanna. Are we getting any clue of the gaps back to Pitoreski?
Well, Pitoreski, I think, is maybe done.
Right. Sorry. You did say you thought she got to
15K, and we haven't gotten a split since then.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned about Rachel. I mean, the bronze at the 2015 Pan Am Games likely would be up there for most notable performances.
This is a double back, as you can see. So there are athletes approaching 24 kilometers on the other side of the road. And we'll get splits for the elite men for 25 kilometers very shortly. This is a non-spectator area, really, isn't it? There's nowhere for them to stand.
This is the spot in the race where, in 2019, Cam Levins and Trevor Hoffbauer were running together.
Yes.
And where Trevor pulled away and Cam wasn't looking so good, and then, you know, Trevor had the race of his life.
He's retired, hasn't he, in the last year?
Yes,
Trevor
has. Yes.
Good man.
This is where you're alone with your thoughts.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a dangerous place in the marathon.
I'm just looking at which pacemaker this is. What did you say?
Lucas.
So Lucas was tasked at 2:27, and he's adapted that so that he is just useful to whoever the leading Canadian woman is. So if somebody came shooting through now, he would go with them.
That's right.
His responsibility is to the leader, not to the pacer or any individual athlete.
Because he's now pacing his third, right? We had we had
That's
Nina,
right. Yeah.
and Salome. So he's doing it right. And
he's very popular.
Kind of checking in with what their pace rhythm is, and I think Rachel's goal was 2:31.
Let's go back to camera 2 and the Canadian men. This is Ben Flanagan shooting his shot on his debut, shooting in the dark, really, because he's way beyond anything he's raced before, but he has got a gap. Andrew Alexander back there in the red and yellow singlet can still see him, and that counts for quite a lot.
Yeah, you know what I'm wondering right now is if this pacemaker, you know, who's been assigned to go between 30 and 32K potentially with these guys, like if he hasn't had to exert himself to the fast pace that he was assigned, if he ends up going a little bit further, if Ben could get to him and try and ask for a little bit more help. But right now, you know, the pacemaker has always been a couple steps ahead of them. Ben holding strong right now. This is all about composure for Ben. It's probably going to get very tough very soon for him. You see the grit on his face. He has not been in this place before, so there's a first time for everything, and this might be the first rough patch that he goes through, but you just got to push through.
Well, he'll have a hairpin where he'll see the gap of those chasing him, won't he, shortly? Even if he doesn't look back now, there will be a double back point.
And he's mentioned that he's coached by John Green, and I think we should mention that John Green coached Molly Seidel, who was, you know, bronze medal at the Olympics, and she was this surprise story at the trials, and I think she decided she made it the qualifying time based on her half marathon. Chris, you can probably correct me on this, but you know, she was this basically inexperienced runner who had never done a marathon before, you know, does the trials, goes on to get the bronze medal. So kind of you know, kudos to John for working with these athletes in their debut, not taking athletes that are already talented and kind of refining them, but kind of working from something that's raw with so many more unexpected you know, scenarios that can happen when you are inexperienced.
And it's interesting because Molly did have a little bit of that 10K track background, having been an NCAA champion, and when you take a lot of athletes, you know, you have a bunch of athletes who are jumping into the marathon super young now, but there are people who do want to see it through and try and, you know, run the 5K or the 10K at a world championships or on the track for as long as they can. And Ben is someone who last year represented Canada in the 5,000 meters at the Paris Olympics, closed the chapter on that and said, I'm ready for the roads beyond that. But it was a long track career for him, and someone like John Green has, you know, kind of, you know, had a good model for those people who want to follow the more traditional route, because it's not just Ben, he's also coaching Rory Linkletter. It's different though. Rory has had a couple marathons under his belt before he went to John, and now Ben is coming at it from the track background with no marathon experience.
Right, and Ben's learned a lot from Rory. They keep in touch quite frequently, and they've roomed together as Canadians who, you know, they've lived in the U.S. for the majority of their life, but you know, being in different events, they're often roommates when they compete internationally. So I'm sure that they've talked a lot and kept in touch. And Rory's probably watching right now just to see how Ben will do with you know, that same coaching experience with John Green.
I don't think this is done yet, because that gap seems to be currently held at around 10 or 12 seconds. I think there may be a few twists and turns left in the outcome of the Canadian men. Let's go to camera 1 and the lead international men. They've just gone through 30 kilometers in 1:31:07, and you can see that we have no pacemakers left. We're going to get a projection in the top right in a moment, but that field is now fragmenting.
Yep, and then right up in the front right now, this is Dominic Ngeno, who was second in last year's race. He went on to run 2:06:37 in Paris earlier this year. Now, the interesting thing about him, and why I was almost tempted to pick him for the win, is that he trains alongside John Career, who won the Boston Marathon and the Chicago Marathon last year. So when you have someone with such great accolades, like, you might be the next guy up. And so he took place in Paris earlier this year, but this is another marathon where now he's trying to make a name for himself.
Very quickly to camera 4 and the Canadian women, because Mr. Superstar Buggy Stroller has been reeled in, so you can't rely on wheels all the time. Remember, he's had to come up and over an underpass, but we've got our Guinness World Record attempt in the buggy. The kid has even put down his phone and is taking interest.
This is what happened in 2013, where it was the Canadian lead in the race, and Callum Neff is in the picture. You can see the CN Tower. So there he is running, you know, with Rachel Hanna, who's currently leading our Canadian women's race.
Yeah, Jordan Maddox right there wearing the black top that says Release, that is representing the Release Recovery Foundation in New York City. So Jordan has been sober for a couple years now, and Jordan and I ran together on a relay team from LA to Las Vegas fundraising for the Release Recovery Foundation. And so
he did push a baby stroller all the way from New York to LA.
He did not, but he almost had to get on a bike and escort me through the night in the desert of Las Vegas. But you see him there. He's running for a bigger cause, in addition to just making some fun history. And so I'm sure for the elites, as they pass Jordan, they can crack a smile as well. So he's bringing some entertainment to us, and then also to the people participating in the race.
I think he's going through a bit of a bad patch, because he went shooting away from the Canadian women, and now he's been reeled in. On the other side, I think that's Herman Garlick, the leader in the men's wheelchair event. So he's the closest to home in that category. Let's go back to camera 3 and the trials and tribulations of Shura Demise, because she is as experienced as any athlete in the field. She's a world championship contender twice over for Ethiopia, which is a really difficult team to make. She's been on podiums in Tokyo, here twice. She's won the gold medal, and also in Chicago, I think. So she's as experienced as it gets, but pain is pain, isn't it?
It certainly is. So earlier this year, she ran in Italy 2:23:31, and she was the winner by more than 2 minutes, and that was her first marathon as a mom. So I think that that can speak a lot, right? When you're training and you've got a young child, you've only got that one opportunity to train. You can't schedule it in other times. So I think that it definitely changes you. So I think that's probably had a significant impact on her schedule.
Well, Laura has been bringing us bulletins from down at Roadside, and we can now go down once again and speak to Laura Da Silva.
All right, we're coming to you from the lakeshore now. Lots of music, lots of energy here. I'm here with Migs from Me Versus Me.
Yep.
What does Me Versus Me mean?
It means literally just show up for yourself. Life's about competing with yourself, not comparing yourself to anybody else, and just showing up.
Very cool. And Christine, can you tell me a little bit about this cheering site? Who's represented here today?
Yeah, so QSW and Me Versus Me now for 3 years have done our cheer station together. It's really about bringing community together, celebrating the people. It's as much as important for the runners as it is for the people here celebrating the journey. So,
any final words of motivation for these runners today?
I think the work has already been put in. Right now, running this race is your celebration. This is your parade, so just enjoy every moment of it, the ups, the downs, and the energy that the course has to bring.
Okay, not my kind of celebration, but kudos to everyone here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Well, we're with the Canadian men, and they've gone through 30 kilometres in 1:34.54. This is Ben Flanagan, but if he looks in his rearview mirror, the bogeyman, Andrew Alexander, is still there, and if anything, he is closer than 10 seconds.
Yeah, their projected finish right now is 2:13.30, which is well within the likes of Andrew Alexander's wheelhouse. He ran 2:12.55 earlier at the Houston Marathon back in January, and for Ben, right now, again, hold strong, keep your form, focus on just, you know, taking things a mile at a time. Basically, you got to break down what the last 12K that is left into little chunks.
I was reading something on Ben, and they were asking him, you know, just kind of funny questions. And one of the things he said from Kevin Sullivan, the advice was, don't take the lead until you know you're going to win. So I wonder if he's hearing Kevin's voice in his head. And another question was, if you could go on a run with anyone, who would it be? And he picked Brantford, another athlete, Brantford's Wayne Gretzky. And he was, you know, still want to ask him how he achieved to such a high level of success.
Well, I don't think he would choose Felix Koech, and I'm looking for Felix Koech because the old standoff that's been going on between the pacer and those being paced was continuing a kilometre or so ago. Is he to the right-hand side of this shot, Felix Koech? Because he's adamant that he's taking them to 2:12, and they're clearly not going to run that now.
Yeah, Felix may have had enough, I think.
Yeah, yeah, enough frostiness from those he was recruited for. Let's go to camera one and the international men's race, where there are no pacemakers left, but it's like the Magnificent Seven riding into town, isn't it? Look at them, right the way across the carriageway, gunslingers all. We are now just about 25 minutes away from the finish. Pick a winner, because somebody there is winning no prize money and somebody is going to be the champion.
Yeah, I think that the top contenders are obviously, I think, still in this one. I'm kind of squinting my eyes here to try and see if I could see where defending champion Mulugeta Uma is, but when you've got the likes of Dominic Ngeno, Noah Kipkemboi, Workanish Tedesse, that's some star power there that could really get into it in the final miles among themselves.
Quickly back to camera two. He's still there. Felix Koech is still there. He hasn't had enough. He's still pacemaking, but at a distance. It's almost like needs a bit of mediation or reconciliation, doesn't it?
For a lot of these pacemakers at this specific marathon, this is a good opportunity for them to get this experience. And we often see them running faster times and getting invited to the majors and succeeding at a higher level after this opportunity.
He is doing a job because he's there. He's something for both of the chasing athletes, Ben and Andrew Alexander, to key in on. But conventionally, pacemaking is done almost like a windbreak. You should almost be able to speak to and touch the pacemaker in front of you, and that hasn't happened on this occasion. But he's still there, still doing a job. Let's go to camera three, because I think Shura Demise, who is taking on board fluids, the cadence has gone notably, and I think she's having to really work for this now.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look and see on the tracker to see just like how big the gap is. Obviously, we had the unfortunate incident where, you know, some people peeled off. So at 30K, Shura Demise crossed in 1 hour, 39 minutes and 40 seconds. That was a full minute more than a full minute faster than Betty Chepcareer, who is in second in 1:40.36. Almas Kabete a couple seconds back of that, and then Adane Anmoa in fourth in 1:41. So I think we've had that lead pack splinter, and now people are running on their own.
Picture in picture, this is the winner of the men's wheelchair full marathon. This is Herman Garich from Utica, New York, the winner of the well, he's been top 10 in Boston. He's been the Boston Half Marathon champion, the Bloomsday champion. This will have been a lonely endeavor for him, but hopefully the crowds were out and supporting him as the first man round the full marathon course. And he's got just 2 turns to go. Remember, they had a 3-minute head start, the wheelchair racers, so he's on about 1:45, 1:46. He's raced here many times before, and always, I think, he's been runner-up to Josh Cassidy. So this is a nice moment for him. The first man home, the honour of that. The sash will be out. And the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon wheelchair men's division winner is Herman Garich. Let's go to the elite women again, because we have a split, and this may tell you something, Chris, about what? Well, she's still on course record schedule. So appearances can be deceptive. It looks like she's toiling a bit, but still holding it together. Shura Demise, the most strong favourite in all 4 categories, bringing it home at the moment and approaching the furthest point east on the course.
You have room for error at this point when you know that I guess she might not know just how big the gap is behind her, but it's over a full minute now, and when they come on this hairpin turn, just make it safely so you don't, twist your ankle or catch a cramp, and then, try and really close this thing out.
And she's not looking back.
No.
That's a sign. We've seen Ben do that, and it might be a little bit scared, but when you look back, you're not quite so sure that you've got that win.
Do you know? Not only does she not look back, she doesn't look up. Look at the eyes drilling a hole.
In.
Yeah, 3 meters in front of her.
She's focused.
Yeah. Well, talking of focus, the man who invented the word focus, Chris de Koning, is out on the course. We're going to hear from him. How are things going, Chris? How is it?
So I'm about 17K in. There's a lot of wind and lots of people, but everyone's sticking together. We're sticking together. We got this.
Is it?
How's the elite field going? How's everything going?
Well, I can tell you your sweepstake is looking rubbish at the moment. You've got Demise. Oh no, actually, no, you're okay. You're doing okay. Tell us about that win, because we had a notably slow 5K split. Are you in the worst of it at the moment?
Yes, I'm 100% in the worst of it. There's a windmill back there, and you can see it spinning pretty fast, a lot faster than the last time I saw you guys. And it's coming from the south, so it's kind of hitting you both ways. Because when I turn around, it started hitting me harder. But I think once you get up, hopefully once people get under the Gardner, it goes down. But I mean, the whole east end is probably going to be a lot windier.
Chris, I've got a local question. Sorry, we've got squall watch.
Yeah.
Squall watch on the weather forecast app. What does that mean? What's a squall?
Squall? You don't really want to hear that. That's like winter's coming.
Oh dear.
That means break out the boots, get a parka. That's like we're past fall.
Okay.
Like fall, spring are the best 2 seasons here.
All right.
And then squalls, yeah.
Sorry to break that to you. Are you on schedule for sub 4? That's the most important question.
I got this.
There we go.
We'll ask you next time about cramping, holding the camera in front of you. Yeah, the winds are about 26 to 30 with gusts up to 54.
All right, Chris, we'll catch up with you in a bit. Remember, nobody likes a big head. See you in a bit. Let's go to camera 4 and the Canadian women, because they are the only race that hasn't yet gone through 30 kilometres, but this is probably the best pacemaking job of the day being done here.
Right, and one thing to note about Rachel is she's been a consistent runner, run a lot in the 230s. She's had some slower races, but when living with her husband Joe in Port Elgin, a lot of the runs she's done along the water that she's run in the wind. So this, like I said before, could be an advantage to her. And she's tucked in behind Lucas. Another thing that she knows is a strategy to take advantage of that pacer. He's kind of looking back and giving her some encouraging words, and it's still going to get tough for her, but we don't see her looking back. So hopefully she's confident that she can continue with this.
Is that Lucas McEnany?
Yes.
So he's done a fantastic job, because he's pace made different people. Let's go to camera 2 and the Canadian men, because Ben Flanagan could be getting away here.
Yeah, I think he's now cleared some room between him and Andrew Alexander. Only question, I think, at this point, which, we can't see from this angle, is whether the pacemaker has totally dropped off or he's still getting a little bit of help. But right now, this is for Ben, try and make yourself feel as comfortable as possible, even when you're not. I do notice that he's running in between, the train tracks. So he's maybe trying to give himself make this feel like it's a track and you're running on the rail. a little bit. So yeah, for Ben, hold strong.
I've got a little bit of news for him, that is actually harder ground because those are concrete slabs. And if he moved just to the left as we look at it, he'd be on tarmac, which is a little bit more forgiving. You will feed that back to him, won't you?
Yeah, and but on top of that, you got to wonder like if his super shoes respond better and he's got some more pop and bounce. But what's really interesting about the likes of Ben Flanagan is just like if you look at his form right now, it's not broken or anything like that. It looks very good.
Well, we have runaway leaders in 3 out of the 4 categories, but let's go to camera 1 because they've just gone through 35 kilometers in 1:46 and it is still wide open.
Yeah, and Dominic Ngeno is the guy up in the front right now, and he's the one who, once the pacemaker dropped out, was the one who said, all right, I guess I'm have to be the one to put the pedal to the metal from the front of this race, and that's him. But he's looking behind quite a bit, looking down at his watch, so again, composure is important, and he's got to get it together a little bit.
And he just ran 2:06 in Paris this year, so that's an excellent time for a second marathon this year. Looking back a little bit, so we want to know who's still with him.
Or he's a very reluctant leader.
And well, and he was second last year at this race, so I'm sure he doesn't want to get second again. But
and
with that many there, it's still too early.
The split came in, so they hit 35K in 1:46, so they're projected to finish in 2:08. So, I mean, for a lot of these guys, if you would have told them probably yesterday or 2 days ago, hey, you're going to run 2:08, they'd think, all right, well, how many other guys are around me, and then like how good was my kick? Because if they've got speed to run 2:05, then they're saving something for that final stretch.
Well, he has brought it down to 5 athletes, so even if he's a reluctant leader, and by the way, I think he was the one that uttered the immortal words at the press conference, download the app.
He did, yeah.
So he's quite a card, but it's only 19 minutes away now, so you start to count down the time and the kilometers left, and again, there'll be no run that he does that is shorter than that distance as he goes through.
And one more notable thing on this lead pack is that the defending champion, Mulugeta Uma, is not in it right now. So they have broken the defending champion. The guy in the purple, towards the back of this group, that is Silas Kiptoo, who has run 2:06.21 in Paris. That was his personal best. He was in contention for the win late. It was very bunched up. And then from there, I guess like this time last year, he was in South Korea, won a marathon there in 2:12. So he is really using this race to step up against tougher competition.
We've got former medalists. We've no former champions in that group. We're going to get a new champion in the elite men's international field. Let's go to camera 4 and the Canadian women. She's just gone through 30 kilometers in 1:48.16. That's projecting to 2:32. She won't worry too much about that. It's the win at this point, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. I was, just texting with her husband Joe now, and she's gritty. We can see she's not looking as comfortable, but Rachel is one of those runners. I don't think she'd mind me saying that she can kind of be a bit of an ugly runner in the end. Like, the way she's feeling, but she will definitely take it through to the end. And like I said before, she's strong. She's been doing a lot of strength work and really refining her game in terms of nutrition, and she's just so experienced. So in your career, you don't know when your last race is your best race or what's going to come after that. So she'll be going for this national title. She has 5 national titles, in various distances: 10K on the road, 10,000 meter cross country, half marathon, but not in the marathon yet. So this might be somewhat similar to Natasha Wodak last year, who just wanted to add one more national title to your resume.
That was Ben Flanagan on the contraflow. We'll have a look at the gap behind him to Andrew Alexander behind her. I think it's more than 30 seconds now, isn't it, to Alexander in the Canadian men's battle on the other side of the median.
I think so, and in the top Canadian men, they just split 151, or Sir Ben just split 151.02 for the 35K mark.
Let's go to camera 3 and the elite women. This is, or the international women, this is Shura Demise. I think she still has her pacemaker there, but yeah, she's just working hard to stay on terms with him. She had a pacemaker literally within touching distance the whole way in her win in Milan in April. This guy's done a fantastic job. His name is Sostan Kipchirchir. Experienced pacemaker. There is a living to be made doing this, especially if you do it well. Especially if you don't fall out with Ben Flanagan while you're doing it. Let's go to camera 2. This is Flanagan coming up.
Yeah, so Ben is now dousing himself in some water. You know, it's been a bit warm, making sure to get his fueling in. And so when we were just saying before about just sort of the gap between him and Andrew Alexander, when they split at 35K, that 150-102 was the split for Ben. Andrew Alexander split 150-145, so he's not totally out of it. You know, he's 43 seconds back right now.
I can't help but think that Ben is thinking right now, oh, okay, this is what they're talking about. You know, you can read and study and talk, but until you experience it, you know. But you know, he would have worked in his training runs, but definitely he's going to be feeling the difficulty right now as he was expecting to.
Well, there's the split through 35 kilometers. That's incorrect, actually. It's not 2:32 as a projected finish, but I'm just looking to see if the pacemaker's still there. It's been a very frosty, diffident relationship, but I think his pacemaker, Felix Koech, may still be there. There was an option on stepping off at 30 kilometers or 32, so perhaps he's gone. Let's go to a commercial break.
Insurance for home is also insurance for your dreams, future plans, and for what matters to you. Business, farm, home, life and group, auto. Just say the word. Wawanisa.
When pain stops you in your tracks, try new Voltacare Cooling Cream with 4 pain-fighting ingredients. And get fast cooling pain relief. New Voltacare Cooling Cream.
They've started racing in the international men's race. Langat of Kenya, the one that has put the hammer down, and there's no immediate response from those chasing.
Yeah, I know this is a move, and Langat is not looking back right now because he knows that, you know, what we just came through 35K. There's just a small stretch of racing left to go. If I'm going to make a move, I have to make it now.
Leonard Langat didn't appear on anybody's bingo card. He's an outstanding runner. He has run 2:07 from Beijing 2023. This would put a cherry on top of that if he could make this long run for home count. But they are starting to gather themselves behind. Remember, that is him on his own out front and free chasing, and they're not mugs. They are experienced racers.
And what he's trying to do, potentially, too, is now try and match the fact that in Milan, earlier this year, Leonard Langat won that race, the men's race, and Shuri Demise won the women's race. So we might be looking at a repeat of what we just saw earlier this spring. And the winning time of the Milan Marathon earlier this year was 2:08:38. So it's looking like it could be another race just like that here today.
That was a very smooth pickup,
yes.
Wasn't it, by the way? That was
so
textbook.
you could see, so another thing that Reed talked about that's done at the major marathons and elite international marathons is the bottle placement. So I think there's about 8 tables at this particular race, and each athlete should have their bottle placed on the same spot at every table. So you might be table 3, first row, 3rd bottle in. So he should know where to look for his bottle every time that makes that smooth.
He's got less than 10 minutes to go, and he is absolutely going for this. This is the crucial part in the men's race for the title. $25,000 to the winner, and he wants that. Milan was much more temperate conditions than this. I think, is that the motorbike just taken down one of the cones there? It's a narrow little section of contraflow, this one. But Langat has suddenly opened up in the last 800 meters. Make no mistake, this is him absolutely in overdrive. He won't have anything left to give if anybody comes back to him. But right now, he's extending that lead.
He tuned up for this race with a 65.23, nothing spectacular in Kenya at altitude back in August. He spent a little bit of time on the track earlier this year, running some 5Ks in Nairobi. But, you know, for him, like, he's definitely a marathon guy. That 2:08 is, you know, he's 28 years old, so he's still in the early stages of his marathoning career.
We'll come back to him. Let's just very quickly catch up with the wheelchair results from earlier. So Garich took the men's title, his first, I think, because he's always been wingman to Josh Cassidy, and in second place, Valeria Jacob Allen from New York. So congratulations to them, our first 2 finishers of the day. Let's go back to The women's winner from the Milan Marathon this year, also looking to do that double that we've seen Langat doing in the men's race. Let's go to camera 3 and Shura Demise in the women's event. Looking a little bit perkier. Looks like she's gone through a bad patch and is maybe somewhat revived.
Yeah, she, you know, the arm carriage there. I mean, we're not form experts here, but like it's looking better for sure.
Well, she has to hold it together for another 23 minutes or so. She was certainly on schedule for that women's course record of 2:20.44. So both of the men's races have gone through 35 kilometers. Let's go back to the Ben Flanagan show on camera 2. And it's a big gap. Still looking to see if the pacemaker is there. It's a very sort of arm's length relationship.
Something about Ben that people might know, he's got a Bachelor of Science, Kinesiology, Exercise Science, and a Master's in Social Work. And at one point he did a placement when he was in Michigan at a clinic for people with autism. So just great to see that he's working with neurodivergent people to meet their needs. And, you know, I'm sure that was an interesting part of his life. Obviously his focus now is running as his career, but he also does some online running plans. He did that after he was working with Streamline Athletics. So his focus is the running, and he said he wants to be on LA. And, you know, with a young one, he's got his hands full. So here he is experiencing that first marathon and, you know, trying to dig deep and start kind of, you know, this is where you start kind of talking to yourself and asking yourself why you're doing it to encourage yourself through these rough patches, especially when he's out on his own.
And I'm looking at his style, and we will have a look at style, because there was a time when people like Mo Farah and Haile Gebrselassie couldn't take to the marathon because they were still too bouncy. Yeah. You know, spent a lot of time in the air, a lot of impact on the calves and knees and Achilles. He's bouncy. You would spot him as a track runner from quite a long way off, but the shoes have helped a lot on that.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to see, you know, who makes the translation like super well. And I think that, you know, Ben Flanagan's build is not all that different from the likes of a Connor Mance. And Connor Mance is someone who really bounces off the ground and has a little bit more of a hip turn. So if you're Ben and you see, you know, Connor having all this great success, you think, you know what, that could be me. There's a place for us track runners to really take to the marathon.
And he's a humble guy, right? I was messaging him earlier, just asking him some questions, and I said, how many national championships? And he honestly didn't know. Like, you know, a lot of people, they can just list it right away, but I think he had to look it up, and the answer was 7. So I was pretty impressed with that, and holds, you know, 2 records for Canada with his 8K as well as his 5,000 meter.
We have lone leaders now in all 4 races. Let's very quickly go back to camera 1 and the lead men, where Leonard Langat, the Milan champion, is going away from that field, and I think still has a chance. Yeah, let's have a look at splits for those that are available post 35 kilometers. So this is the elite women's split. Let's see how she's doing. 2:20.44. That would match the course record. So there's a little bit of urgency now for Shura Demise.
That would be a personal best, because her 10 years ago was when she set her personal best, 2015.
And if we're curious about just sort of what the gap is between Shura Demise and the next competitor, Betty Chepkorir is in 2nd place right now, and she hit the 35K mark in 1:57.57. So it's over a minute, and then it's almost a whole minute till the 3rd place competitor, Almaz Kebebe, who hit the 35K mark in 1:58.50. So everyone's pretty spread out, but as of right now, it's Demise, Chepkorir, and Kebebe as your women's podium.
Well, we should go back to camera 1, because these runners are now within potentially 4 minutes of the finish. I think this surge is exactly what we were talking about, where it was conservative in the first half, and he's probably running a negative split here to bring himself back within shouting distance of that course record.
Definitely, and you know, we caught a glimpse of him looking down at his watch, and you know, he probably was curious as like what that last kilometer split was that really, you know, created this gap, but he's created some bit of space between him and 2nd place.
I think he looks a bit like Marco Arap. What do you think?
Yeah.
You know?
Give me that one. Yeah.
I think less muscles. Have you?
Yeah.
Marco's all muscle.
Well, we don't know for sure. It's between 3 and 4 minutes, I think, from the finish. but he's absolutely blasting. He's got a slightly hunched running action, hasn't he? Slightly forward leaning.
He is not looking back. I think he's quite confident with this kick that he's had to gap them.
Yeah. All right, let's quickly go through. So let's go to Benny Flanagan on 2. Still looking good. No pacer, I'm sure. That relationship has come to a complete roadblock. So he's on his own. The tracking bike is behind him. And let's go to the lead women, where there is still a pacer in play. And that is Sosten Kipchirchir, very experienced racer. Just trying to coax her along. Get alongside me. She has a tailwind at this point, so her prospects of breaking that course record of 2:20.44 are helped by that. And if we go to camera 4 and the lead Canadian athlete, that's Rachel Hanna, and we think, what was the gap last time we checked?
I think it's pretty significant.
So back to camera 1, because this is the run for glory for Leonard Langat. Going to be potentially his second marathon win of the year, Milan and the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. At this point, what's he got? 2 turns left, that chicane at the end. So we're coming up to 2:04. Not looking back, he doesn't need to, because it's been so emphatic, this.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of space right now. At this point, you can relax a little bit, but for him, like, you know, when it's been slow through much of the first 3 quarters of this race, he's got a little bit left in the tank. So no need to really, you know, full on empty it, but he's got a bit of acceleration here in his legs.
Well, we'll stay with him on this running. We're keeping an eye on the clock. Generally speaking, if the elite run quick times on any given day in a marathon, that percolates through the rest of the field. So I don't think it's quite personal best conditions for him, but it's not bad.
No.
And it's the manner in which he's run for home here that is spectacular.
Again, if it would have been, you know, 5-10 degrees cooler, and the humidity would have been a little bit, you know, more chill, then I think we probably could have seen some faster times, but what we ended up getting was a very good race.
Right, to update on the weather, it's about 19 degrees Celsius, and the winds are 26 with up to gusts at 53 kilometers per hour, and the humidity is about 72%.
Baby Police's record, Philemon Rono of Kenya, that 2:05 is going to survive for another year. It's incredible, really, because yeah, they're all bowing down to him. Look, as he comes on the other side of the contraflow.
You can see people with their phones out. This is what makes this race so exciting. All of these out and backs where you can see the winners, and that just, you know, helps inspire you to get through that next patch of the race that you're going through.
I'm looking at the gap, and I think it's around about 20-25 seconds over second place.
Yeah, that's a good estimate, I think, right now. It's hard to tell because I think at this point the timing mats start to get a little bit more spaced out.
And he's choosing, I think it is, you spend so much time training on a track that if you've got 2 lanes or 2 lines, your inclination is to run right between them, isn't it?
Yeah.
The penultimate turn of the race.
Past the A6 cheer zone, the moto pulling up ahead. I believe that's on Bay Street.
Yeah, so the bike camera is moving away. We go to this fixed camera, which gives you a clue about how close he is. Oh, that's not a huge gap in second. There's a bit of a charge coming in here.
This is always misleading. They are further away, this shot. I think we've talked about this before. I think they're further than what we think.
And the second place athlete is looking behind him. So we've got
there's a
3, three within 10 or 12 seconds here.
You want to keep that composure. You do not look back at this point.
And this is also a thing that Reed talked about at the technical meeting, is that, you know, the motorcycles and the truck will pull to the side because they can't go down to finish.
I think we have a Kenyan 1, 2, 3 here, don't we? Barring, there's the 4th place runner is round the turn as well. And I think think that may be an Ethiopian. Oh, and 5. Wow. So that pack held together pretty well in the closing stages. This man made his move at exactly the right point. Just put the squeeze in when it was necessary, and he hasn't really wilted at all. Langat on his way to glory. Second place, looking back to see if he's safe, and unfortunately the answer is you're not.
And Leonard Langat is going to close this thing out. Make not too many wrong turns you can make at this point.
No, we've had that drama already. So he's got a left and then a right. He may not know that because this is his first time here. We have a new champion about to come round the turn. He was the winner in Milan, and he's going to be the winner in Toronto. Look at that, what a glorious sight. He can enjoy this closing stage because our 2025 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon champion is Leonard Langat of Kenya. Shuman Roy of TCS doing the honours, holding the finish tape. Just enough left in the tank there.
We got some good battles behind him as well.
I think this is 3rd and 4th.
I think it's actually 4th and 5th, is it?
Oh.
Potentially. Let's just see who comes around the turn into the finishing straight. It was a Kenyan 1, 2, 3, and then these 2 Ethiopians. So I hope we haven't missed anybody on the head-on shot. There's second place across the line now.
Silas Kiptoo on the podium.
And I think 3rd place is also one of the Kenyan athletes that was in that group throughout. No, this is the battle for 3rd. It's between the 2. Oh, he's moving him across, is he? Wow.
Oh, boy.
It's like the women's Olympic finish.
Yeah.
I was expecting someone to go into the barricade.
But he had to come in because of that barricade.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But we may have to actually see the results to know who won that.
I believe the next guy coming in will be Dominic Ngeno, who really was the one who made that big move and kind of paid the price for it.
Yeah,
went tied up a little bit. Yeah, here he comes into the finish line chute.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to hold your nerve. You've got to ride out the bad patches, and he just overcooked it very slightly. So we're still sub 2:10. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go across quickly to camera 2 and Ben Flanagan, because I think he's going to be somewhere in the teens, maybe, position overall, thereabouts.
Yeah, about 213-ish, I would think, maybe 214.
And position overall?
Oh, yes, I think so too, because, you know, if we had a couple of the East Africans drop out, and then he's also kind of worked his way up. He's been very, very patient in this one.
And let's go to camera 3, the lead woman, Shura Demise. She's led from the gun on camera 3. The pacer is urging her on. We've got about 10 minutes of her race left, hopefully. There's still potentially a shot at 2:20.44, but she's gone through good and bad patches in this race. And if we go to camera 4, and Rachel Hanna, the leader in the Canadian Women's Championship, still with her pacemaker, who's done a wonderful job on her behalf. That is Lucas McEnany.
Yeah, Rachel Hanna projected for a 2:32 finish right now.
So she might not get under her personal best. You can see that she's carrying her bottle because sometimes it's beneficial just to take small sips, carry the bottle for longer instead of large gulps. And sometimes with humidity, your digestion isn't quite the same and it can be a bit strained. So she's likely just using that technique to help absorb those fluids and carbohydrates and electrolytes that she needs.
So let's go back to Flanagan on camera 2.
One thing that's going to benefit Ben here, I think, is the fact that, like, you're getting back into the part of the course where the crowds are. And him being such a popular Canadian athlete and then a fan favorite overall, I think that he's going to feed off of some of these cheers.
I was always told the first marathon you do, and he's obviously come in at a very elite level, but you want to go away with a positive experience, feeling like, not never again, but oh, I enjoyed that. I could do that a bit quicker. I've got a real feel for that distance. And if he's got Los Angeles and the Olympic Games in his sights for Canada, there's the opportunity to do 3, 4, 5 more and come to those Olympic Games really on point in terms of experience and experiences.
You can only build on this, I think, and you know, for him, this is good. You know, the goal was the national title, and right now he's got some space and looking to make that happen.
He's got a really big family, so I'm sure a lot of them are here today. Two sisters, Kristen and Jamie, they were runners at the University of Waterloo, and I read somewhere that with all of his cousins in the Kitchener-Waterloo area, there was some race that there was like 6 Flanagans in one event, and so, you know, it's obviously kind of neat that he's got that family connection, but lots of relatives, cousins, aunts and uncles that might be here today, as well as, you know, we've mentioned before, his wife, Hannah, and baby Nora, who I think is about 6 months old. So they live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and made the trip. I think they stayed at his parents' over the weekend while he was here with, you know, all of his obligations with his sponsorships and media and whatnot. But we'll see what he does when he crosses that line. I'm waiting to see that moment.
Oh, where's my mom?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Where's my baby?
I think it's she, where my wife, or where's all 3?
Well, in Los Angeles, if he gets that far in his career and runs an Olympic Games for Canada in 2028, humidity will be a factor. But he can tick that box here because it was 85% humidity, and he's coped with that really well. Down the back straight, he's just got a left and a right. He will know these streets. Everybody knows his name. What's not to like? Ben Flanagan can have an early celebration here.
I'm trying to gauge off of his face to see if he's tracking a smile. You know, the
Yeah, it
famous.
looks like a grimace. Well,
Yeah.
Natasha Wodak, we saw her finish, and you had commented, Jeff, that it turned from a grimace to a smile when you know that finish line, you can finally see it when you make that final turn.
He knows all about 26.2 now, doesn't he? 42.2. He's working hard. His cadence has never slipped.
Yeah.
He's maintained the bounce, but you can see from his face that this has been hard work.
He just took a peek at his watch, probably thinking like, am I almost there? And then on top of that too, I mean, there's the famous Kipchoge saying about just, you know, you smile through the pain and it makes it go away a little bit. And I think maybe he's trying to test
really
that out.
hurt.
This is
You know,
great.
we were talking with his coach John Green, and you know, who coaches Rory, and they've lived in the States, and I said, okay, you're in Canada, it's kilometers and it's Celsius, and Ben went on to say that he actually recently or a couple weeks ago, somewhere in this training build, he went back to kilometer on his watch. So, you know, I'm proud that he'll be doing that 42.2 kilometers.
The track instincts have kicked in here. He's accelerating. There's nobody anywhere near him. The time is going to be almost a sideshow. We thought he would get the headlines, and he has. Ben Flanagan is 2 turns away from completing his debut and a first Canadian title. Yeah. Is that a wave or a... yeah. Yeah, now you can enjoy it. Now you can enjoy it. Inside the last 200 meters. Wow, that was a nicely judged race. There was a lot of expectation on him here, but he's delivered and he's given himself another chapter in his career. Outstanding on the track, and what promise he's now showing on the road, because the Canadian champion on his debut, forget about the time, it was how he did it and how he handled the occasion. Canadian #1, the gold medalist, is Ben Flanagan. Where's Mum?
That's the look of someone
I
who
think
just
he
learned
needs
what the
a
marathon's
bucket
about.
more than anything. Wow.
It's a happy kind of sad, isn't it?
That finish line
sure.
could not have come sooner for
What
him.
an honest picture for him to just hang over that fence, and
He can't
just
even
humbling.
get his hand up for a high
Yeah.
five, can he?
He's probably
Reed's going to have to wrap the flag around
seeing
him.
stars and...
Well, he was the star today. Let's see what the gap was over...
Andrew Alexander, who should be the next guy.
Yeah, we think. And we haven't heard from Phil Paramingas, who was the athlete in 3rd. They'll be the next athletes we see. Let's very quickly go to camera 3. And this is Shura Demise. She's got a little bit further to go. Not that far, actually, because if she's on schedule for 2:44 and the bounce is back, then she's only 3-4 minutes away from the finish. And let's go to camera 4 and the lead Canadian woman, Rachel Hanna. got a bit more company than last we saw her. It looks like she's lilting a little bit to the left there, isn't she?
Yeah, she does that a little bit when she's hurting at the end of a race. Like I said before, she can kind of be one of those ugly runners, and that's okay.
Yeah, there's no remarks column in the results.
That's right.
Back to 3, and Shura Demise, because she's had some bad patches here. At one point, she was exactly on the course record pace. That is 2:20.44. It's only from last year. She was adamant she could win and beat it. She's going to win. Is she going to beat the time? She's basically got 3 and a bit minutes to get across the line. It's going to be close.
There's Ben with
baby Nora. Where's my baby?
And there's his wife, Hannah. That is precious.
That takes the sting away from thinking about your legs for a bit.
Yeah. Be careful, though.
She's there to catch him.
You're full of lactic. You're full of lactic, including your arms. This pacemaker has done a fantastic job. This is Sostan Kipchirchir in the pacing the women. He'll peel off just before the finish line to give her all the glory, but he has helped a lot, and she was helped all the way to win in Milan. We're going to get repeat winners from Milan to Toronto, men and women.
I'm not sure if we'll see the grandparents of baby Nora, but I know that Ben's father-in-law did a lot of work on the bike when Ben was doing his long runs and handing him his bottles, and they moved to that area, Massachusetts, because that's where his wife Hannah is from. So what a team, what a family to help support him in this success, and you know, hopefully we'll see a clip. I've seen pictures before with just a huge crowd of Ben Flanagan relatives that have been there to support.
Now, is that the camera picking up second place?
No, that's Phil Perot-Magus has already come through in second place. Okay. I could see that in a clip before. This is
not Andrew Alexander.
No, this is not Andrew Alexander.
So we may have missed Andrew Alexander, or he's dropped out.
Right.
But this is third place, you think?
This might be Kieran McDonald. I don't know. But as we look at the women's leader, the pacemaker is giving assistance up until almost the final second here.
Well, this is going to be close. She's got a minute and a half to get across the finish line.
And he knows, I think.
Yeah, he's done a great job, actually. He'll be in demand for his services. As you say, he dropped back behind her, but still urging her on. Wow, she's got a minute and 19 seconds to cross the line.
She's looking to pick it up just a little bit. All right, there's the pacer is dropping back a little bit.
That's it. Assistance isn't allowed in the closing stages, so he'll probably finish because there's nowhere else he can step off. But done a wonderful job. But is it going to be enough? Wow, look at this.
Just 2:20.44 is the record held by Wagenish Magesha from last year.
And this foreshortens. She's got further to run than you think to that turn. 40 seconds to break the course record. The win is hers, but she was adamant that she would run the fastest time we've ever seen in Toronto. 30 seconds to break the course record. It is going to be close. Let's see which side of the road she comes to. That will give the clue that she's about to make the turn. It needs to be soon. Almost sprinting here. Oh, is the rail moving round the turn?
Yeah, she's going to be
just
slightly
outside,
over, but a very commanding, dominant victory is, I think, the top story to take away from this one.
And she is a force to be reckoned with because she was the winner in Milan, like our men's champion. It's going to be just outside the course record. That will perhaps disappoint her, but she should be absolutely delighted because this is actually a very, very unusual hat trick. The winner in 2015, the winner in 2016, and now all these years later, and a baby, it is the winner in 2025, and it's Shura Demise of Ethiopia.
So much to be happy about, I think. One, it's getting the victory, but then two is to be so close to that PB of hers, where she ran 2:20.59 back in 2015, and here she is coming oh so close. This is how you resurrect a career.
Yes. And she should buy beers for the pacemaker there because he did a fantastic job. That was Sostan Kipchich. We may see him in the background coming across the line.
She's elated.
She went through some bad patches there, didn't she? Because at one stage they were way outside. They were on a high 223, and she brought it back. I think the wind has been a significant factor here. I think it slowed them up for key segments on the eastbound journey, and then when they turned with it behind, we've had some fast closes. This is second woman. We haven't checked in with second woman for a long time.
Trying to get a read on the bib to see who we've got coming up shortly.
These finishers on the right-hand side of the barrier that you can see are in the half marathon. I think 19,000 of them, or it's 30,000 across the weekend.
And before, when we were rattling off splits and things, Chris DeKoning was coming through halfway in 2:02, so he's got a negative split this race to hit the 4-hour closing target time. And so this is Betty Chepcareer, I believe.
Okay, because the bibs were to be first names for Canadians and last names for international, I think. So this is maybe what's thrown us off a little bit before and trying to figure out who she is.
She's a 2:28 marathon runner from Madrid this year, and she's going to knock a huge chunk off that. So this is going to be a big step up for Betty Chepcareer.
She was 5th at that race in Madrid in 2024, and then 3rd this year in 2025. So any signs of progress and improvement are a big thing. And then here today, you know, for her to get on the podium and also come away with the big PB, you know, things are going right for her.
And this will have been quite a lonely second half. There's no men anywhere near her. The first place woman was a long way ahead, and it looks as though third place female, who she must have passed some way back down the road, are a long way behind her. So she's going to come into the straight for second place. And that personal best is significantly upgraded. 2:28.58, and she is going to be under 2:24 for second place for Kenya and Betty Chepcareer. Let's quickly go back to camera 4. Rachel Hanna just discarding probably one of her last drinks bottles on 2:24, maybe 8 minutes left. And we haven't seen anybody in the background of any of the shots of hers, so looks as though she is en route for our final gold medal of the day, the Canadian women's title.
Another excellent pacing job with that consistency with Lucas, who's been there from the beginning. With we had a few people that were leading the women with Salome and Dana, and Rachel has certainly had the spot for most of this race with Lucas beside her.
Let's go back to the finish line. Just keep a lookout for our third place female to conclude that podium in the international division. And that, I think, is the third place athlete. It looks like one of the Ethiopian women in the A6 colorways. We think it could be Almes Kebebe. The story, by the way, of that bib is she was issued with a bib at the press conference that said Kebede, and Alan Brooks made a point of saying, we know her name is Kebebe. Even the World Athletics Statistics page has got it spelt wrong. We're trying to get that changed, and we will reissue the bib with the correct spelling. And here comes Kebebe.
And according to this bio, 19 years old. So she's an up-and-comer for Ethiopia for sure.
She's found one of the bigger gaps in the race. The athletes with the orange bibs are staying to the right-hand side of the cones for the half marathon.
This is her third marathon of the year after going 2:23.30 for 8th place in Dubai, 2:24.03 for 8th place in Rotterdam. And I think I said before on the broadcast, anything better than 8th, you'll take it.
Well, a free figuratively looks like half an 8, doesn't it? She's one of Malcolm Anderson's Moyo Sports Group. I know he'll be watching. He's with his athletes in Amsterdam. They had a good day there.
Trains with last year's winner and course record holder, Waganesh Makesha. So I'm sure that this was an appealing race for her to do, given her teammate won it and set the record.
We see athletes turning to the full marathon distance earlier and earlier in their careers. There are opportunities there. and she has seized her chance here. Almas Gabebi will be next round the turn to conclude the women's podium. So it's Ethiopia, Kenya, Ethiopia in the women's race. Clean sweep, I think, in the men's. So congratulations, Almas Gabebi, third place in the women's division. Let's go back to camera 4. Rachel Hanna. 5 minutes to race, maybe 6 from here.
Just keeping it together at this point.
She doesn't look back at all. I wonder if the pacers or those on the roadside are giving her any clue about what the gaps are, if they know. Could be that this is a significant margin.
I think it's a pretty big gap because we started to, you know, after Dana had dropped out, then I think Salome also, I didn't see a recorded split for her after, you know, a 21K. So some of the top contenders that we had earlier in the race maybe, you know, didn't take well to the humidity out there.
Camera 3 has our Guinness World Record attempt.
Oh.
What happened there? Was that somebody crossing the...
She almost had to hit the brakes there a little bit because it was a bike that was passing. Oh.
There's camera 3 and your Guinness World Record attempt.
Yeah, Jordan's holding strong there, it looks like. And he's got to bring this one home. I mean, this is impressive. Just
what does he need for a world record? Is it?
I don't think he'll hit it. Isn't it
2:30?
Oh,
I think it's faster, isn't it?
2:31, I believe.
Oh, 2:31.
He's not going to be far off.
No, and you know, again, like this one's it's a tough day to try and run any world record here.
2:31.22, Callum Neff, I believe, 2016.
Well, at least the kid is taking a bit of interest now. He was on his phone and he was anything but engaged in the process, but he's back on board.
Yeah, he's actually not that far behind Rachel Hanna.
No, it's not going to be too far off this. Do you think he knows that?
I think so, because he could probably spot some of these bike pacers, their neon vests from up ahead.
Well, it looks like he's getting a bit of a wriggle on. We'll see. He's only got, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Just under 3 minutes to get to the finish. Right, there's the pacer steps off. We doff our hats to the man that did the job there, Lucas McEnany. Nursed her through the race, and now it's Rachel Hanna on her own.
And this other guy, I think, has a half marathon bib right now. I don't necessarily think that he's, or he might be an open division. Right?
I think it's a white back bib. Let's see. Well, we're not concentrating on him.
Yeah. Or he's part of the open group, because I'm looking at Jordan's bib, and it's also black as well.
Okay.
So the elites have the white bib.
Her arm action goes a bit ragged now and again, doesn't it? It's almost like she's flailing a little bit with her arm.
Yeah, this is normal for her. You know, she kind of bobs the head a little bit, but I know there was one race we finished and she was just, you know, hurting, and they brought a wheelchair up for her to sit in, and she sat for a couple seconds, and I said, you know, if you can get up, I'll help you, because, you know, it's an opportunity for people to take pictures, and with social media, you know, Rachel Hannah's in a wheelchair, and so, you know, she popped up, she was okay, but, you know, she's put it all out there. She's going to be a Canadian champion, so if it doesn't look so pretty, that's the way it is, and she'll be happy for it.
Is she one that always drains the tank, leaves it all out there?
Oh yes, definitely. She's gritty, she's tough, and you know, this is, like we said before, one more thing that she can add to her resume, another national championship, and she's been doing this for a long time. She's got a lot of marathons, and she's experienced. So, you know, a lot of times she's second place, third place. I think she was maybe third Canadian last year. So it's definitely nice when you move up in that podium spot and you're at the top for a national championship.
Let the record show that in our sweepstake, the only person that had Rachel Hanna as the Canadian women's winner was Kate Van Buskirk. Probably put more thought into it than us actually. So she's on her own now. She's had company for most of the race, most notably from Lucas McEnany as her personal pacer. Now she's having to work it herself. I'm sure she has a sense that she's away and clear, and that she's just got to stay on her feet. This is the penultimate turn of the race coming up as she moves over to her right.
I think she's still got a little bit of this stretch on Bay Street coming up before she makes those final turns.
All right, so I don't think she's going to run that personal best, but I guess the B goal would probably be national champion.
Yeah, you can see her bob the head a little bit, looking down at the ground.
Yeah. Somebody's got like a locomotive horn there, haven't they? On that corner, it's a great sound. I noticed the Leafs, who I went to watch at the arena in the ice hockey on Thursday night, have some sort of foghorn that gets sounded if they score. Great noise. Well, here she comes. It's she put the pressure on when it mattered. It was relatively early on. It was in about the start of the second third of the race, wasn't it, that she went in front of our new Canadian. That was, Naya Rakundo. She may still be out there. We haven't had updates. Well, we've had tracking, and you can follow it on the tracking, but we haven't had them in vision. And we think this is going to be another big winning margin for her. She's in among the national level men. Weaving across the road a bit as well, isn't she?
On top of that, as the clock ticks, past 2:32, that means no stroller world record today.
No.
But a nice little 26.2 mile journey for the kid in the stroller.
Well, it was impressive as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, very.
That's not easily done.
He probably doesn't get to watch a screen for 2.5 hours every day at home, so it's a win-win situation for him.
So for her, it's a left and then a right and gold. We will see her, and whoever gets the silver and bronze at the medal ceremony, that will be towards the conclusion of this program. But let's enjoy our final winner of the day. A lot of speculation, a lot of guesswork, a lot of confidence at the press conference around who was going to take the title. But at a certain point, the talking stopped and the running began. And the athlete who has come out ahead in all of that is just about 100 meters from the finish line now. Lovely sight for her. It will be the final winning sash of the day for the Canadian women's title. And this will be a delight for her. The national champion is Rachel Hanna.
There's the smile. National champion.
What a great performance for her to get that flag, to add that to her resume of other national titles, first time in the marathon, and as well as her bronze medal at the Pan Am Games, which was actually upgraded from an athlete who was doping. So it's great to see clean sport, and here she is. She gets to hold that flag, and this will be the picture that she'll look back on. Sometimes in the moment you don't realize how significant this is, and she's catching her breath. We might see some tears, but we'll see her probably run into the arms of Joe, her husband and coach, and these moments are so special that you hold for the rest of your life.
Where do we think she is overall in the field? Has she made the top 10 there? I think she probably has.
I think so.
I think she may have, yeah.
And that, if you're just joining us, welcome along. It's Jeff Whiteman with Krista Duchesne and Chris Chavez. We had an incident where some of the Ethiopian women followed the half marathon route in, and one of them may have turned to rejoin the full marathon course, but that took 2 or 3 athletes out of the equation.
Refreshing the results on the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app. I think they give me the top 5. And then there's Jordan Maddox crossing the finish line.
Yep.
2:35 is his final time. 2:35.17.
He should have another go, shouldn't he? Because he was a bit unlucky there, the way that went. There he is in the background. So no doubt Kate, who did tip her as the winner, will bring us an interview very shortly. We've got 2 final podium places to fill, and it is for the silver and bronze medalist in the Canadian Women's Championship. So they're expected shortly. We've had drama. We've had fantastic debut. I think that's going to be the headline of the day, isn't it? Ben Flanagan must be.
Yeah. Getting one on the board. Highly anticipated debut.
On the road to LA.
So in 2 years' time, this might be the trial. This might be the part of the selection process for the Olympic Games, as it was in Tokyo. Athletics Canada are here. They're big supporters of the event. For everybody in the race now, you can see, including the half marathon runners on the right-hand side of the shot, we're at 2 hours 36. So still,
I think the next woman across the finish line for Canada may be Elia Brody, who hit the 40K mark in 2:36:18 as I checked the app.
She's coached by Melindy Elmore in BC, 3-time Olympian.
well, the winner of the men's race, the first-time winner, Leonard Langat, has caught his breath, and Kate Van Buskirk caught up with him.
We knew we were going to have a new winner of the Toronto Waterfront Marathon this year. Congratulations on winning your first Toronto Waterfront Marathon. How was your race? How did it feel?
It was good.
Feels good?
Yeah.
It's very hot. How did the weather affect you today?
That hotness was high, but he tried to push for himself to win.
This is your second major marathon win. How does it feel to be a champion again?
That this is the third marathon for him to run, and it is the first one to run here in Toronto, and he feels good.
Excellent. Congratulations. And Noah, you were second last year, or third last year, and you're second this year. How does it feel to come back to the streets of Toronto?
I'm happy for Toronto. This is the city that has improved in my life. Since last year, I was having some challenges, but I tried my best to be in top 3. This year, I was pushing myself that because I was not having injury or any difficulties back there in camp, I was feeling comfortable. We trained together with my teammates and coaches and management. So they helped me a lot. That's why I came to Toronto for the second time, and I got position 2 where it's my pleasure and happy for the spectators all the city, around the city. I was so happy for them trying to tell us push for the best, and that's why I feel the best in Toronto.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you, Kate. Well, that was good English there from Dominic Ngano. He was runner-up in the race, and he was also the interpreter, the translator for the winner, Leonard Langat. We're getting pictures now, as you can see, of the masses. That's in the half marathon. The full marathon finishers will be going right the way through till, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, potentially, for the back markers. But at the moment, we're on 2 hours 40, so these are still top-class athletes, around about 6 and a bit minutes per mile. And I hope they got what they came for. I hope they got the personal best or the debut times that they were hoping for.
And as we turn our attention a little bit to the finish line camera that you can see in the bottom corner, I think we should be getting our second Canadian woman coming across the finish line shortly.
And who are we anticipating it should be?
I think that's Elliot Brody might be the next one up.
That's right, Elia Broadley. I think she's just finishing. She ran in Houston earlier this year in a 2:35, and that was her debut. So she was the half marathon winner in this race last year with a time of 1:13:37, which is her personal best. And she was a national champion in Burnaby in the 10,000 in 2024 with a time of 33:37. And her personal best is from Vancouver, the 10K that she did in 2024 in 33:27.
Let's just see if we can stay on this finish line and catch our silver and bronze medalists in the Canadian Women's Championships. We're staying with this fixed camera to see what comes around the turn. We've got interviews to catch up with some of the finishers that we've already seen.
Emily Andrews is another Canadian who's in that challenging for one of those podium spots, but I think it'll be Elia Brody and then Kylie Raftis will be coming in after that. Kylie just split 2 hours 37 minutes for 40K.
I think actually
well, we won't
it might be McKenna Fitzgerald.
Oh, really? Okay.
Who's going to be the second.
We'll keep the picture. We'll keep the picture in picture, so you won't miss it if you're looking out for the next Canadian female finishers. But on an important day for Canadian marathon running, let's hear from Ben Flanagan.
Time. This has been a long-awaited debut, and you got the win today. You took the W. I know you're not feeling great, but you took the win. How'd it feel?
Yeah. I mean, I'm so happy, but my body it was really plummeting the last 3K there. So got the first one done. I told myself I didn't care about the time. Time definitely wasn't pretty today, but conditions were really hard, and you know, to get it done with the win in I feel like I can go faster, and that was the main goal of today, is finish, win, and learn from all the mistakes I made in the build and the race and get better from here.
So I know that Krista mentioned this on the broadcast, but Coach Sully said, don't go to the lead until you know you're going to win. You also said that if you were within a minute with 10K to go, you know you could probably take the W. So tell us a little bit about that move to the front and then that hard press for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know, at 25K, I felt like every time we hit an adverse part of the course, uphill, downhill, I got a gap on guys. So I tested the legs a bit on some other guys, and I hated seeing Andrew Alexander 3 feet behind me. It made me so nervous with his experience, his hometown course. So I got 25K, I was like, I don't want to see this guy anymore. So I tested to see if I could get away from him. And once I had a gap, I was like, all right, the gap's there, let's see if we can keep it going. And I paid for it bad in the end. I was just lucky I got far enough away that it didn't matter.
Well, the tactics worked. It's a hot day. I'm going to let you go. I know you need to recover, but congratulations on winning not only the Canadian Championship, but also on your debut. Phenomenal performance, Ben.
Thanks so much.
Hang on, one last question. Where's your mom?
My mom, I saw her, but I lost her. So
what do you have to say?
Where's my mom? We'll find her. We'll find her, though. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Always a pleasure.
Way to go.
Thank you, everyone, for the support.
Ha. Thank you very much. We had to get that in. We saw, while that was interview was going on, Elia Brody get the second place in the Canadian Women's Championship. So we've got one.
It looks like it was Brittany Moran who got second place behind Rachel Hanna. So we've really had quite a mix of people. And then I think we're looking to see the third place person come in. So the person we saw was Brittany Moran. She's just come back to run this marathon in Toronto for the first time, which is interesting because she's actually from Toronto. And she's coming back after having the birth of her little guy almost 2 years ago. So he'll be on the street somewhere with his dad cheering her on. But we'll see the results when they come out. But that seemed to be Brittany Moran, second place Canadian.
Here's third, Lisa Howard.
Lisa.
Well spotted. If that is the top three, we'll find out certainly in time for the medal presentation. But it means that on the tracking, some people have been caught in the closing stages there. We're no doubt about the winner, of course, but second and third, we will ratify that when we get the medal presentation. Sorry if you saw them and we didn't, by the way. We were listening to that interview and trying to keep an eye on the live finishers in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. What do you reckon? What would you? We'll give you another sweepstake option here, Krista. What do you think the actual finish was?
Well, like anyone else, we're just looking on the app and the website to see the results. Right now, it shows Rachel Hanna 2:33.48, which we saw. Brittany Moran 2:42.46, and Liza Howard 2:44.24.
And then that is Elia Brody right there.
Brody, yes. So
fourth,
she is
maybe fourth, fifth.
Fifth. Elia Brody is fifth. McKenna Fitzgerald fourth. Well,
TBC.
Right, to be
confirmed.
In a wheelchair, but looks to be happy that they finished.
Oh, I think you just have to accept sometimes your legs just go. I mean, he may be cheering. He is. Look, he's delighted. Sure. Delighted to be let off in a wheelchair because he got a personal best. That's the runner's mindset, isn't it? So we're on 2:46. We've got some Guinness World Records still to come. We've got a few celebrities out here. Let's mention Virginia Lee. because she came along to the press conference. She is the only person now who has run every single TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. She's got 25 sets of medals, which she had on display. She made quite a loud noise coming into the room, but she's a great advert for this event and looks good for at least another 25.
She's done a lot of fundraising for the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation and charity challenges, and, you know, great in the community for that. She credits her father for the love of running. She was very close to him and lost him a few years ago, and was very passionate about running. She started running, I remember talking about this before, to avoid the 45-minute commute to the gym, and it was just easier for her to run at home. So she's enjoyed the running in the street, which is quite evident being here again today.
Well, good for her. I mean, she gets honoured at the press conference each year as one of the
speaks
stars.
at the expo.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
She's part of the rich fabric of this event and goes right back to the first marathon. The event in different guises has been going since 1990. There were a couple of years missed in the pandemic. And by the way, my observation on that is that Canada was a little bit more strict post-pandemic, and this event took 2 years of hit, whereas other road races around the world had to sort of adapt in 2020 and then came back more strongly in 2021.
Right, we did a 10K race one year to just kind of try to slowly bring it back, and I think we were broadcasting on the ground at that race, and so that served, it may have been the 10K championships, I can't remember, but you know, something to keep it going.
It's
Kylie Raftis, right. So Kylie's coming in there, one of our Canadians, and she's the one who, she is coached by Walter Fayon, and her personal best is 2:34 from Boston earlier this year. So she had done Berlin a couple weeks ago, and it was quite warm, so she's glad she had another chance at that this fall.
And just before her, we did have Emily Andrews finish in 2:46.53.
Kate Van Buskirk has got a lot of speed as a Canadian Olympian. It's just as well because she is whipping around the finish area getting interviews. Let's see who she caught up with next.
Well, it wasn't quite, I think, a course record that you might have wanted, but it's a record nonetheless. 3 times the winner at the Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Congratulations on defending your title 3 times. How did you feel?
ሬከርዱን ባታገኝም በሰዓት የሬከርድ ሌላም ሬከርድ አለው 3 times ቻምፒየንስ ነሽ እና ስለሱ ምን ይሰማሻል?
በጣም ደስተኛ ነኝ። እነሱ ራሱ እዚህ እኔን መጋበዝ እኔ በጣም እድለኛ ነኝ። ቆይቼ ነው የመጣ ብዙ አመት ነው ቆይቼ የመጣ እንዲህ ቆይቼ ተመልሼ ማሸነፌ ራሱ እውነት በጣም ደስተኛ ነኝ። እግዚአብሔርን አመሰግናለሁ።
Yeah, you know, it's been a long time, and you know, I'm so very happy, and to get a chance to get invited back here after so many years, you know, it's a blessing, and I thank God, and I'm very happy.
It has been a long time, and you have had a wonderful career since you started as a teenager, and so what continues bringing you back to Toronto?
እስከዛ ድረስ ከወጣት ሆነሽ ከጀመርሽ ጀምሮ እሱ ተጀምሮ እስካሁን ድረስ ምንድነው እንደገና የሚያመልስሽ ሩጫ ለመቀጠል እንደዛ የሚያደርግሽ ምንድነው? ከድሮ ጀምሮ በጣም ወጣት ሆነሽ የጀመርሽው እና እንደዚህ ምንድነው የሚያስቀጥልሽ እስካሁን ድረስ?
ስራ እንሰራለን። በጣም ስራችን ወደ እግዚአብሔር እየጠራን ትሬኒንግ እንሰራለን። እሱ ሌላ ነገር
So he says, you know, I work and I work hard, and you know, with the help of God, you know, that's what keeps me going.
Congratulations very much. And we have Alan Brooks with us here.
Sure, it's a great pleasure for us to have her come back to Toronto, and we saw her break away at 21K just after the split and run a wonderful race.
በጣም ደስ ብሎናል አንቺ መመለስሽ እዚህ እና ከ21 ኪሎ ሜትር ጀምሮ ከነንጥለሽ ለብቻሽ ስትሄጂ እሱ በጣም አሜዚንግ ነበር እና እንዴት ተሰማሽ?
እኔም እነሱም በጣም ነው እውነት በጣም ነው የማመሰግነው። አመሰግናቸዋለሁ። አዘጋጆቹን በጣም አመሰግናለሁ።
I'm so very thankful for the organizers. I'm very thankful to be back.
See Shura come as a girl to us to win the 2 races 10 years ago, and now to come back as a mom with a family.
ስሜት እሱ ነው ገና ወጣት ሆነሽ አሸንፈሽ እንደገና አሁን ደግሞ እናት ሆነሽ ተመልሰሽ ይሄን ማየቱ ራሱ ትልቅ ነገር ነው።
አመሰግናለሁ። እንደ ስራ ነው የመለሰኝ። እንደ ድሮ ነው ተመልሼ ሰርቼ ነው ወደ ቦታዬ መመለስ።
It's the hard work that got me back. Just like the old days, it's my training to get me back to where I was before.
Congratulations to our women's international winner, 3 times now champion. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you, Alan. And thank you to Abiri Chani, a friend of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, who always translates Amharic to English and vice versa. And what an unusual hat-trick. 2015, 2016, 2025. We won't see that very often anywhere. That's confirmed as the men's sweep of the podium in the official results for the top 3 places. And all of them under 2:09, but that 2:05 stays tantalizingly out of reach.
Yeah, so it's Leonard Langat with the win in 2:08.05, and then Noah Kemboy and Silas Kiptu make it a Kenyan sweep. And then from there, I think the big thing to note, Ben Flanagan's 2:15.41 ends up getting him not just a national title, but a top 10 finish here at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Yeah, the object of the exercise in hosting these events is to raise Canadian standards, and there it is right there. Winner of the national title, but challenging in the overall positions. Those are the scenes out on the course. Half marathon runners finishing with the orange back bibs. Slightly more of them, especially at this point in the race, because these athletes on the left, we salute all of them. They are sub 3-hour marathoners. You had a long time going after that quest, didn't you?
I gave this a chase for sure, and you know, Toronto definitely would be on my radar as one of the races to go out and try and clock a sub 3, because you know the course is great for it. And on some other days you get the better weather for it as well. I went out to Houston and I got it done 2 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds, so I had a little bit of wiggle room, but not a whole lot.
Not much, no.
Not much.
Well, we've got Guinness World Records still to come. We've got celebrities out there. We've got our own Krista Koning, Mr. Hawaii, who should be closing things out at the 3-hour point. We've, of course, got 4 medal presentation ceremonies coming up. And that will enable us to unravel the Canadian women's result, because it's not just us that are confused about whether we missed athletes or whether something happened in the closing stages. We've got the overall women's results. Let's have a look at the international caption that is the confirmed international places. Shura Demise, very, very close, within 20 seconds of the fastest Toronto Waterfront Marathon of all time, and very close to her own personal best. That perhaps flatters the Canadians, because already one of the stories of the race is that 3 Ethiopian women followed the wrong funnel and went down the half marathon closing stages and didn't come back out on the course.
Right, I mean, it's upsetting. It was clear by Reed at the technical meeting that turn needed to be made, but these things happen, so hopefully some changes will be made for next year. So, you know, great to see that we've got, 5 Canadians in the top 10, and so we've got, 5 and 5 of the international runners as well as the other 5.
Does that finishing order of the Canadians accord with what you believed happened there?
Well, what we've got is a mix of Rachel Hanna and Liza Howard, who are a bit more experienced with the marathon, and as well as Brittany Moran. She's just come back after having her baby. McKenna Fitzgerald and Elia are the ones who are the ones that are the up and coming. So it's great to see that, because we want to have people to talk about, just like Ben Flanagan on the men's side. We want to have those women that we might be seeing, you know, represent Canada in LA in 2028.
I think it was McKenna that I didn't see cross the line. So apologies to her for that, because it's a terrific run, sub 2:39, and she will be on the podium very shortly, and the top step will be occupied by Rachel Hanna, and she caught up with Kate a short while ago.
My friend, you've been threatening it for a very long time. This is Rachel Hanna's 5th marathon, 7th time racing at the Toronto Waterfront Marathon events in the 10K, the half, and the full. And you are now the Canadian Queen, the champion of the Canadian Championships in the marathon. Rachel, talk us through it.
Thanks, Kate. It's awesome to be here. 5th time, and I'm just so thrilled. This has been a dream of mine since I started doing marathoning to win this championship, so I'm just so happy right now.
Awesome. You're also annoyingly relaxed, given how hard I know it was out there. And I know that the conditions were really tough, but you've also struggled through a lot of really tough conditions and persevered in the past. How, being 38 now, how does the cumulative experience impact today?
Yeah, this is my 10th year, going into marathoning. I started in 2015. I really stayed relaxed the whole time and just stuck with having the pacers was amazing. And I literally was just smooth, consistent. I had words that I kept repeating the whole time, so that helped.
What were some of those words?
Smooth, relaxed, just thinking about my form. Sometimes my form breaks down, so I think that really helped. And just trying to be in a really happy mindset right from the start, that really helped. Just being so grateful to be healthy and here. So
we're gonna let you go, but that mindset obviously is so important. So you said something to me about that. Tell us about the mindset component.
Yeah, I think just getting yourself into a really happy headspace and just being so grateful. I love the city, I love running here, having cheer groups. You can feel a bit negative when you go into such a hard event, but I think it's just very important to stay with it. And I've had a really good training block, so I knew my fitness was there. I just knew it was mental this time around. So
10 years in the making, but you are national champion. Congratulations, Rachel.
Thanks so much.
Well, congratulations indeed to her. That was tremendous. We will see her at the medal presentation ceremony coming up. It's always very nice to have that little bit of time to gather yourself, to recover. Family and friends cluster around. They get the cameras out. The only trouble is it's quite a big step up to the top one, isn't it? On thighs that have turned to concrete. Live pictures in vision. We are still on 2 hours 58, so everybody that you're seeing on the left-hand side of the gantry at the moment, with the half marathon on the right-hand side, has gone sub-3, and that's really, I hope for many of them, a first time and a real barrier that they've been able to break here in these conditions.
Yeah, it's bringing me back to when I did it, and watching the expressions on some people's faces is, for some of them, pure elation of just clearly this is their first time doing it. And then there's a couple others. I saw a guy walking it in at 2:56, and I'd be like, oh, I would kill for a time like that. And this guy's just, sashaying all the way across the finish line.
Well, they'll be coming through for the next 4 or 5 hours. We'll stay with it for another hour. And we can also catch up with Laura, who is down roadside.
Lots of noise, lots of fanfare happening here. I'm here with Mike from Parkdale Roadrunners. Tell me a little bit about this cheering site behind us.
Thanks. Yeah, this is, we came out big for this year. It's our 15-year anniversary. We're here every year, but this year it's a little bigger and better because it's a celebration of a lot of what we've done over the past 15 years.
Very cool. And you're hosting Bridge the Gap. And for people who don't know what that is, can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's a gathering of run crews globally. Every year there's 1 or 2 cities we'll decide upon, and then the run crews will travel to those cities. So we have crews from South Africa, Korea, all over the States, London's here. There's a bunch all over the world come here, and then we host them for 4 days. Kind of show them our version of Toronto, and then obviously culminating in the race and then the after party.
And what's the general consensus from these people about the city of Toronto? How do they feel coming here?
Oh, I think they got not only a warm welcome, but I think the weather has been really great, and then there's the food, the culture, the art, everything that kind of Bridge the Gap revolves around, they've been able to experience for themselves, and from what we've heard, they've loved it. And the routes along the waterfront, the Garrison Park, Stanley Park, all of that stuff, they've been able to see it from our perspective, and I think they've really appreciated it.
That's so cool. Okay, I'll let you get back to your noise making. See you at the next one.
Well, thank you, Laura. If we needed an indication of how strong the wind is, we only had to look at her hair and the guy she was interviewing. It was all over the place, but that is a bit of a wind funnel down there.
It is, yeah. And here we go. There's a bunch of people celebrating as they cross the finish line, because although the clock above them says, it's just over 3 hours, some of these people, their chip times and their watches, they started a little bit further back, and so they get this moment right now to really celebrate and relish in the sub 3.
Yeah, it's a huge barrier within the race, even for people that run every day. Going sub 3 hours in a marathon needs a lot of things to come together. And as you say, the way chip timing works is if you were delayed a minute getting across the start line, your time doesn't activate until you go over the sensor pads, and likewise at the end, so you get a net time. Somebody that will be celebrating a silver medal in the Canadian National Championships is Phil Paramigas, and we caught up with him a few minutes ago.
All right, Phil, first time running the Toronto Waterfront Marathon, 5th marathon overall. How did it feel out there?
It was definitely tough, but I had a great time. The crowd support was really good, even on the back half, even in the beaches. Like, it was insane how many people were there. We had a great crew up until 20-ish K, and then Ben, Andrew and I were cruising together about till 25, and then Ben put a surge there, and we kind of strung out, and I was in 3rd place, and then I just kind of kept my own pace, and then I caught up to Andrew at about 39K, and just kind of used the crowd and cruised in. Yeah.
It seemed like a really measured performance. You were patient with it, which seemed to pay off, especially on a hot day.
Yeah, like I wanted the PB today, but like it was tough, and with the Canadian Championships, it was like goals kind of changed to just like, okay, how high up can I come to first? And Ben had a great debut, so I'm happy with 2nd.
Well, congratulations on making the podium at the Canadian Championships. Incredible performance. Well done, Phil.
Thank you. Cheers.
We will see him again in the medal ceremony coming up. We're just outside 3 hours.
Yeah, so one of the Guinness World Record attempts that we also had on our sheet to monitor was the fastest marathon joggling 3 objects, and that record has stood since 2007 by Michael Capral, which was 2:50:12, and we had Jean-Marc Doiron going for it, and unfortunately on a day like today, a little bit tough, and he just crossed the finish line in 3 hours and 1 minute and 57 seconds. So that record since 2007 is holding strong.
Let me go over to Mrs. Guinness. Yes.
We have one more Guinness attempt, and that's Brian Holohan, who is attempting the fastest marathon in ice hockey kit for a male. And his estimated time was about 3:30, but the record is 4:08:43 from 2012. So that's a 13-year-old record as well. So this is a warm day to be wearing hockey equipment, but hopefully we'll catch him out on the course. Maybe even Krista Koning will find him and get to do that.
So we got a 21K split for Brian, and he was coming through in 1:58:59. So he's got a little bit of wiggle room.
Can I mention somebody that's very, very good at juggling? And as soon as I tell you their name, you'll realise there's a whole world of Guinness potential that opens up. Sydney McLaughlin-Lebrone. Yes. I've had her do it at press conferences. Brilliant juggler. I just handed her 3 bottles of water, and away she went. So she could do 400 hurdles, 400 meters flat, relay, juggling, anything.
I could tell you, there's been some races where Sydney could be juggling and running the 400 hurdles and still winning the race.
It's good skill, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good skill to have. We're a few minutes away now from our presentation of awards. Chris, we hope, is on schedule for a 4-hour finish. He knows he's a 3-hour marathon runner, so he's got a little bit of headspace to be able to come through in exactly 4 hours. He was talking, and Krista, he was talking about having a burger and a beer before.
He had ordered it ahead of time. Yeah.
The last split I have for Chris is, the half marathon mark, which was a little while ago, and it was 2:02:02. So
that's pre-burger as well, isn't it? So
yes,
it's the gimbal that does it. I think he's trained with that gimbal, but it's not like normal running. It's more like a baby stroller, isn't it?
This is a time that we can thank the volunteers and everyone involved on the ground, the race directors. I know before we could see Kirsten Fleming, she comes from Calgary and works with Charlotte Brooks and the crew for a safe event. And so at one point she was directing the athletes toward the finish line for the tape that would be, winning their category. But then there was some of them that looked like they needed a bit of medical attention. So, multiple jobs and communication with their headsets to make sure that this is a safe and professional, well-organized event.
Well done, Sue from Blackburn in Lancashire in the UK, just crossing the line there. That will be an outstanding performance just outside 3 hours for her. I hope it's a personal best. If you are tracking somebody and you haven't already done so, please do download the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app. It's superb. So Kenna was also, McKenna Fitzgerald was also a podium placer in the Canadian Women's Championship, and Kate spoke to her.
McKenna, second Canadian woman, what a performance. Was this the goal coming in?
Yeah, I think, there's a lot of strong women out. It's a pretty good field, so I just wanted to come in and be a competitor and kind of give it what I had. So yeah, I'm happy with the performance today.
So I know you're calling the outskirts of Calgary home right now. What was it like to be on the streets of Toronto amidst, a weekend of over 30,000 people?
It was pretty cool, yeah. I had kind of heard like 30 to 40K was a bit of a quieter course, but honestly, it was pretty good. Like everyone was super, cheering really loud, and my pacer was really great too. Like he was just cheering me on, so if it was a little bit dead, but yeah, overall, it was super fun. Type 2 fun, I guess. But yeah, it was a good crowd.
Type 2 fun and second overall. Congratulations, McKenna, well done.
It's just thinning out a little bit on the right-hand side of the picture-in-picture at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So you can see at the 3 hour point, we are well into the last 10 or 20% of half marathon finishers. But this is still the decent, good quality regular runners that are finishing in just outside 3 hours in the full marathon. Do you coach people around 3 hour point?
Right, yep, mostly a little bit slower than that, but 3:30 is probably a common marathon with athletes that I have.
And we do at 3:30 have a couple more of those Guinness World Record attempts, hopefully landing. Fastest hockey kit. And we're also looking out somewhere around 3:20. I'm not sure we'll spot her, but it's Sue Grise, who was the winner of the first ever Toronto Waterfront Marathon in year 2000. She's come back for the 25-year further on celebration, and we wish her the best. She's aiming for about 3:20. I'm not sure we will spot her, but if she's watching back on the stream, then good luck to you and congratulations, and well done on being the first ever winner, because you always will be.
Rebecca Park is running today. Around 4 hours is her goal, and she's a breast cancer survivor. This is the first completing her first marathon. So, great to see people who've had difficulties with their life, their physical, mental health, to have a goal of a marathon to complete. So I'm sure that helped her through some really dark and difficult days during her treatment. And then we have Tara Schifrin, who's aiming for about 4:30, and the goal, or the notes here that we have, is that overcoming multiple sclerosis to complete the marathon, was in the Toronto Waterfront Marathon Women's Training Program, which is something available to people to follow that program to prepare for today.
And we have a young man, a trainee firefighter called Christopher de Koning, who is aiming to become a Guinness World Record for the fastest second half of the marathon with a full burger and beer in under 4 hours. Let's catch up with our final podium placer, our final medalist in the Canadian Championships. Brittany Moran is with Kate.
All right, Britt, I think I had the privilege of just being the one to tell you that you made the podium on the Athletics Canada Canadian Championships, third woman overall. You seem surprised. Tell us about it.
Yeah, very surprised. Was not expecting much. Just wanted to have a solid day to reinforce to keep going with this. So yeah, this is totally unexpected, and I am thrilled. Never been on a national podium, so yeah.
Well, I know that you've been struggling through a lot of adversity recently with some injury issues and, coming back from pregnancy, and there's been a lot. So how did you work through that adversity? What kept you going? How did you find that motivation?
Toronto kept me going. The community, I could have cried on the start line and had goosebumps at so many of the cheer stations. Toronto's amazing, the run community's amazing, and I'm so happy to have had my first postpartum marathon here, and I felt just so supported. It was amazing.
Congratulations, soak it up. Really happy for you, Britt.
Thanks so much, Kate.
Cheers, Kate. Well, that's something we've seen already this summer, where Julie Patterson got a medal in the World Championships and didn't know that she got a medal. It's when you're in the zone, you're not necessarily thinking about positions, are you?
And sometimes, you know, in a race like this, where, you know, the conditions are a little bit tougher and you have athletes dropping out, when these athletes are veering off of the course, like, no one's there to immediately tell you, like, oh, you know, you're now in 4th place. And so it takes a moment for some communication to get to the athletes. And so even crossing the finish line, it's been, you know, minutes since, but, you know, it's kind of a very pleasant surprise.
I had no idea I was 3rd in Boston in 2018 until I crossed the line, and I asked, and he said 3rd, and I said, oh, no, not Masters, because my goal was to be top 3 Masters. He said no overall, but, you know, no one had cell service because of the weather that day, and no one could figure it out. But, you know, back to Brittany in her interview, she posted her husband had sent her flowers, and, you know, it was encouraging for her, because I'm sure she's had a lot of sleepless nights, and she's traveled elsewhere for marathons, but it made sense for her to just stay in Toronto, so she didn't have to take a toddler with her and stay in a hotel. But she did stay in a hotel last night, but she got a room that I think she shared with Liza Howard, so that was nice that she could just have an uninterrupted sleep.
When you got 3rd in Boston in those biblically bad weather conditions, it was like an absolute storm force gale and rain. Did you run in a jacket?
No, I had a long-sleeved shirt that I took off at the end because I felt okay. Most people, you know, they kept their jackets on. We all know Des Linden, you know, crossed the line with the jacket on. You never see a woman and person winning a marathon with a jacket on. But because I had my like Saucony race kit underneath, and it was nice and new and shiny, and so I'm like, oh, I can run a little bit without this long T-shirt that was like purple. So.
There's lots of stories in this race, and one of them is Chris Smith in the Masters 55 category, who's just broken a 30k record and had an outstanding run for all gentlemen of the 6th decade. Let's hear from him.
But given the heat, you actually set another record today. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I was looking for 2 records today because I've had a really good year. I've set 5 records already, so it was on you know, press when the iron's hot, and but the weather, the wind, and the humidity and the heat was just crazy. So I calculated the odds and just decided I'll go hammer myself for the first 30k, and it worked.
So to be clear, that's a men's 55-plus Canadian record for 30K, and I know that the last part of the marathon was tough for you. It's a really hot day, but congratulations on yet another Canadian record. How many does that make this year?
If it's ratified, I guess that would be 6. So.
Congratulations, Kevin. Well done.
Thank you so much.
I know you'd wish to know that in the commentator's sweepstake, all 3 of us got 2 out of 4. So, you know, it's like a curate's egg, isn't it? Very good in some areas, very poor in others. and Kate Van Buskirk only got 2 out of 4 as well. It's very difficult to predict, so we should perhaps look at the positive. We're on 3 1/4 hours. We have maybe Sue Pribaz, the inaugural winner of the women's race back in 2000, back hoping for a time like that. It looks like it's a bit of a mixed bag also on personal best. Some people have coped very well with the conditions, others have found it difficult. I mean, it's unusual for somebody to say heat, humidity and wind. They don't normally go together, do they?
Yeah, and that's a really tough combination for people. And I wonder, you know, people can go all out and give it their best on a day like today here on this course, or sometimes you can make the decision, you know, after crossing the finish line or maybe halfway through, start thinking of like, hey, was there another race on the calendar that I could squeeze in and use today as like a really hard effort training run, and, you know, maybe salvage this fitness for another time if you truly believe that a personal best was in the cards.
What do you think, both of you, what do you think Ben Flanagan should do next?
That's a good question.
So probably a spring marathon, something like Rotterdam might be nice. That's been a good race for Canadians. That's where Dylan Wykes got his Olympic standard. I did as well. And, you know, it's still, you know, it's not a world major, so there's not as much hype, but it's a fast course, and I think that would be a good opportunity for him. But a lot of it might depend on, you know, money, a payday, you know, what appearance bonus he could get. But yeah, I'm sure that's something that he's thinking about next, is what that race would be.
I could see him going out to Houston in January to run the half and, you know, try and get another fast time there, especially because, you know, if there were moments in this training block where things weren't maybe as perfect, you know, you can extend things on the other end of, you know, post-marathon and start to build off of this performance. So I could see a Houston. I don't think he's going to go back to the indoor track and give a 5K a go at BU or anything like that. But, you know, he's going to learn from this one. And yeah, I mean, I think it's a great point to raise of just sort of like, where can you get paid for your next one? Because for these major marathoners, like, it's a huge investment of their time, and that's how the appearance fees work. You get paid like a lump sum to commit to the training and show up on race day to be your best self. And then that's where the second half, you know, you can earn the prize money and collect more of your appearance fee there. And so, you know, for Ben, yeah, a time like 2:15 is not anything flashy that's going to get too many big offers for, you know, major spring marathons. So he may look for a fast, smaller opportunity to move himself up on the list of the top Canadians and top marathoners in the world.
And if the next and perhaps final chapter of his racing career is as a marathon runner, the bits that are missing are the 15Ks and the half marathons and things like that. He's almost jumped a couple of chapters, hasn't he?
Right. Even something like doing a 30K race. We have the Hamilton Around the Bay race in March, because there's a big difference between a half marathon and a marathon, and I'm sure he realized that today. But he also has time, right? Like the Olympic qualifying period won't open up until, November of 2027. So that gives him time to kind of work away at this, because, you know, he respected the race and he knew that it would take time to master it. You know, that takes a lot.
Yeah. Well, if he ends up listening to this on the playback and runs Rotterdam, I'll hold you entirely responsible. We've concentrated throughout this broadcast so far on the elite end of the race and how it feels, but it's a slightly different vibe further back down the field, and the cheer sites are a key part of that. We've put together a little montage of cheer zones. Let's have a look at them and see what the sounds of Toronto are like. Not bad, is it? Not bad. You'd want that sort of wall of noise.
Is that some sort of Strava kudos, the orange?
I think so. That might be a little Strava activation.
Yeah.
A good job of getting on our broadcast for some ad con.
Yeah.
Colourful as well, isn't it?
Yeah. You need your bright colors to stand out and give your, you know, friends and family a heads up, like, hey, I'll be wearing the bright pink shirt on your right at this point.
Yeah.
There's some strategy involved to spectating a big city marathon.
If you are watching this in one of the 70-plus territories that took the broadcast last year, and you're thinking, you know, it's a bucket list city, I've always wanted to go to Toronto, I've heard so many good things about it, I could double it with a marathon. Our advice is the same advice that's been dispensed throughout the week. Download the app. You'll get details of how to enter next year's race. It will probably be capped, so you'll have to move quickly to do it, but it may be at a higher level than 10,000 that were accepted this year. It will go onwards and upwards.
Yeah, that's the thing with this running boom right now, is like you see all these people out here. You got to be on it when it comes to signing up for races. I live in New York City, where even to sign up for a local 5K or 4-miler, it sells out 6-7 months in advance, and it's you know, it didn't used to be that way, you know, pre-pandemic, but so many people have found, you know, the joy of running, you know, during lockdown, and have carried that through, and it's infectious. And so now there are so many people coming into this sport and jumping, in some cases too, just jumping straight into the marathon. And then I think, you know, you can always reverse engineer yourself as a runner and discover what could I run for a half, a 30K, but you know, a 10K. So tons of opportunities, but yeah, Toronto offers, you know, a great slate this weekend.
Well, in the history of big city marathons, one thing that I've observed since the 80s is that the gender balance has almost equaled out. In the early days, it was less than 10% women. It's now 50-50. The other thing that's happening, and I never thought it would budge, is that when I used to give seminars and things, the average age of a road runner was 38 years old male, 35 years old female. He was an accountant, she was a teacher, and that demographic was just getting older and older, either side of 40 years. Now suddenly, and I don't know if it's Harry Styles effect, it's really cool, and that's come completely in reverse. So this morning's Rome half marathon had I forget what it was, more than half the field were under 34.
Wow.
You know, so it's suddenly cool for the kids, isn't it, a little bit?
Yeah, you know, you see Harry Styles doing it, and I think like you'll get a couple of people. Quick note on Harry Styles: my PB 1 second faster. When the result came in and I saw it, I was like, oh wow, I dodged a bullet there from Harry Styles. So now, you know, I've completed, you know, the World Marathon majors. Krista has as well, and you know, you go through this moment of, you know, after you hit some big goals, and for me, like sub-3 was a big goal. What do I do next? Like, where do I go run? And I think I've decided that if Harry gives it another go and runs faster, then I just got to stay 1 second ahead. So that's my moving target.
But he runs under a pseudonym. What would you call yourself to match him?
Oh, I don't know. But it was interesting because, you know, as we talk about these mobile apps for these races, I did see a bunch of screenshots already being shared on social media of people searching within the New York City Marathon app, also powered by TCS, to search for Harry Styles' pseudonym, and there are no results that show up as of right now. And so, yeah, I don't think he can run with that pseudonym twice.
No. Well, we've got one final visit to Laura. Roadside, where she's been catching the atmosphere and the vox pops and the people and the sounds that are making this event what it is. Let's hear from Laura.
All right, we're at the final push here for the half marathon. The runners are really digging deep. I'm here with Nigel from Cultura Athletics. Tell us a little bit about what you guys stand for.
Honestly, I know everybody says this in running, but like, community is at the center of what we do. We are runners, we are athletes. We're here for runners, we're here for athletes, and whether, you know, it's your first marathon, it's your first steps out the door, or your last marathon ever, being here is so important, it makes such a difference. How could we not be?
Any words of motivation for these guys running today?
Today is your day. Today is the day you get the job done. Think about everything that you've done to get to this moment. Savor it. Don't waste it. Make yourself proud. We're all proud of you already.
And you have the best tool I've seen today for celebrating. Let's hear it.
All right. Here, join me in this. Let's make some noise!
Wow. I want one of those. I want one of those.
The sound that you heard.
I also want his motivational, you know, talk, like as a voice memo. I started seeing this trend on TikTok where people are banking voice notes from loved ones and family members and then playing them during marathons.
Oh, yeah.
And it's touching because it's like, if you want to surprise yourself and you want to get pumped up by, you know, your son, your daughter, or, you know, your parents, whoever it is, your best friend, not listening to any of them beforehand and then, you know, pulling those out from when you really need them during a race, like, it could go a long way. You know, that's a type of aid you don't get, you know, from a water drink station. It's instead the emotional side of the marathon.
Yeah, well, one of the nice add-ons that I've seen, and it's almost too powerful for its own good, is that you can download those messages onto the events website, and they have a giant screen. So just as they get into 20 miles, up come, and they know from the mat that runner has just passed it, and their message comes up, and there's tears and all sorts of.
Yeah, I think they have that on this course, on the intersection of King and Bay, which is where we were positioned last year. There was a big LED screen, and I think if a runner passed the point on the, you know, one of those mats a couple meters back, it will pull from the app just any messages that were dropped in for that runner, and you could see just them being totally surprised.
Yeah, very nice, very interactive. We're looking out for Sue. Well, she was Grise. She's now Sue Pribaz, the winner of the first ever full marathon in 2000, and we're also looking out for, well, is he going to beat the record, the hockey player? We shouldn't miss him, should we? What are we thinking? That
he might be closer to the 4-hour mark.
Okay, and the record's 4:08, so that will be in the next half hour. It might be while we're on medal ceremonies, because they're coming up very shortly. One thing I was going to mention is there were athletes that we dwelled on for ages and ages, like Dana, and we don't know the full story, but there were a lot of people that fell by the wayside, weren't there, that we thought were challenging for especially national honours.
Right. Dana and Salome both did not finish today.
Yeah. What was your impression there? Overcommitted early on, or?
I have not heard. I don't know. I mean, it could be injury or illness or just this wasn't their day. I don't know Salome as well as I know Dana, but you know, I'm sure that they're both disappointed because there's so much work that goes into 42 kilometers in one day. So to not finish is frustrating, but hopefully there's a reason that they can look into.
One thing you could say is that given that we're in the heart of the fall marathon racing season, that those three Ethiopian women that went to the half marathon will find another one, whether it's in Europe or North America or China between now and the end of the year, because essentially they've just run a half marathon.
Yeah, and it, you know, definitely didn't take as big of a toll on their legs, and if they were saving anything for the second half, those, you know, reserves were never tapped. And then yeah, there's plenty of other races coming up, fast opportunities up, you know, on the calendar before the year ends.
Let's hear from our sponsors.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
On the top left, you can see the view over the, well, what do we call that? The dispersal area.
That's Nathan Phillips Square, yeah, just across the street from our hotel.
And that will have the presentation stage that will be in action very shortly, so we will have a good audience of runners that are coming through. Bottom right, we're coming up to 3.5 hours for both the half marathon, which is down to the final probably few hundred finishers, but still good running. It works imperially to say 8 minutes per mile. That's, you know, people can relate to that as a speed. What is it in kilometers? 5 minutes per K, so it's a good barrier for metric and imperial, and a good challenge for those relatively new. How often do you have them running if you're getting somebody to try and run a 3.5, 4 times a week?
4 to 5. Yeah. And it obviously depends on every athlete. Some who do cross training or cycle or have another way to kind of maintain that aerobic base can add to the program. Others who can't handle a lot of high mileage, you know, maybe they're only running 4 days a week, and you have to just be, you know, pretty deliberate about how you plan their training because their body can't handle anymore.
We should say thank you to Dave Reed and his team on the bikes, because their work is done. They helped us immeasurably with the splits and the gaps and the tracking. I noticed also they may yet have a role to play on athletes making sure they stay left and right, going for, because I think that got lost in translation somewhere with those Ethiopian women, didn't it? It was so emphasized at the technical meeting, but maybe it almost needs not just a loud hailer, not just a sign, but a physical over that way you go from the cycling team, because they're all in the same group, weren't they?
Yeah, so there was 3 athletes, and one of them jumped back into the race and went back the finish line chute, but never was able to regain contact with the...
That's a tricky one, because, you know, the athlete is responsible for knowing the course. Yeah. Even if you are following someone on a bike and the bike makes a mistake, it's still on you. And I have a friend who ran a race a couple of times and was directed to go the wrong way and added, you know, 2 kilometers to the race. And you know, it's unfortunate. I think maybe pylons are moved and something like that. But and it's difficult, obviously, to travel to another country where you don't speak the language. But you can do do a lot of things, but I mean,
it's
ultimately the athlete.
But
yes.
I was saying, not that the bikes led them astray, but the bikes could be the chaperones that keep them right, you know,
if
around
they're as a group, but if they're spread out.
Yeah.
I mean, it just happened in a bad way because they were together, and Salome had moved ahead, and they didn't see her going the other way, but it could have been 4 or 5 at different points. They just were a group of 3.
So there's 3.5 hours down. A lot of these finishers will still get sub 3:30 on chip time because that's how it works. If you're kept waiting at the start line, it's okay because your net time is from start to finish.
There's people obviously celebrating. They're celebrating personal best, but then on top of that, you know, Boston Marathon qualifiers are a big thing. You know, especially at this point, you know, I think it's the women's age group. The
good for age.
Yeah, the youngest age group, I think, within this window would be vying for some of those BQs. So you have people looking to lock those up.
Let's just show you on camera 2 where we'll be going to shortly. It's the stage area where the presentations will be happening. You can see that various personnel, including some of the VIPs that are going to be presenting the awards. Do they have to go up on a step, or do they?
Oh yeah, they walk up to the top. It's coming down the steps that hurts more.
Yes, it's the yielding motion. That's why, by the way, the last thing babies learn to do is to go downstairs. They go down on their backsides until they learn to yield with their knees. It's not a natural movement, it's a learned thing, and we struggle on downhills because you have to yield. Okay, let's go back to the finish line. We're almost final dozens of finishers in the half marathon, but they will be going strong in the full marathon right the way through. We're nowhere near even the halfway point. We might be halfway in terms of time. Last finisher might be 7-8 hours or thereabouts, but these are serious runners still crossing the line, and we salute all of them. 70 different countries represented in the field for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon this year.
And, you know, the focus was the elite international field and the Canadian Marathon Championship. But I think, you know, right now we're seeing people who are getting up tomorrow morning to work at 7, and maybe they've got family at home, and, you know, they're working full-time jobs on top of training for a marathon, which is no easy task.
Let's go back to the stage and the awards. Let's listen in.
DJ Jericho will keep the tunes rolling while we're waiting.
Oh, we're waiting.
And we're just looking for Helen Manning. Helen Manning from Athletics Canada, the chair of the board of directors, if Helen Manning is kicking around. And thanks again for your patience. We will be right back with you.
Helen Manning is a big friend of the event. She's always assigned to this event from Athletics Canada. It was also, the 5K was the Ontario Athletics Championship, so the sort of harmonising between governing bodies, the entrepreneurs that put on these races, means that it benefits everybody to get a status. And Helen Manning, well, will it be her call if it's the Olympic trials in 2027, or is that somebody else again?
Well, that's kind of a joint decision. I believe that Alan Brooks might be involved with that, because we know when Dana got it in 2019, it was done here, and it was, you know, unlike the trials in the US where it's just one day, make it or break or not. We've got the time standard as well as that one guaranteed spot. So it will be interesting to see if that happens again. I thought it was great. Then those other 2 spots can be, you know, taken in other races. That's one thing I like over the American way, is that, you know, if you do have a bad race day, you've got other opportunities to try to run that Olympic qualifying time to make the team.
Yeah.
And that's why when we see the replay of Trevor Hoffbauer at the time, when he crossed the line, it wasn't obvious that he was definitely going to.
Well, it was like Dana. He got the qualifying time, and he was top Canadian.
Okay.
So they were both guaranteed spots.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is also just kind of hanging in the balance, which has not been announced yet by World Athletics or the IOC, is what is going to be the Olympic marathon qualifying time for the 2028 Olympics. We won't know that for a little bit, but, you know, as of right now, all the times across the board in every event have only gotten faster to qualify for these global championships because of these advances in super shoes, spikes, everything. It has kind of led to World Athletics aiming for qualifiers at these major events to be half determined by people hitting the standard and then half hopefully by their world ranking. And so people run races like their national championships because they know that they are, you know, very highly ranked events that will get them big points towards their rankings. So if an athlete is unable to run, say, 2:08 for the men, you still have an opportunity to qualify for the Olympics if your ranking gets you within a certain quota. But the thing is also a lot of the quota spots will get taken up by people hitting the time standard because everyone is fast nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. We just saw one of the pacing groups cross the line with a 5 minutes per kilometre sticker up, which proves the point that some of those will have taken 5 minutes to cross the line because he will have been exactly on 3:30. I met Joan Benoit Samuelson in the summer at that sub-4-minute mile thing, and I was asking her about the Los Angeles Olympic Marathon because she, of course, won there in '84, one of the iconic Olympic marathon moments. I'm not sure they can recreate that. I think there's all sorts of freeways and development and things that have changed since '84, so they'll be able to recapture bits of it, but they haven't published the course yet, have they?
No, the U.S. hasn't announced who will host the U.S. Olympic trials, and they haven't, I think, published the marathon course yet for LA. I think a lot of things still have to be sorted out, including the fact that I don't even know if the 2028 U.S. Olympic track trials will take place in the Coliseum because it may not be ready in time for that period of time as they make the final preparations. But so it is interesting that although we are already on the road to LA, there are still things that we don't know just quite yet, but there is still a lot of time to sort things through. One thing, you know, you bring up Joan Benoit Samuelson. I do think that she should be the one to light the Olympic cauldron at the opening ceremonies of the LA Olympics, because, you know, you can get the chance to recreate that run back into the stadium and have that big moment.
She's got to wear that white hat that's a little bit crooked and just short hair.
I wonder if she's still got that somewhere.
Oh, I hope
it was
so.
a painter and decorator's hat.
Right. It was backwards, wasn't it?
Yeah. And she actually just ran the Chicago Marathon.
Yeah, very good still. It was 3:36 or something, wasn't it?
She ran here in Toronto once when I was doing the marathon. She was doing the half, and I think we ran to half together, and this is probably 12 or 13 years ago, and she went on to finish, and we continued on, but lovely woman.
We're going to segue into our awards ceremony and join the MC live down at the stage area.
Today, all told this weekend, over 30,000 registered athletes. How amazing is that?
Amazing, Kevin.
Want to say a special and heartfelt welcome to everyone at Tata Consultancy Services in their 4th year as the title partners of this event. And there were over 700 of them out on the course today, running, walking, and volunteering. Now, just before we get started with our awards, I get the funnest part of my day. I get to introduce this gentleman standing next to me. He always gets upset because I take too much time, so I will try and keep it short. But this is the man we get to thank here in Toronto for the incredible and vibrant road racing community that we have. Back in the 80s, he single-handedly sort of brought this city into the whole running boom, and he has done so well. And as you can see, every year I come back to this event. I've been announcing since 1998. Wow. And every year I come back and it is bigger and better than before. He will be the first to tell you that it's because of the incredible team that works with him. But I say it starts from the top as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alan Brooks, the head of the Canada Running Series.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And thank you, everyone, for being here today. It's great to have our TCS partners and all our other partners, that some of them you can see around the square here, to have our 3,000 volunteers and 500 area managers, as well as Charlotte and Chris and our Canada Running Series team. But most of all, you are the stars today. Toronto, they say, is a world within a city, and today you've made it that way. with the 30,000 runners we have this weekend from 70 different countries. I'm amazed. 17 people from Australia, Kevin. Can you believe that? Any Aussies out there? 1,300 neighbors from the United States. Again, it's wonderful to have them here. Everyone is welcome. Hey, 700 corredores mexicanos. Bienvenidos. Éxito. Congratulations to everybody. You are the stars. You are the energy. The only reason I can keep going is, well, as Kevin prompting me and rolling me out and telling me where to stand and almost what to say. It's the energy that I get from all of you. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of all of our Canada Running Series team, thank you, thank you, thank you. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Alan. And just to follow up, I believe 70 different countries, all of the provinces and territories, and 40 of the United States represented here today. And here's my favorite stat. Over $2 million raised, and we can keep doing that until November 18th, I believe. Unreal. So through our TCS Charity Challenge, you folks have raised over $2 million through your participation here today. So thank you so much for being part of this incredible event. Now, he's not going to say a few words, but we certainly do appreciate him being up here. Showman Roy, the Executive Director and Country Head, Canada, Tata Consultancy Services. Are you going to say a few words? I love it.
First of all, heartfelt thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow, the city, the administration, all the city staffs who have made this possible. And absolutely heartfelt thank to Canada Running Series for bringing the world into Toronto, as he says. Thank you, participants, and most importantly, the energy that the spectators and the families and the friends that all of you have got together. Thank you so very much. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Showman. It has just been so exciting to have TCS partnering with us now for 4 years. It's just amazing. I will also recognize a couple of other folks who are going to be handing out awards. We'll get her to say a few words just before we do our Canadian Marathon Championship Awards, but she will be handing out our awards for our overall winners. That's Helen Manning, the chair of the board of directors for Athletics Canada. We also have Amy Jenkins, the sports sponsorship manager for Canada, Tata Consultancy Services, and Peter Fonseca, the MP from Mississauga East, Cooksville, and another former elite marathoner. So those folks will all be helping us hand out our awards. So we're going to start off with our overall champions. We'll begin with the women. And in third place, she went 2:26:40. She is from Ethiopia, Almaz Kabebe. Woo!
Almaz.
You never know with these guys if they're still warming down. In second place, she went 2:23:45 from Kenya, Betty Chepkorir. So Schumann Roy presenting the medals, Amy Jenkins presenting the flowers. All right, let's get our champion up here. She went 2:21:03. That is, correct me if I'm wrong, 18 seconds off the course record, Alan?
I believe so, and the second fastest women's marathon ever run in Canada, in our course too. And she came here really as a young lady, a girl, when she was 18, 19 years old, and won in 2015 and 2016, and now is back to complete the hat trick.
The three-time champion here of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ethiopia's Shure Demise. Put your hands together one more time. Your top three here at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Shure Demise, Betty Chepcareer, and Almaz Kapebe. One more photo op with Schumann and Amy. All right, let's get our men's winners up here. In third place, he went 2:08:44. He is from Kenya, Sila Kiptu. In second place, this is gonna start being a little on the repetitive side, from Kenya as well. He went 2:08:28. Noah Kipkemboy.
Noah was third last year, second this year. Next year he may be our champion.
Yeah, no pressure there, Noah.
And while we're doing this, Sila is a member of Two Running Club, very illustrious club. Sebastian Sawe, who won in Berlin a couple of weeks ago, is in the club. He also trains with Amos Kipruto, who was second in Chicago last week. And there's a tradition that if they end up on the podium when they get home, they'll have a big celebration with a cake. And I said I'll pay for the cake if Sila gets on the podium. So we'll have a cake for you, Sila.
I love it. All right. Let's put our hands together for our men's champion here today. He went 2:08:04. Completing this Kenyan podium sweep. Leonard Langat, your men's champion here at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. All right, let's hear it for our champions here. Leonard Langat, Noah Kipkemboy, and Sila Kiptu. And we'll get one more photo with our men's and women's champs all together up on the podium here. Your elite champions here today, Shura Demise, Betty Chip Courier, Almaz Kababy, Leonard Langat, Noah Kipkemboy, and Sila Kiptu. Along with Showman Roy and Amy Jenkins from Tata Consultancy Services. All right, we'll let these guys run away now. It is time to celebrate our Canadian national champions. And just before we get started, let's bring Helen Manning, the chairman of the board at Athletics Canada, if she could just come up and say a few words.
Thanks, Kevin, and congratulations to all of you, whether it was the 5K yesterday, the half marathon today, or the marathon. You are here, you made it, and we're proud of you all. I'm also very proud of our team, and that for the last 10 years, we've enjoyed, I think it's actually 12, but I'm not 100% sure, the number of years we've enjoyed being hosted for our national championships by the Alan and Charlotte and their amazing crew. We are very fortunate, and we could not imagine a better venue for our event. So thank you to TCS, to your entire crew, of course to Suman and Amy and their wonderful team and what they bring to this event, to all the volunteers and all of the officials who are out there. Thank you. And on behalf